A massive blindfolded monster bursts out into the city, its deafening roar shaking the ground, breaking tall buildings into pieces. Down below, chaos spreads everywhere as terrified people run through the streets, their faces frozen in horror under a crimson sky that seems to promise nothing but destruction. In the middle of all the noise and confusion, a young man named Ye Tian stands still, his fists tightly clenched, his eyes filled with defiance instead of fear. Then, in a sudden instant, his entire world twists and melts away into a vision full of pain. Bright red energy rushes wildly through his body, and he screams in pure agony, as unbearable power floods his veins. The torturous vision slowly fades, shrinking until only a single point of glowing light remains in the deep darkness. Ye Tian's eyes fly open as he's lying in his bed, gasping for breath, his body soaked in sweat. The nightmare is over, but the feeling of terror still feels painfully real. For a long moment, he stays frozen, his heart thundering in his chest, trying to understand what just happened. He knows he should be experiencing his talent awakening, but doubts start filling his mind, wondering if everything he saw was only a cruel illusion. Slowly, he gets out of bed and walks to the window. Outside, the world looks peaceful, the city bathed in soft daylight under a clear blue sky. But the calm view can't stop the disturbing images that come back to him in terrifying detail. The monstrous serpent twisting through the streets, the huge demonic creature roaring in fury, and the explosion that tore the city apart. He can still picture the people running in fear, their faces filled with despair and panic. He remembers the strange dark power that lifted people helplessly into the air. They hung like weightless dolls against a purple void, their mouths open in silent cries as they floated in terror. In that vision, he clearly saw his own hand reaching out desperately toward his sister, trying to save her before everything vanished into darkness. Suddenly, a sharp knock on his bedroom door snaps him out of his thoughts. His sister's familiar voice calls from outside, asking eagerly if he has awakened his talent. Ye Tian sits quietly on the edge of his bed, his red eyes troubled, reflecting the horror of what he just saw. The door bursts open and his sister Ye Yu rushes in, her face glowing with excitement and happiness. With an enthusiastic shout, she tells him he should be growing stronger already and asks how his talent test went, her eyes full of hope. Ye Tian stays silent for a moment, still facing away from her, before finally turning with a small, calm smile. He softly says that everything went fine and promises he will become a great warrior. That's all Ye Yu wants to hear. Overjoyed, she jumps up with delight and laughs with pure excitement, saying she made his favorite meal to celebrate, before cheerfully hurrying out of the room. Ye Tian mumbles softly in confusion, his confident look breaking apart the moment his sister leaves, leaving him alone with his uneasy thoughts. She pauses at the doorway, playfully telling him to hurry up and asking why he's taking so long. As Ye Tian glances toward her, a glowing status window suddenly appears in front of his eyes, showing her talent, an impressive second-class ice ability. Then, when he sees his own reflection in the faint light, the truth hits him hard. His own talent is weak. Before he can dwell on it, Ye Yu grabs his hand with her usual cheerfulness, her lively energy forcing him to move along. The instant their hands touch, a burst of bright light flashes between them, making them both jump in surprise. Ye Tian's eyes widen as a system message materializes in front of him, telling him to copy the talent before him. For a moment, time itself seems to freeze as the meaning of those words sinks in. He can copy other people's talents. Shocked beyond belief, he stares at his hand, unable to fully grasp what just happened. Slowly, disbelief turns into determination as he tightens his grip, realizing the power that now lies within his reach. Snapping back to the moment, he hears his sister's cheerful voice calling that she made braised pork, his favorite meal. Still overwhelmed by the discovery, he simply nods and thanks her quietly. She sets down a generous plate of steaming food and urges him to eat plenty. As Ye Tian begins to eat, his mind keeps replaying the vision of glittering ice crystals, the image of the ability he just copied. His eyes drift away from the meal and settle on a shelf nearby, where two framed photos of their smiling parents rest. The sight fills him with renewed resolve and a quiet fire light up inside him. When he finishes eating, he stands up, puts on his jacket, and steps outside into the busy city. Pulling his hood low over his face, he walks through the crowded streets, his faintly glowing purple eyes scanning the people around him. He decides it is time to test his copy talent, his expression turning sharp and serious. A wave of soft energy ripples out from him, scanning the surroundings. But he quickly notices the range is too short, barely 3 meters. He frowns, realizing he can only sense talents within that limit. As he studies the nearby crowd, disappointment crosses his face. All the talents he finds are weak and ordinary. He mutters under his breath that none of them are worth copying. Knowing he must find something stronger, he resolves to aim for at least a mid-level ability. With new focus, he walks with purpose through the streets, passing bus stops, bright shops, and towering buildings, in search of a stronger target. His search finally leads him to a massive castle-like structure guarded by tall warriors in shining armor, their presence radiating power. Standing before them, Ye Tian feels a chill of awe and certainty. This is the place, he knows, the place where he will begin his true path to strength. To become a real warrior, one must first train as an apprentice, and before that, they have to master the basics of strength and endurance. In a large courtyard filled with nervous new trainees, a strict instructor with a cold face sits before them, his strong voice booming as he announces that their harsh training is about to begin. He explains that the test is about endurance and that only those who can form a cyclone in front of their chest will pass. The students strain themselves until they drop to the ground, but the instructor yells at the others to keep going, saying that only those who can create the cyclone deserve to be called warriors. Among them, Ye Tian pushes himself hard, sweat dripping down his face as he struggles, thinking in frustration that nothing is happening. Doubt creeps in, making him wonder if his talent is too weak. Losing patience, the instructor glares at them all and calls them the worst students he has ever taught before dismissing them. His cruel words sting, but instead of discouraging Ye Tian, they ignite a fierce determination within him. His red eyes burn as he silently vows to prove himself. When the session ends, he walks with his friend Zhang Bao, who points excitedly at the main building and whispers about a genius named Chen Dong. Curious, Ye Tian asks who that is, and Zhang Bao explains that Chen Dong is the dean's personal disciple and became a warrior in just half a month. Holding a piece of paper, Zhang Bao starts daydreaming about the wealth and luck of being connected to someone like that. Ye Tian gives a quiet, unsettling smile but says nothing. Suddenly, a buzz spreads through the courtyard as students shout that Senior Chen Dong has arrived. The crowd cheers as the prodigy walks in, smiling confidently and waving. Zhang Bao stares in awe, whispering that this is the famous Chen Dong. Watching from the side, Ye Tian studies him carefully, a sharp grin forming as his red eyes glow faintly. This is the moment he's been waiting for. As Chen Dong greets everyone warmly, Ye Tian activates his hidden power and a status window flashes before him, showing that Chen Dong's talent is medium level. A plan quickly forms in Ye Tian's mind as he clenches his fists. When Chen Dong asks for quiet and starts shaking hands with the students, Ye Tian steps forward quietly, blending in. Finally, Chen Dong extends his hand toward Ye Tian, and their eyes meet as they grasp hands firmly. The contact is all Ye Tian needs. In that instant, the ability triggers, and a triumphant thought fills his mind. He has done it. A small, satisfied smile forms on Ye Tian's lips as he slips away into the dark, rainy night. A moment later, a glowing system message appears before his eyes, confirming that the mid-level talent has been successfully copied. Taking shelter in a nearby cave to escape the storm, Ye Tian sits quietly, thinking about what to do next. He hesitates, unsure if merging the copied talent is a wise decision. A painful memory from a past failure flashes in his mind, but he pushes it away almost instantly, deciding that no matter the risk, he must go through with it. With firm resolve, he sits cross-legged and begins the merging process. Almost immediately, an unbearable pain bursts through his chest, stealing the air from his lungs. He gasps, clutching at his coat as the pain deepens, throwing his head back and screaming into the howling storm outside. The agony is unimaginable as the foreign talent fuses with his body, twisting his insides and sending violent tremors through him. His veins bulge, his muscles tighten painfully. Yet through it all, a grim smile stays on his face, a smile of determination and defiance. Lightning flashes across the sky, lighting up the cave for a moment. And then a new system message appears before him. Human Ye Tian, talent level, medium. Though his body shakes and sweat drips from his chin, Ye Tian knows it was worth the suffering. He feels reborn, certain that he has just changed his fate. As the pain fades, another realization strikes him. He can copy more talents after 30 days, and the power he now holds is far more terrifying than he imagined. Excited to test this new strength, he takes a deep breath and sits back into a focused stance, deciding to repeat the physical training their teacher had shown them. In an instant, a bright white orb of energy swirls into being inside his chest, the cyclone they were all meant to form. His eyes widen in disbelief as he watches the spinning energy grow stronger. Something that once felt impossible now comes easily. With his mid-level talent, the exercise feels natural, almost effortless. He whispers the word warrior softly, feeling an unshakable determination settle inside him. Gazing out at the moonlit city beyond the cave, he vows quietly that he will become the greatest warrior of all. His true journey has just begun, and his direction is clear. Beneath that same glowing moon, far away, a massive horned monster crashes down from the sky, its glowing eyes filled with dark rage. On the quiet street below, a father walks hand in hand with his little daughter, who happily asks what they will have for dinner. He smiles and asks what she wants, unaware of the danger hiding in the shadows. Ye Tian walks along another street, carrying a lantern, lost in thought about his rival. The night is calm until the joyful voices of the father and daughter are suddenly drowned by a horrible splash of blood. The man's lantern crashes to the ground as his body is struck aside by the shadowy beast. Ye Tian's eyes snap toward the sound, locking on the horrific scene. The creature's eerie pink eye turns toward its next prey, the trembling girl. The sight burns into Ye Tian's mind, the monster towering over the fallen father, crimson blood spreading across the pavement, and the child frozen in terror as her scream for her father echoes through the night while the creature takes a heavy, slow step toward her. Panic explodes on the once quiet city street as people scream and run in fear, shouting for everyone to get away, crying that the monster has killed someone. In the middle of the chaos, Ye Tian stays where he is, his eyes glowing faintly red as he recognizes the terrifying creature behind the slaughter. Near a bus stop, a huge wolf-like beast with glowing crimson eyes stands over a lifeless victim, while a small girl stares in frozen horror, too scared to move. In a flash of speed too fast for the eye to follow, the beast leaps forward, its jaws open wide to strike again. But before it can reach her, Ye Tian appears out of nowhere, diving in and grabbing the girl from danger. He watches, stunned by how fast everything happens, thinking that the monster moves too quickly and that escape would be impossible. Suddenly a burst of power sweeps through the air, followed by a loud crash as a warrior in a red cape lands hard on the street, breaking the ground beneath him. He stands between Ye Tian and the beast, blocking the monster's path as it snarls angrily. The creature, a silver moon mink, growls, baring its sharp teeth, ready to attack. The caped warrior leaps high into the air, sword in hand, shouting an apology for being late and promising to end the threat he failed to stop earlier. With a fierce grin, he looks back at Ye Tian and introduces himself as Captain Windwolf. He tells Ye Tian to protect the girl and assures him that he will handle the silver moon mink. Ye Tian, still in shock, quickly nods and pulls the frightened child behind him, shielding her from harm. Seeing them safe, Captain Windwolf charges toward the beast with a loud battle cry, daring it to fight him. His sword meets the monster's claws in a bright shower of sparks as the battle begins. Ye Tian covers the girl's eyes gently, whispering for her not to watch the terrifying scene. The fight rages on with thunderous power. Windwolf strains against the creature's strength, gritting his teeth and admitting that it is stronger than he expected. His sword slices through the air, but the silver moon mink moves with incredible speed, dodging each strike with ease. Realizing what he's facing, Windwolf shouts that the fight will not be simple if it truly is a silver moon mink. His blade smashes into the side of a building, sending debris flying, but the beast is already gone, moving faster than he can follow. The furious battle continues as the monster climbs the building walls to higher ground. Windwolf chases after it, muttering that the creature shouldn't forget what's coming next. In that instant, several figures leap onto the rooftops, his teammates, cutting off the beast's escape routes. Cornered, the silver moon mink releases an ear-piercing roar that shakes the city. The sound wave crashes into the warriors, knocking them off their feet and hurling them through the air. Their ambush shatters instantly, leaving the team scattered and helpless as the monstrous creature's scream echoes through the night. With the ambush shattered, the beast wastes no time and leaps from the tall building, diving straight toward the street below like a living missile. One of the warriors shouts a warning to their captain as the monster plummets through the air, its body a blur of claws and fur. Captain Windwolf steps forward, sword raised and eyes locked on his target, declaring that he has arrived just in time. At that exact moment, his team springs into action from above, descending together in perfect formation. Blades flash and energy surges as they close in on the silver moon mink from every direction, striking in a coordinated storm of motion. The clash is fierce and dazzling, and in seconds the beast crashes into the street with a heavy, thunderous impact. One of the muscular warrior lands nearby, cautiously lifting his sword as dust swirls around them. He asks if the creature is dead, and for a brief moment, silence fills the air. Then, the beast's claw twitches, and with a monstrous roar, a surge of deep crimson energy explodes outward from its body, blasting the warriors off their feet once again. The street shakes under the power of the detonation. But the silver moon mink is not finished. Captain Windwolf crashes to the ground but quickly pushes himself up, brushing off the dust as one teammate shouts to check if he's hurt. Windwolf calls back that he's fine, only for another fighter to yell in alarm that the beast is escaping. Before panic can spread, a calm, confident voice cuts through the noise, assuring everyone there's nothing to worry about. Above them, a streak of red light flashes across the skyline, the beast's trail as it tries to flee. Watching from the ground, Captain Windwolf smirks with certainty, saying that the creature cannot get away and that his trap is already set. On a distant rooftop, a lone female archer stands ready, her eyes following the fleeing target through the stormy night. She draws her bow, aiming high at the sky, and calls out teasingly to her captain, saying it took him long enough to set this up. Without hesitation, she releases the arrow. It cuts through the darkness like a streak of light, silent and deadly. A brilliant burst of pink energy erupts as it pierces the silver moon mink mid-air. The beast's shadowy body crumbles into glowing fragments before it even reaches the ground. The fight is over. Relief and triumph fill the street as the warriors gather around the fading remains. Windwolf looks at Yetian with a mocking grin, asking if he wants to fight with them since he's just a rookie, then turns away dismissively. He then praises the archer's perfect aim, and she laughs lightly, saying she's only doing her job. As they celebrate their victory, Ye Tian's gaze drifts to a sudden blue glow in front of him. A mysterious window appears, showing data about the fallen beast, and his eyes widen in shock as he realizes it's revealing the monster's hidden talent. Ye Tian stands tensely on the dimly lit street, keeping the frightened little girl close behind him while his gaze stays fixed on the monstrous red beast ahead. Sweat gathers on his forehead, and his right eye begins to glow faintly crimson, pulsing with strange power. The warriors nearby cheer in relief, believing their fight is over, one shouting that speed-type beasts are always the hardest to defeat and that they've finally won. But their celebration stops abruptly when a terrified voice cries out for everyone to be cautious. To their horror, the creature's huge body begins to move again. The captain's voice booms through the chaos, shouting that the monster is still alive and ordering everyone to pull back immediately. The warriors rush to react, weapons raised once more. Though panic fills the air, the captain keeps his composure, telling his team to stay calm, assuring them that the beast is badly weakened and that he will handle it alone. As he prepares to strike, he spots two civilians nearby, Ye Tian and the small girl, frozen in fear. His tone sharpens as he yells for them to move away fast, warning that the place isn't safe. But Ye Tian doesn't budge. The captain shouts again, desperate for him to run, but Ye Tian stands perfectly still, eyes burning red, his focus locked entirely on the rising beast. A slow, unsettling grin spreads across his face. He doesn't see danger, rather an opportunity. Before the captain can stop him, Ye Tian bursts forward in a sudden flash of speed, moving faster than any of them can track. The wind tears around him as he blurs past the shocked warriors, charging straight at the monster instead of escaping. The captain gasps, unable to believe what he's seeing. Ye Tian's fist connects with the creature's body in a thunderous impact that sends the beast flying backward, smashing it through a nearby building in an explosion of dust and debris. As silence falls, a glowing notification flickers before Ye Tian's eyes, confirming what he instinctively knows: he has copied the fierce beast's talent. A powerful red aura flares around him, his body pulsing with new strength. Without hesitation, he launches himself at the creature again, the same monstrous power now coursing through his veins. The fight is short but merciless. Ye Tian's attacks are wild, brutal, and unstoppable. The monster is ripped apart by his strikes, its final roar echoing through the street before fading into silence. When the dust settles, Ye Tian stands tall above the lifeless creature, his trembling fist dripping blood. The nearby warriors stare in shock, one whispering that the beast must truly be dead now. The captain, his uniform torn and face pale, can only stare at the young man in disbelief, asking quietly if what he just witnessed is even real. Ye Tian's expression remains calm and cold, his face splattered with blood as he stands over the monster's corpse, the air around him heavy with the proof of his terrifying strength. Snapping out of his shock, the captain quickly regains control of the situation, barking out orders for his team to secure the area and clean up the battlefield. He tells one of the warriors to take care of the terrified little girl before turning back to face Ye Tian. There is a new look of respect in his eyes as he nods to the blood-covered young man, saying goodbye for now, and inviting him to join the Windwolves once he officially becomes a warrior. Ye Tian gives a small, weary grin, his face still streaked with dried blood, and agrees. Later, in a quiet public restroom, he stands before a cracked mirror, washing the sticky red stains from his hands and face. He scrubs hard, thinking he must not let his sister see him like this. Ye Yu would be terrified to death if she saw all this blood. When he finally looks up, the person in the mirror looks different. His eyes still carry a faint crimson glow, a lasting mark from the power he copied. Stepping outside, Ye Tian gazes at the city skyline, its calm night lights a strange contrast to the chaos he just lived through. Everything around him feels quieter, yet heavier, as he realizes his world will never be the same again. Later, when he unlocks the door to his apartment, the familiar stillness of home wraps around him like a warm blanket. The faint hum of the night comforts him as he walks through the small space. In her room, Ye Yu sleeps peacefully, her soft breathing steady and calm. Ye Tian watches her for a long moment. She murmurs his name in her sleep and a small smile touches her lips. The sight fills him with deep warmth and unshakable resolve. She is his reason, the person he must protect, no matter the cost. Gently, he pulls a blanket up over her shoulders and whispers a promise to himself that he will never let harm. As he steps out of her room, his thoughts return to the battle. He realizes that today was the first time he had ever seen a fierce beast in person, and it was far more terrifying than the stories ever described. Reality is 100 times worse. The memory fuels his determination. In his own room, he unwraps a small cloth bundle, revealing a piece of the fierce beast's flesh he had secretly kept. The faint glow from it casts eerie light across his face. Staring at it, Ye Tian wonders if a human can really merge with beast talent. A translucent screen flickers before him as his mind focuses on the thought. He knows the risk is immense, but fear fades beneath his resolve. To protect his sister, he must grow stronger, no matter the pain. With cold determination, Ye Tian shoves the raw flesh into his mouth, accepting the agony that will come as the price for power. A terrible nightmare grips Ye Tian, flooding him with unbearable pain. His teeth clench tightly as his face twists into a silent scream, every muscle in his body straining as if it is being torn apart. His trembling hand, covered in swollen veins, presses hard against the ground, while the horrifying sound of bones cracking echoes in the darkness. His body bends unnaturally, his foot twisting at a grotesque angle. Then, with a sharp, sickening snap, his arm breaks and warps, the flesh melting away until it becomes a dark, monstrous limb. The pain is indescribable, like a living nightmare tearing him apart from the inside. He crashes to the floor, gasping in horror as a single thought screams through his mind: it's broken. His heartbeat thunders in his ears, and one desperate word repeats in his head: denying the reality before him. But the nightmare feels too real, like a cruel promise of the monster he might become. Suddenly, Ye Tian's eyes shoot open. He's back in his bed, the morning sunlight spilling through the window, casting warm light over the city beyond. The horror was only a dream. He sits up sharply, crying out his sister's name in panic, his voice breaking as he asks why it had to be her. Sweat drips from his face, his chest rising and falling rapidly as the fear lingers. Looking down at his legs, confusion replaces terror. Jumping out of bed, he's stunned by how light his body feels. He throws a high kick effortlessly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he mutters that his body feels completely weightless. Just then, a blue glowing window appears before him, confirming the truth. His talent level has increased to medium, with a novice speed ability now active. The scene shifts to the academy grounds near a dense forest, where a streak of pink energy flashes through the trees, Ye Tian in motion. He races through the forest at incredible speed, wind whipping past his face as a wild grin spreads across his lips. A cry of joy escapes him as his red eyes blaze with excitement. He dashes across the mountain slopes, his movements fluid and fast beyond reason. The silver moon mink's speed surges through him, and he clenches his fists tightly, thrilled by the power flowing within. Landing smoothly on a wide, flat rock, Ye Tian sits cross-legged and takes a deep breath, centering himself amid the misty silence. The forest's calm surrounds him like a sanctuary, a place to understand the changes inside him. But his peace doesn't last. His head turns sharply as he senses movement nearby. Then, a cheerful voice calls out his name from the fog. Through the drifting mist, his friend Zhang Bao appears, waving with excitement as he spots Ye Tian seated calmly on the rock. Ye Tian greets Zhang Bao with clear surprise, realizing this is why he hadn't seen him at the academy. His friend had been secretly training here the whole time. Zhang Bao laughs loudly, impressed by Ye Tian's effort, and steps closer, giving him a strong pat on the chest. He comments with wide-eyed admiration that Ye Tian feels solid as a rock and eagerly asks if he has already become an apprentice. Ye Tian gives a confident little nod, confirming that he has. Leaning in, Zhang Bao lowers his voice and asks slyly if Ye Tian wants to make his strength grow faster. Curious, Ye Tian asks if Zhang Bao really knows a way. With a smug smile, Zhang Bao tilts his head and asks if Ye Tian has ever drunk a fierce beast's blood before. Startled, Ye Tian shakes his head quickly, admitting nervously that he hasn't. Zhang Bao puffs out his chest proudly, bragging that he himself has done it and that it made him stronger much faster. Looking disappointed, he scolds Ye Tian lightly, saying it's a shame to waste such an opportunity from the heavens. Seeing Ye Tian's growing interest, Zhang Bao grins and says he knows how to get fiercer beast blood, asking if Ye Tian wants to try it. Ye Tian's eyes light up with excitement, and he urges him to explain. Zhang Bao tells him that the authorities are holding official trials and that the grand prize is a shining goblet filled with the blood of a fierce beast. Ye Tian's expression turns thoughtful, and he asks what level the trial area is. Zhang Bao immediately reassures him that it's a low-level zone where almost all the beasts have already been wiped out, leaving only one descendant behind, a savage beast. Ye Tian narrows his eyes and murmurs that it doesn't sound bad, deciding that it might be worth the risk. Zhang Bao claps him on the shoulder and laughs, saying they should team up and take down the beast together. For a moment, Ye Tian hesitates, uncertainty flickering across his face. Zhang Bao notices and grows defensive, asking why he looks so unsure and reminding him that he only shared this secret because they're close friends. Ye Tian gives a polite, reassuring smile and gently refuses, saying sorry and promising that next time, he'll definitely join him. Zhang Bao's smile fades, hurt flashing in his eyes. Turning his back, he mutters sadly that he thought they were real friends and never imagined Ye Tian could be so cold. As he storms away into the fog, Ye Tian calls out to him, insisting that even if they don't fight together, they're still friends and begging him to stop. But his voice fades into the mist as Zhang Bao disappears, and then a low, distant boom echoes through the quiet forest, breaking the silence. A month later, inside the 5th Academy, angry shouting fills the hallway from behind a closed office door. A man's furious voice bellows that no one should try to sign up without an official trial notice and demands to know who dared to leak the information. His rage is clear, his words echoing through the corridor. Inside the room, a strict-looking instructor sits behind his desk, glaring coldly at Ye Tian, who stands tall before him. Unflinching, Ye Tian states firmly that he is now a warrior and therefore has every right to register for the trial. The instructor's lips curl into a mocking smirk and he laughs harshly before slamming a piece of paper onto the floor at Ye Tian's feet. With a sneer, he mutters that he had planned to let them live a little longer but didn't realize they were so eager to die. Ye Tian's expression doesn't change. Calmly, he bends down to pick up the paper, but when his eyes move over the title, they widen slightly. It's a life and death contract. The instructor confirms this with a cold, casual tone, explaining that if Ye Tian truly wants to participate in the trial, he must sign it. Taking a slow sip from his cup, the man's irritation deepens until his patience finally snaps. Slamming the cup down, he shouts in anger, ordering Ye Tian to get out if he's too scared of dying and stop wasting his time. Ye Tian says nothing. He turns silently and walks out of the office, his steps steady, his resolve clear. A short while later, the instructor looks up from his desk at the sudden sound of a paper hitting it with a solid thud. He blinks in disbelief, realizing that Ye Tian has returned. The signed contract lies before him. Picking it up, he stares at the signature and scoffs, muttering that the boy must be out of his mind. Looking out the window at the distant city skyline, the instructor shakes his head and laughs bitterly, saying to himself that this trial wasn't meant for poor reckless brats like him. In his eyes, Ye Tian is just another fool rushing toward death. Meanwhile, back at their small apartment, morning light spills through the window as Ye Tian's sister wakes up. She sits up slowly, yawning and rubbing her eyes before swinging her legs over the edge of the bed, her bare feet touching the cool floor. Still half asleep, she stretches and walks into the living room, calling out to her brother, expecting him to still be in bed. But the apartment is quiet, too quiet. Her eyes sweep the room and widen in surprise when she spots the dining table, a full breakfast waiting neatly on the table. She gasps in pleasant shock, smiling brightly as she exclaims that it's a miracle to see her brother cook for once. Her smile fades when she notices a small folded note placed beside the plates. Picking it up, she reads the short message saying there's an academy event and that he'll be back after 3 days. The simple words don't make her feel any better, and worry fills her face as she holds the yellow paper tightly in her hands. Far away, in a ruined city that looks long forgotten, a black crow with glowing red eyes circles above the wreckage, watching everything below. The wind howls through the broken skyscrapers and empty streets, carrying the sound of rattling metal and swirling dust. The place feels eerie and lifeless, the perfect setting for the dangerous trial about to start. In the middle of the ruins, groups of students in matching uniforms stand together, their figures small against the huge, destroyed landscape. These are the chosen participants brought here to face the trial. A torn banner with the name 5th Academy flaps in the wind, its edges shredded. One student looks around, amazed by how many people are there, whispering that the crowd is massive. Ye Tian stands nearby next to his cheerful friend, a strong guy carrying a giant axe on his shoulder. The friend grins as he scans the area, pointing out that students from all 5 academies have shown up. Not too far away, a smug voice cuts through the noise. A student from another academy looks Ye Tian's way with a mocking smirk, asking why a trash academy like theirs even bothered to come. His tone drips with arrogance, and standing beside him is a tall, muscular man with blonde hair who stays silent but just as proud. Leaning close to his master, he mutters that this trial isn't just about killing beasts, it's also a chance to take down other participants, meaning weaker opponents will be easy targets. The arrogant student laughs darkly, clearly amused by the idea. In another corner, whispers spread through another group of students. Someone excitedly points and says that's Mo Xiaobei, the young prodigy from the Mo family, and the others murmur with admiration. Hearing this, Ye Tian glances over, understanding. Immediately where that arrogance comes from, of course. Anyone from the Mo family would act that way. Suddenly, a loud commotion breaks out as a rugged warrior walks straight toward the 1st Academy's camp. A guard yells for him to stop, but the newcomer just grins, his body glowing with a fierce blue aura. He flashes sharp fangs in a teasing smile and locks eyes with Mo Xiaobei, taunting him in a low, challenging voice, reminding him of his past defeat. Mo Xiaobei's face tightens with anger as his own energy flares up. Among the broken ruins, Ye Tian stands quietly, his striking red eyes watching the growing crowd. The air hums with tension until someone from a nearby group breaks the silence, asking curiously who the person in front is. A muscular student carrying a huge halberd replies that it's Li Yunxing, the knife genius from the Second Academy who once lost to Mo Xiaobei. Not far away, a stern instructor dressed neatly in a suit scoffs loudly and spits on the ground, muttering with disdain that Li Yunxing is just another arrogant fool. His harsh voice booms through the ruins as he repeats the word ignorant, looking down on all the gathered students. Ye Tian stays silent, but his expression tightens. Anger flickers in his eyes as he thinks bitterly that the real ignorant one is the instructor himself. He's sick of these proud teachers who underestimate everyone else. From the crowd, a younger student cheers for Li Yunxing, making the knife-wielding warrior blush in embarrassment. Suddenly, a crackling sound fills the air as the speakers come to life. A voice from a loudspeaker tower echoes across the plaza, announcing that fighting outside the wilderness area is forbidden and that anyone who breaks the rule will be disqualified from the trial. The warning hits the crowd like a wave. Hearing it, Li Yunxing stops his advance, his face twisting in frustration. He spits on the ground and glares at his opponent, his tone sharp and venomous as he growls that his rival should count himself lucky for now. Sliding his knife back into its sheath with a metallic ring, he promises coldly that once they're inside the wilderness, he'll make sure to beat him down. His voice drips with fury, and though he steps back, the rage burning in his eyes doesn't fade. Mo Xiaobei, the proud genius of the Mo family, doesn't even flinch. A smug grin spreads across his face as he mocks his rival, saying with icy amusement that all he's doing is barking. His tone is calm but full of arrogance, his confidence clear to everyone watching. With the confrontation paused, Li Yunxing turns toward the crowd and spots the person who cheered earlier. He strides over and calls out, asking for the student's name. Ye Tian meets his gaze with a cool smirk and answers that he's Ye Tian from the Fifth Academy. Li Yunxing's stern face softens a little as he nods approvingly, saying that it's a strong name, one that means the one who hides the sun and defies the sky. A glint of respect appears in his eyes as he reaches out a hand, suggesting they work together during the trial to surpass Mo Xiaobei. But Ye Tian only looks down, smiling slightly without saying a word. He doesn't move to shake the offered hand, letting the silence linger. Li Yunxing's face shifts from surprise to confusion, then to reluctant admiration as he realizes Ye Tian's quiet refusal isn't rudeness, but confidence. With a faint smile, he wishes Ye Tian good luck and tells him to survive. This time, Ye Tian finally takes his hand, and the two share a firm handshake, a wordless understanding between rivals bound for the same deadly path. A moment later, the loudspeaker crackles again, announcing that the trial is about to begin and that the First Academy will enter first. Without wasting a second, the elite students in red uniforms leap off the high platform one after another, their bodies dropping into the wild terrain below like a wave of falling stars, each eager to prove their strength in the deadly trial. With explosive speed, Mo Xiaobei and another top contender burst through the giant gates first, leading the charge into the unknown. Their movements are blurs of motion, dust swirling in their wake as they disappear beyond sight. A fierce grin stretches across Mo Xiaobei's face, his eyes glowing with excitement for the battles to come. Nearby, the halberd-carrying student laughs excitedly, shouting that the trial has officially begun. He turns to Ye Tian with a wide smile, saying he's off to meet up with his team and wishing him luck, calling over his shoulder for him to stay safe before running off into the distance. Another student nearby remarks on the strict entry order, pointing out that their academy is last to go in. Stretching lazily, Li Yunxing smirks and comments on how unfair the system is, saying that's just how harsh the world can be. He then gives Ye Tian a final nod and a small wave before heading off, leaving Ye Tian standing alone at the edge of the ruins. For a few quiet moments, Ye Tian stays still, watching the others vanish into the wilderness. Once he's sure no one is watching, he takes off at incredible speed, sprinting away from the official entrance and diving straight into the dense forest. His expression calm but full of focus. He lands hard in a hidden clearing and mutters to himself that this place will work perfectly. Dropping his backpack and bow to the ground, he straightens up, eyes sharp with quiet determination. Suddenly, a glowing translucent screen appears in front of him, showing a simple yes or no choice. Without hesitation, he makes his decision. Crimson energy swirls around his body, growing stronger with every second. His glowing eyes fix on the floating prompt as his body starts to shake violently. Pain floods through him, his hand trembling as the sound of bones cracking fills the air. Gritting his teeth, Yetian falls to his knees, sweat dripping down his face as he gasps that he has to keep going. The agony builds until a beam of red light explodes upward from the clearing, splitting the clouds above. When it fades, Yetian slowly rises, a new powerful aura surrounding him. His eyes now blaze a vivid purple, glowing with intensity. Drawing his new blade, he steadies himself, ready to test his strength. With a smooth motion, he swings the sword, the air ringing with a sharp metallic sound as the blade cuts through in a blur of silver. A deep crack echoes as a massive tree collapses, sliced cleanly in half by a single effortless strike. A glowing status window appears in front of him, confirming his success. His knife talent is now medium level. Yetian smirks faintly, his body wrapped in shadows, eyes burning with purpose as he prepares for what's next. His transformation complete, he's finally ready for the hunt. Back at the main gate, the announcer's booming voice declares that it's time for the 5th Academy to enter, and a line of students, including Yetian's cheerful friend, steps forward, determination gleaming in their eyes. In the middle of a foggy, broken city, one lone figure walks quietly through the empty streets. The mist hangs thick in the air, wrapping around the ruins of crumbling buildings. Overhead, a few black crows circle slowly, their caws echoing through the silence, the only signs of life in the dead city. Carrying a heavy backpack and wearing a calm but determined look, Yetian steps over the rubble and shattered glass, his footsteps the only sound that disturbs the still air. Suddenly, a low hiss cuts through the quiet, and a massive serpent-like beast slithers into view, its scaly body weaving between the ruins like a living shadow. High above the ground, gripping tightly onto the creature's rough scales, Yetian holds on as the monster coils and twists through the broken skyline. The wind rushes past his face, tearing at his clothes, but he doesn't flinch. His red eyes burn with sharp focus as he locks onto the serpent's snarling head. There's no trace of fear in his expression, only cold, precise determination. Then, without hesitation, he pushes off the monster's back, launching himself into open air. He plummets toward the ground in a smooth, controlled dive, his weapon flashing in his grip. Mid-fall, Yetian spins, his figure outlined like a dark shadow against the pale, clouded sky and the skeletal remains of ruined towers. With a furious roar, the serpent dives after him, its jaws stretched wide, ready to swallow him whole. For a moment, it looks like Yetian is the one being hunted, but this is exactly what he planned. In an instant, he swings his blade in a fast, perfect arc. The steel slices clean through the beast's thick tail, sending a burst of purple blood spraying through the air. The severed tail hits the ground with a heavy crash, shaking the broken street below. The serpent writhes and howls in agony as Yetian lands softly nearby, his red eyes cold and steady. Standing over the wounded creature, he drives his blade deep into its skull and pulls out a glowing orb from its head. Holding it up, he mutters that it's 1 point for him, though his tone carries a hint of disappointment. He stores the orb away and shakes his head, thinking that savage beasts are weaker than he expected. His gaze turns distant as he wonders how many points he'll need to take first place in the trial. After a moment, he adjusts his bag and exhales slowly, saying to himself that there's still a long road ahead and many beasts left to hunt. With a strong jump, he propels himself upward, bounding lightly across the cracked rooftops. The ruins blur beneath him as he moves with speed and precision, scanning for his next prey. Suddenly, he freezes mid-stride, sensing something strange. Landing on a ledge, Yetian's eyes narrow. A second later, a faint, trembling voice rises from the shadows below, pleading weakly and warning him not to come any closer. Yetian looks down from the ledge and spots a terrified man surrounded by the bloody bodies of demonic wolves, with even more of the beast closing in from every side. The man glances up, his eyes wide with fear and sudden recognition as he gasps, realizing who Yetian is. Ye Tian meets his gaze, his expression calm and cold, giving away nothing. The larger man trembles uncontrollably, sweat dripping down his face as his hands tighten around the handle of a massive axe. The snarling pack circles closer, their glowing red eyes gleaming in the mist, sharp fangs bared and ready to strike. The man whimpers weakly, saying he doesn't want to die and complaining through his tears that he hasn't even had the chance to get married yet. His panic breaks through all reason, and with a desperate scream, he throws his axe aside and bolts in fear. One of the wolves lunges toward his back with lightning speed, claws outstretched and jaws open wide. But at that exact moment, Ye Tian moves. He flips gracefully through the air, drawing his bow in a single smooth motion. The bowstring pulls tight, and with flawless precision, he releases the arrow. It whistles through the air like a streak of light and pierces the lunging wolf straight through its glowing eye. The beast is dead before it even touches the ground. The man stops mid-run, turning slowly in disbelief as he stares at the fallen creature. His mouth hangs open, unable to process the impossible shot that just saved his life. Ye Tian lands softly, his red eyes glinting as a small smirk forms on his lips. Looking at the trembling man, he calmly asks if he can have all the points for this hunt. The man freezes, finally realizing who stands before him, his voice shaking as he stammers Ye Tian's name. Fear flashes in his eyes again, but this time it's mixed with concern as he cries out for Ye Tian to escape, warning that he can't handle the tooth wolves. But Ye Tian only chuckles quietly, completely unbothered, as a fierce red glow begins to rise from his body. The air crackles with power, the aura around him burning like a storm about to break loose. The wolves howl in unison and charge all at once, their growls echoing through the ruins. Ye Tian doesn't move. Instead, he raises his arms wide and releases a surge of blue and purple energy that bursts outward, shaking the ground beneath him. The energy wraps around his body like lightning, flickering across his skin. Gripping his sword, Ye Tian draws it free, and the blade bursts into radiant light, surrounded by swirling blue flames. With one steady breath, he swings the sword in a wide arc, the air itself vibrating from the force. The power of the attack hums through the ruins as he prepares to cut through the entire pack in one strike. From a distance, the other man can only watch, his fear slowly melting into awe as the ground cracks and lightning flashes all around Ye Tian. Eyes wide, he whispers in disbelief before shouting aloud, marveling that Ye Tian is unbelievably strong. With a sharp metallic sound, Ye Tian pulls his blade free from the jaws of the slain wolf beast. Blood drips from the steel as he calmly reaches down and plucks one of the creature's long fangs from its mouth. Standing on top of the huge carcass, he glances over at the shocked man nearby and casually asks if he minds him taking the wolf's teeth. The man, too shaken to argue, stammers nervously that they're all his to take. Ye Tian gives a small nod, tosses the tooth aside without interest, and turns to leave the ruined battlefield. The other survivor watches in confusion and calls out, asking if Ye Tian is really planning to keep going in that condition. Ye Tian doesn't look back. He adjusts the straps of his backpack and with a calm but distant voice, says he's giving up. Without another word, he walks away, his steps echoing faintly in the silence of the empty ruins. Behind him, the man exhales heavily and sinks to the ground, exhausted. He mutters that this trial has been far too dangerous and that he's just happy to still be alive. His eyes drift toward his fallen teammates lying motionless among the rubble, and he whispers that they're all badly hurt. Deciding he needs to focus on getting them out, he tells himself that surviving is good enough this time. Ye Tian stops in his tracks for a moment, taking a slow, steady breath. His eyes narrow with determination as he realizes there's only one real choice left to keep moving forward. The injured man starts limping away but pauses to shout a warning over his shoulder, telling Ye Tian to be careful because there's a fake fierce beast deep in the wilderness. The words instantly grab Ye Tian's attention. He repeats them quietly to himself, intrigued by what he's just heard. The man continues grimacing as he explains that some students from the First Academy were teaming up to fight a massive striped snake, more than 10 meters long, and that it's worth 500 points. The number makes Ye Tian's eyes widen slightly. He repeats it under his breath, his expression changing as excitement sparks in his gaze. A dangerous grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing faintly red. In the next instant, Ye Tian appears right in front of the man, grabs him by the collar and demands to know which direction the beast is in. A burst of bright pink energy flares around him as he shoots forward, leaving behind a glowing trail through the broken city. The man watches him vanish into the distance, his mouth hanging open in disbelief before shouting after him in panic, warning Ye Tian once more to be careful. Ye Tian turns into a streak of motion, a blur of violet light slicing through the ruins of the broken city. He moves so fast that his feet barely brush the cracked pavement before he vanishes again, leaving only faint ripples of energy behind. The destroyed buildings rush past him like shadows as his immense power propels him forward. He lands hard in another part of the city, the force of impact cracking the ground beneath him as his glowing aura fades away. In front of him lies a grim sight, the lifeless body of a warrior wearing a red uniform, a dark pool of blood spreading slowly across the broken asphalt. Ye Tian's red eyes narrow as he crouches slightly, his gaze fixed on the crimson fabric that marks the fallen fighter as someone from an academy. The air is thick with tension, the silence around him broken only by the distant echo of chaos. Suddenly the sky erupts with a brilliant flash of light followed by a deafening explosion. Ye Tian's head snaps up instantly, his focus sharpening as he realizes a battle is raging somewhere nearby. Without hesitation, he pushes off the ground and shoots upward, his body arcing gracefully through the smoky air. The wind howls around him as he lands lightly on top of a half-collapsed skyscraper, crouching low near the edge. From his vantage point, he looks down at the battlefield below. A scene of complete destruction. A monstrous serpent with a demonic upper body thrashes violently in the middle of the chaos, its scales glinting under the flashes of fire and energy. The creature's roar echoes through the ruins as several warriors surround it, their glowing weapons striking at its enormous form like sparks against steel. Explosions tear through the streets, fire and smoke swirling in all directions. Among the chaos, a man's voice rings out clearly, commanding his comrades to attack. His tone burns with determination as he shouts that they must bring down the beast no matter what. Fueled by his words, the academy students rush in together, attacking from every direction with their blades and powers. At the center of it all, Mo Xiaobei charges ahead with fierce confidence, shouting that the 500 points belong to him alone. His sword clashes against the creature's thick scales with a harsh metallic screech, sparks flying as he forces the attack. Someone from below yells that the fake fierce beast is running out of energy and now is the perfect time to finish it off. But before they can strike again, the monstrous serpent turns its enormous head toward them, its crimson eyes flaring with pure rage, and the air trembles as its unholy roar fills the battlefield. In the middle of a destroyed, empty city, a warrior dressed in detailed armor stands his ground against a swarm of horrifying monsters. The ruined streets echo with the sounds of battle and chaos. Not far away, another fighter, Mo Xiaobei, leaps high into the air, his sword glowing bright red with energy as he dives toward a giant shadowy beast below. The impact is explosive, his blade piercing deep into the creature's skull, and a burst of purple energy ripples out as the monster collapses with a thunderous crash. Landing on top of the fallen beast, Mo Xiaobei throws his head back and laughs wildly, a manic grin spreading across his face as he basks in his apparent victory. For a brief moment it looks as though the battle is over, but then, without warning, the massive tail of the beast whips through the air, striking him with terrifying speed. The blow hits him squarely, sending him flying backward. His scream of pain echoes across the ruins as his body crashes into the ground, causing a huge explosion that shakes what's left of the city. When the dust finally clears, Mo Xiaobei staggers to his feet, his face smeared with dirt and his breathing heavy. Yet instead of fear or pain, his expression twists into excitement. Laughing greedily, he shouts that the 500 points are his, fully convinced that he's won. From a distant hidden spot, someone watches the fight silently, wondering aloud if the creature is really dead. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Ye Tian slams his fist into the cracked earth, his red eyes glowing with fury. He realizes with frustration that he's missed his chance to take the prize for himself. Back at the battlefield, Mo Xiaobei strolls proudly through the rubble, smirking as his followers rush over, bowing deeply and congratulating him for his so-called victory. Their admiration fuels his arrogance, and he throws back his head with a loud, self-satisfied laugh. His voice rises, booming with pride as he declares that first place in the trial belongs to him alone. But before his words can fade, the ground trembles with a monstrous roar. Behind him, the creature he thought he'd killed begins to rise, its body glowing with a violent purple aura. Its eyes blaze an eerie white as it fixes its furious gaze on Mo Xiaobei. The beast's power surges, the air crackling with energy, and with one furious blast, it releases a shockwave that sends Mo Xiaobei and his men flying. Terror replaces his pride as he screams in disbelief that it isn't dead, his earlier triumph vanishing in an instant as he's hurled helplessly through the air. Mo Xiaobei's men are thrown across the ruined streets like rag dolls, their weapons clattering against the debris. As Mo Xiaobei crashes through the air, one of his terrified subordinates lets out a scream, realizing with horror that the creature they've been fighting isn't some imitation, but a real fierce beast. The color drains from Mo Xiaobei's face as his pride and arrogance crumble into raw panic. One of his men shouts, asking if they should still fight it, but greed flickers brighter than fear in their leader's eyes. Mo Xiaobei yells back furiously that of course they will, shouting that the beast is worth 1,000 points. His followers stare at him in disbelief, stunned by the number, but his authority leaves no room for argument. Barking commands, Mo Xiaobei orders them to move fast before someone else steals their reward. Driven by desperation and greed, the group regathers and charges once again into the fight, their battle cries echoing through the shattered streets. Watching from the top of a crumbling rooftop, Ye Tian takes in the scene below, his sharp eyes analyzing every movement. He quickly realizes the terrifying truth. This creature isn't a fake, but a real fierce beast radiating immense power. A faint smirk plays on his lips as a dark purple aura begins to swirl around his body. Looking down at the group charging recklessly forward, he mutters quietly that they aren't faster than him. In an instant, Ye Tian thrusts his hands downward, releasing a powerful surge of energy. A massive pillar of blinding violet light erupts from the cracked earth, blasting through the street below with deafening force. The explosion rips apart the ground, sending chunks of rubble flying as the beam cuts straight across Mo Xiaobei's path. A thick trail of purple smoke and shattered concrete lingers in the aftermath, a clear warning for anyone foolish enough to challenge him. As the dust slowly settles, Ye Tian leaps down from his perch, landing softly in the middle of the destruction. Wisps of purple energy curl around his boots as he surveys the wreckage with calm satisfaction. Glancing around, he notes with relief that no one from the first academy has arrived yet. Crouching down, he brushes his fingers across the strange purple residue left behind by the beast, studying it with focused curiosity. After a long moment of silence, he straightens up, his red eyes narrowing. A cold breeze whips through the ruins, stirring the swirling energy around him as he turns his gaze toward a massive, decaying building nearby. Ye Tian's lips curl into a dangerous grin as he steps forward, his crimson eyes glowing brighter. The beast is inside, and the real hunt is about to begin. In the ruins of a destroyed shopping mall, piles of rubble lie beneath an eerie purple glow. Ye Tian walks carefully through the wreckage, every sense sharpened and alert. A drop of sweat runs down his temple as his eyes widen. He realizes he is not alone. From the steel beams above, a dark sticky liquid begins to drip and merge together in midair. The substance shifts and twists until it forms a long, shadowy, snake-like shape hanging from the ceiling. A thick tension fills the air as the hidden creature prepares to attack. The shadow's tip sharpens into a deadly point and suddenly shoots downward. Beneath it, a massive mouth lined with sharp, glistening teeth opens wide, revealing a glowing purple tentacle stretching out, ready to trap its prey. Ye Tian doesn't move an inch. His red eyes fix on the darkness above him, filled with cold resolve. In one smooth, practiced motion, he draws his long sword, the steel catching the dim light as he gets ready to face whatever comes. One thought flashes through his mind: he'll figure it all out after earning the 1,000 points. Gripping his sword tightly with both hands, he channels his energy through the weapon. The blade hums and crackles with power as it starts to glow with electric energy. The moment he strikes, the entire ground erupts, rubble flying as his sword slams into the target. The force is so strong that Ye Tian is blasted backward through the air, spinning as his coat flutters around him. He crashes hard but quickly steadies himself, watching as the real form of his enemy finally appears. It's a massive horned demon with glowing red eyes and a terrifying grin stretching across its purple face. The creature moves incredibly fast, almost too quick for the eye to follow, leaving trails of motion in the air. Ye Tian's eyes widen in shock as he realizes its unbelievable speed. The demon's enormous fists slam into the floor, sending a shockwave that hurls Ye Tian across the ground. His sword flies from his hand, clattering away, while his body slides helplessly through the debris. Gritting his teeth, Ye Tian flips mid-air, regaining balance as a bright blue aura bursts to life around him. He charges forward, releasing a powerful counterstrike that smashes straight into the demon's face. The monster howls in pain, its head snapping back violently. Spinning metal discs, like chained wheel blades, fly through the air toward the staggering demon. Seizing the moment, Ye Tian dives, grabs his falling sword mid-motion and re-enters the battle without hesitation. The towering demon roars, its vast shadow spreading across the shattered battlefield, threatening to swallow everything in sight. Ye Tian struggles to stay on his feet, his arms shaking violently as he tries to push back against the monster's crushing power. Letting out a furious roar, he channels every bit of energy left in his body, refusing to give in. But the creature's strength is far too great, and in the next moment he's thrown through the air again, his body crashing hard into the shattered ground below. Dust and smoke rise in thick waves as he lands among the rubble, the purple haze of destruction swirling around him. Across the battlefield, the enormous beast's shadow slithers across the broken floor like a living storm, dominating everything in sight. Still, Ye Tian plants his feet and straightens up with a defiant grin spreading across his face. He thinks to himself how he really is strong. He is impressed but also relieved that he wasn't the first one to fight it. If others hadn't weakened it before, he knows he wouldn't have survived this far. Then something catches his attention, a faint glimmer, a strange crystal-like object lying among the debris. His eyes lock on it instantly. It's glowing faintly, and he can tell it's not something ordinary. Spiritual attribute, he mutters to himself, realizing it's worth something valuable. Without hesitation, he decides to go for it. He doesn't care who the beast originally belonged to. A prize like this is too precious to ignore. By the time he moves closer, the massive purple demon lies motionless, its colossal body finally defeated. Ye Tian climbs up onto its head, his boots crunching against its rough, scaled skin, and lifts the shimmering treasure he came for, the beast's huge blood-red eyeball. Holding it up to the dim light, he grins wide, recognizing exactly what it is, a fierce beast's eye worth a full 1,000 points. But he's not done yet. He kneels beside the fallen creature and starts collecting its other valuable remains. Knowing how rare and powerful a fierce beast's heartblood is, Ye Tian slices open the enormous chest cavity, his blade glinting as he works. Carefully, he collects the glowing green liquid that pours out, watching it swirl with life as it fills his vial. The sound of it bubbling quietly almost feels alive. Once his work is done, Ye Tian steps away from the mountain of corpses, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He looks at the vials, pleased at how much he's managed to gather, and stores them safely away. As he tightens his grip on his sword, a surge of power rushes through him, making the blade shine with a bright white glow that cuts through the darkened hall. He's ready for whatever challenge comes next. But just as he turns to leave, a group of hunters arrives, stopping dead in their tracks. Horror spreads across their faces as they see the destroyed demon. One of them yells that the fierce beast's eye is missing, while another screams that the heart's blood has already been drained. Their leader's eyes flare with rage as he realizes the truth. His voice trembles with fury as he roars that whoever dared steal his 1,000 points will pay with their life. In a world overrun by monstrous beasts, a lone warrior clad in ornate armor stands as humanity's shield, his battle unending. In the present, under a rain-streaked sky, a solitary figure stands atop a ruined building watching the desolate city below. Hunched against the downpour, Ye Tian keeps a low profile, his red-rimmed eyes scanning the street. Below, a group of hunters patrols the rubble. One of them tells his master that the guy who stole his points is probably hiding. A hulking man in a suit stands at the center of the group, flanked by his subordinates. After considering what to do next, he gives a ruthless command to raid anyone they see, determined to find the thief. His men survey the ruins, ready to begin their hunt. The leader's face twists with rage as he vows they will not let this go so easily, and his followers respond in unison with their understanding. From his perch above, Ye Tian watches them, his expression hardening as he clutches his coat, his decision made. A crackle of violet energy begins to surround him, the raw power surging through his body as lightning arcs across the rooftop and his eyes glow with otherworldly intensity. He is no longer hiding, he is preparing to act. With a powerful surge, he launches himself from the building, a comet of purple lightning streaking through the rain-soaked air. He soars between the skeletal remains of skyscrapers, leaving a trail of energy in his wake as he moves swiftly through the dead city. Flying over vast fields of debris, he comes to a halt high above the destruction. He knows he cannot stay hidden forever. Time is running out, and he has to make his move. He thinks about the impending deadline when the points will be settled 3 days from now and mutters that this place is not very visible. He descends into a ruined structure, the area seemingly empty and offering a temporary refuge from his pursuers. His heavy backpack hits the concrete floor with a thud. Sitting amongst the wreckage, Ye Tian pulls out an ornate vial containing a glowing green liquid and wonders how much this fierce beast can help him improve before tipping the potion into his mouth. The potion's taste is so vile it brings tears to his eyes, and he complains that it should not taste that bad even if he is dreaming. But his resolve quickly returns as he tells himself that whatever it takes, he will do it, to protect his sister and to become stronger, and he curses as he steels himself, chugging the rest of the foul-tasting elixir while grimacing. Far away, in what seems like another world, a young schoolgirl lets out a sudden, powerful sneeze. She rubs her nose, wondering who might be thinking of her. Sitting alone in an empty classroom, she gazes out the window at the rain, her thoughts drifting to her sibling, softly whispering with deep concern as she hopes her brother is all right. Back in the ruins, Ye Tian roars as the potion takes hold. A vortex of bright green energy swirls around him, coursing through his body with immense power. 3 days later, at a makeshift exchange post, survivors present their hauls, bags filled with potions and beast hearts. A crowd of weary participants gathers to have their points tallied. An official announces the low scores, calling out that Zheng He has 10 points, Bao Lei has 23 points, and Zhui Hai has 0 points. A cocky warrior then steps forward, dropping his bag and asking the official to count his with a smug grin. Li Yunxing watches as the official unzips his bag, revealing a gleaming cache of monster cores. Her eyes go wide with surprise as she declares the impressive total of 195 points for Li Yunxing. While the crowd reacts with awe, a condescending voice cuts in, dismissing the excitement over a mere 195 points. A sinister-looking man named Mo Xiaobei and his entourage stride forward, their presence casting a shadow over the gathering. Mo Xiaobei taunts his rival, asking if that is all and if Li Yunxing really thinks he is qualified to challenge him with so few points. Li Yunxing seethes, recognizing the arrogant bully. Another voice then calls out to count his points. It is Mo Xiaobei again, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he presents his own bag. He pours its contents onto the table, revealing a massive collection of valuable monster parts that dwarfs Li Yunxing's haul, leaving the official speechless. The official announces the shocking number of 427 points. The crowd gasps, stunned by the huge score. An enraged Li Yunxing accuses him of robbing others, but Mo Xiaobei simply laughs and says he robbed them with his own abilities, questioning what the problem is. Li Yunxing can only clench his fists in helpless rage. Xiaobei's followers immediately begin to flatter him, congratulating him and predicting he will be in first place. But Mo Xiaobei scowls, unsatisfied, saying that first place should have more than 1,000 points. His bold claim sends a ripple of disbelief through the crowd as they whisper among themselves, wondering how 1,000 points could even be possible. The head administrator asks his assistant if all the students who are still alive have come out already. The purple-haired official smiles smugly and replies that if that is the case, first place belongs to Mo Xiaobei. The administrator nods, ready to make it official. Just then, the sound of a single footstep echoes as a lone silhouette appears in the distance, walking calmly toward them through the desolate street. The sudden arrival shocks everyone, and the administrator turns his head in disbelief. A gentle swoosh of air is the only sound as the mysterious figure continues his approach. Steam rises from his boots as he walks with an unwavering and confident stride, his purpose clear as he nears the point exchange. Glowing red orbs glisten in the dim light, presented as proof of victory. A woman with striking purple hair stares at them, her face tightening in recognition as she identifies the objects for what they are, the eyeballs of a fierce beast. Ye Tian stands calmly before the panel of judges, his expression steady and unreadable, a single red eye shining faintly with power. He confirms in an even voice that the orbs truly came from a fierce beast and asks what his final score is. His tone carries no excitement, just quiet authority demanding an answer. A powerful voice echoes across the shattered city, announcing that Ye Tian's total points are 1,163, earning him first place in the entire trial. The announcer continues, declaring that his prize includes 3 vials of fierce beast blood and a reward of 100,000 yuan in cash. As light rain begins to fall, an official steps forward to personally congratulate him. In the distance, students from the 5th Academy burst into cheers, their shouts of victory echoing through the ruins. A large student with his face wrapped in bandages jumps up, pumping his fist and proudly shouting Ye Tian's name. But not everyone shares their joy. From another academy, a rival watches the scene in disbelief, his jaw tightening in rage. He spits on the ground, snarling that the thief has finally shown himself, and to think it's just some worthless student from the 5th Academy. His fury boils over as he orders his men to dig up every detail about Ye Tian, determined to find out who dared humiliate him. Around the plaza, whispers spread among the crowd, some full of admiration, others wary and uncertain. One student cheers that Ye Tian truly earned his win, finally bringing glory to their struggling academy. A girl, noticing her teacher's grim face, asks why he looks so worried instead of proud. The teacher frowns deeply, explaining that crossing the powerful Mo family could be dangerous and that Ye Tian might pay dearly for it. The warning casts a shadow over the victory. On the main display, the rankings flicker to life, showing Ye Tian in first place, far above Mo Xiaobei who trails behind him. Cameras flash as Ye Tian steps onto the winner's stage, a garland placed around his neck. He stands still, his face unreadable under the lights, accepting his triumph without a word. In the crowd, both Mo Xiaobei and his long-haired ally watch closely, identical sinister smiles creeping across their faces. The announcer's voice rings out again, marking the end of the trial and inviting everyone to celebrate the top 3 students. The applause grows, but tension simmers beneath it. Mo Xiaobei steps forward, his sharp voice cutting through the noise as he accuses Ye Tian of daring to mess with what belongs to him. The two face off on the bridge with the ruined city as their backdrop, their rivalry clear in their eyes. Ye Tian smirks, his red eyes glinting as he reminds Mo of his own earlier words. Mo's grin widens, his tone mocking as he pretends not to remember and innocently asks what he supposedly said. Before the moment can escalate, a woman steps in, defending Ye Tian firmly, saying he earned his victory through skill alone and asking what exactly the problem is. Mo Xiaobei laughs mockingly, his face twisting with arrogance as he challenges Ye Tian to see which of them is stronger. Ye Tian doesn't flinch. His voice stays calm and steady as he steps forward, saying they can settle it through a match. Instantly, a red aura flares around Ye Tian while a blue one bursts from Mo Xiaobei, the air between them buzzing with heavy pressure. Mo Xiaobei's eyes glint with interest at Ye Tian's boldness, a sharp grin curling across his lips. Ye Tian meets his gaze without fear, his own power swirling stronger as he prepares for the inevitable fight. Later, as dusk falls over the ruined city, Ye Tian returns home. The door clicks open and he steps inside quickly, calling out that he's back. His sister Ye Yu's happy voice answers and she runs to him, throwing her arms around him in relief. Then she pulls back, pouting that he came home so late and scolding him playfully. Her expression changes to alarm when she notices his messy clothes, asking frantically if he's hurt. Ye Tian gives a tired smile and gently reassures her that he's fine before swinging his heavy backpack off his shoulder and telling her he brought a present. The distraction works. Ye Yu's eyes light up with excitement and she eagerly asks what it is. Ye Tian empties the bag, revealing stacks of cash and sparkling treasures. Ye Yu gasps, amazed at the sight, exclaiming how much money there is. She teases that now he can finally get married, but Ye Tian laughs softly, saying the money is for living expenses instead. She cheers, joking that they can finally eat meat every day. Spotting a glowing vial of fierce beast blood, she picks it up curiously, shaking it as she asks what it's for. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Ye Tian admits he doesn't know yet. That's why he bought an old illustrated book about treasures. Excited, Ye Yu leans over his shoulder to look as he opens the thick, worn pages. His red eyes scan quickly until he finds the matching picture. A crystal-like substance called liquid of the Earth's core, said to enhance cultivation talent. As he reads, Ye Tian feels a strange energy pulsing through him, and a vision of a winged creature flashes in his mind. Without hesitation, he slides the bottle toward his sister and tells her firmly that it can make her stronger. Ye Yu stares in shock, unsure what to say, but Ye Tian's expression turns serious. Looking down, he mutters that he doesn't need it anymore. When he looks up again, his eyes blaze with determination, a wild grin spreading across his face as he insists she drink it. Ye Yu freezes, sweat forming on her forehead, stammering in disbelief as she struggles to understand her brother's sudden, fierce demand. In the quiet dusk of the city, a difficult question hangs in the air. Ye Tian's sister wonders if she should drink the precious awakening potion, thinking that since she hasn't awakened yet, it might simply go to waste. Inside their apartment, she sits holding the bottle of glowing green liquid, her expression one of doubt and surprise. She and her brother Ye Tian sit in silence, the valuable potion representing a choice that could change their lives forever. As Ye Tian ponders their situation, his sister has a sudden, brilliant idea and claps her hands together excitedly, suggesting to her brother that they can sell it and make a lot of money by selling something so powerful. Ye Tian's mind races as he recalls that the Earth Core liquid source, which he destroyed, also held Earthstones, realizing grimly that when the buyer asks for Earthstones, he definitely will not believe him, and such a deal would only lead to assassination. A dark, cunning smile spreads across Ye Tian's face as a plan forms. His sister, oblivious, still laments the destroyed source. Ye Tian tells her that if she doesn't drink it, it's even more of a pity, his tone shifting ominously as he reaches for the bottle. He uncorks the potion, his voice dropping low, and before his sister can react, he lunges, holding the bottle directly above her shocked open mouth, his intentions suddenly and terrifyingly clear. He commands her to open up, forcing her jaw open and pouring the entire contents down her throat as she struggles violently against him, her muffled cries echoing in the room. She screams for help, crying that it is murder as she thrashes in his grip. Releasing her, he casually asks how the taste is. His sister coughs and sputters, then her eyes widen in shock as a pleasant warmth spreads through her body. She gasps in disbelief at how nice the sensation is, her expression shifting from terror to wonder as a gentle green aura begins to emanate from her body. The potion works, awakening her latent abilities. From the side, Ye Tian watches intently, his own eye glowing with a predatory pink light. The sudden awakening leaves her completely drained as she murmurs that she is tired, giving a weak salute before slumping onto the couch. Ye Tian tells her it is all right and to go ahead and rest, his gaze cold and calculating as he watches her drift off to sleep. 1 hour later, with his sister fast asleep, Ye Tian sits cross-legged on the floor. He begins to meditate, and a swirling green aura, the very essence of her newly awakened talent, is drawn from her sleeping form and begins to circle around him as she lies surrounded by shimmering particles of energy. Ye Tian's concentration deepens, his copycat ability in full effect, absorbing the foundation of her power. His eye glows a fierce red, a sign of his immense focus and terrifying talent. His meditation complete, Ye Tian rises and picks up several ornate chalices filled with the blood of a powerful beast. He examines one closely, the crimson liquid held within the glittering vessel, knowing it is the next step in his own brutal path to power. Night settles over the quiet city as Ye Tian sits alone in his dimly lit apartment. He tilts his head back and gulps down the thick, glowing beast blood, setting the empty cup beside a plate piled with raw meat. Without hesitation, he tears into the food, devouring it hungrily like a starving predator. When he's done, he wipes his mouth and returns to his meditative stance. Suddenly, a burst of violent purple energy explodes from his body, shaking the room as the air crackles with chaotic power. His muscles tense and he grits his teeth in pain as the transformation surges through him. The power feels incredible, but not enough. He glances at the 2 remaining chalices of beast blood, thinking regretfully that there isn't much left and already craving more. His mind races as he tries to figure out his next move. His supplies are low, and strength is the only thing that matters. 10 days later, the scene shifts to a massive fortress surrounded by green forest. In a quiet clearing under the sunlight, Ye Tian meditates calmly, a faint, strange tail-like mark resting behind him. His peace is suddenly broken by the sound of heavy footsteps and panicked breathing. A terrified man bursts through the trees, shouting frantically for help. Ye Tian opens his eyes, frowning slightly, and asks what's wrong. The man gasps that Mo Xiaobei is here. At the name, Ye Tian immediately stands, but the man quickly clarifies that Mo Xiaobei isn't attacking. He's gone into seclusion to reach the warrior stage and plans to come for revenge afterward. Ye Tian simply sits back down, unimpressed, which makes the man lose his patience. He yells in frustration, asking how Ye Tian can sit there so calmly when they're in danger. Ye Tian just replies in a quiet, confident tone that if Mo Xiaobei is retreating, he thought it meant he came for a fight. The man, terrified, insists that if Mo truly becomes a warrior, defeating Ye Tian will be effortless. But Ye Tian remains composed, saying he isn't slacking off and that fear should go the other way around. The man shouts that Mo Xiaobei has wealth and resources, unlike them. Ye Tian smirks faintly and says flatly that they're finished, which makes his companion collapse in despair. Kneeling, the man laments that everything is over and dramatically promises to take care of Ye Tian's body and look after his sister when he dies. Ye Tian just watches him, cold and expressionless, clearly uninterested in his theatrics. His thoughts have already moved far beyond this moment. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion far away, something powerful awakens. Inside a sealed chamber, a giant vault door groans before exploding outward in a deafening blast. As the smoke clears, shouts of praise fill the room, celebrating the young master's breakthrough to the warrior stage. From the rubble steps, Mo Xiaobei himself, now transformed, his body stronger and his eyes glowing red with deadly intent. At the heart of a lush forest stands a magnificent and imposing mansion, a testament to immense wealth and power, its sprawling grounds meticulously kept, with ornate fountains and grand staircases leading to its entrance. Every detail, from the sculpted hedges to the towering spires, speaks of a family of great importance. Inside, a scarred subordinate kneels respectfully and offers his congratulations on advancing to the warrior stage, blessing the young master and wishing him prosperity. The young master, a tall man with long dark hair, stands impassively as maids attend to him, draping a robe over his powerful shoulders, and he calls out to his father. An imposing bald man with a red fur collar strides into the room, his expression one of immense pride, acknowledging that his son has successfully become a warrior and proclaiming that he is truly his son. The father affectionately pats his son's shoulder and praises him, telling him not to worry and that he will never embarrass the Mo family. He adds that their elder even suggested personally rewarding him, while Xiaobei remains humble and credits his success to his father and the elder's nurturing. The father laughs heartily and urges his son to get up, then contemplates whether the dishes are ready in the kitchen before deciding to go himself, reminding Xiao to eat later and mentioning he has prepared his favorite dishes to celebrate. Xiao calls out his thanks as his father and a bodyguard depart, leaving him alone in the grand room with his subordinate. As the heavy doors close and the celebratory atmosphere vanishes, Xiao Bei's expression hardens, and he menacingly asks his man if he thoroughly investigated the thing he left behind before going into retreat. The subordinate reports with a cruel smile that the kid has no parents and nobody to rely on, meaning they can bully him as they please, prompting Xiao Bei to sneer that the boy is trash with no background. They walk through an arched doorway into a sunlit courtyard surrounded by pristine architecture. And having confirmed the boy is an insignificant target, Xiao Bei's plan becomes chillingly clear as he issues the final command to kill him. The subordinate hesitates and cautions that the base is different from the wild and that killing at will could still cause trouble no matter how powerful the Mo family is. But while wine is poured into an ornate goblet, Xiao dismisses the concern and orders him to go find a shadow killer, arguing that killing from the shadows leaves no trace. The subordinate remains practical, noting that hiring a shadow killer requires at least 1 million and asking if it is worth it. To which Xiao scoffs that a servant's mind is like that of poor people and then leans forward, his gaze intense. The seafront base is enormous, yet only a few families live in luxury while the rest suffer as slaves. Xiao looks at his trembling subordinate with cold amusement and asks if he knows why this is the case. His voice grows sharper as he explains their twisted creed, saying that whenever a genius appears among the poor, they kill him immediately. His tone drops to a dark whisper before he suddenly raises his glass and shouts the final words with cruel satisfaction. The declaration hangs heavy in the room, and with a mad grin, Xiao crushes the glass in his hand, red wine splattering like blood across the floor. His subordinate's face drains of color as he finally understands the meaning, stammering that the Fifth Academy isn't meant to develop talent but has another purpose entirely. Xiao Bei's eyes glimmer with malicious energy as he completes the sentence himself, declaring that the academy exists to dominate the weak and that this is how the world truly works. His twisted philosophy is simple: only power matters. His expression hardens into grim determination as his thoughts turn toward eliminating his rival. Far away, beneath the looming shadow of a gray stone castle, a silent operation unfolds. Assassins move swiftly through the forest, their pink energy flickering between trees as they leap from branch to branch with unnatural speed. One drops from the canopy, landing heavily with a shockwave as lightning crackles around his body. His sword gleams in the darkness, ready for the kill. Meanwhile, miles away, Ye Tian sits quietly in meditation when he feels a cold drop hit his cheek. Opening his eyes, he glances up at the sky and murmurs that rain is coming, deciding it's time to go home. He adjusts his sword and walks through the dark, rain-soaked streets, his steps echoing in narrow alleys. The heavy rain pours down as he moves deeper into the maze of concrete walls, completely unaware that something deadly is following him. A faint blue glow catches his attention, a small rectangular light hovering high on a power pole, flickering against the stormy sky like a strange beacon. Before he can think further, a dark blur drops from above, cutting through the rain with terrifying speed. The force of its descent sends wind rushing through the alley, making Ye Tian's coat whip around him. His instincts flare as he senses the massive energy of his approaching enemy. The figure lands silently, green light swirling around his body, his ornate sword glinting in the dim light. Ye Tian straightens, his eyes narrowing, and demands sharply to know who's there. The rain pours harder as the stranger steps out of the shadows, dark energy coiling around him like smoke. His cold voice carries over the storm as he raises his weapon and declares that he has come for Ye Tian's life. Rain pounds heavily on a deserted alley in the city, turning the ground slick and reflecting the dim light around. The air feels thick with tension, almost suffocating, as an unseen voice suddenly cuts through the downpour, demanding to know who has intruded. The question hangs in the stormy night, waiting for an answer from the darkness. Suddenly, Ye Tian appears, hovering amid the rain, his sword drawn and his body glowing with a deadly aura that makes the shadows around him tremble. From the gloom, a sinister figure emerges, an assassin with sharp, jagged teeth and a malevolent glare. His own blade shines a bright, ominous red as he declares that he has come for Ye Tian's life, his voice dripping with malice and intent. The ornate red sword glints in the faint light of the storm, sending small reflections across the wet walls. Ye Tian's eyes narrow, glowing crimson, and he tightens his grip on his own sword, feeling the weight of the upcoming battle. The tension between the two is almost tangible, the rain falling in heavy sheets around them as they prepare for combat. With a loud clang, the fight erupts, their blades colliding with explosive force. The assassin channels a swirling green energy around his weapon, a malevolent vortex surging forward like living mist. The emerald storm fills the narrow alley, tendrils of dark power crackling and stretching toward Ye Tian, who meets the attack with a surge of his own blue lightning energy, striking his blade against the incoming threat. Sparks fly everywhere, flashing against the wet bricks and puddles, and the sound of metal against metal echoes ominously through the alley. As the flash fades, the swirling remnants of blue and green energy ripple across the space. Ye Tian lands lightly on the soaked pavement, a faint blue glow surrounding him as he readies his stance for the next move, his expression focused and unyielding. He glances up just as the assassin reappears on a nearby rooftop, shrouded in shadow, moving with impossible speed to launch a more powerful attack. A bolt of violet lightning crashes down violently, striking the ground where Ye Tian had been moments before. The assassin watches in disbelief, stunned by Ye Tian's inhuman speed, unable to comprehend how quickly his opponent moves. Ye Tian seizes the moment, surging with violet energy, and reappears above his surprised foe, descending in a blur of motion. He strikes with incredible force, slamming the assassin into the concrete below with an impact that shakes the entire alley, sending water and debris flying in all directions and obscuring the result of the blow. Before the assassin can recover, Ye Tian strikes again, sending him tumbling through the air, his body writhing in pain as he crashes against the alley wall, shards of glass reflecting the violence of the strike. Blood erupts from his mouth as he screams in agony, and Ye Tian stands over him, calm and unyielding. The defeated assassin slides to the wet ground, his twin red blades clattering from his grasp, signaling his utter defeat. Bleeding and barely conscious, the assassin lies on the ground, confused and shocked by how easily he's been beaten. He mutters to himself in disbelief, unable to accept that even a trained elite like him couldn't see through Ye Tian's power. His frustration builds into anger as he shouts, demanding to know how Ye Tian managed to defeat him. Ye Tian, calm and composed, stands over him with his faint blue aura flickering in the rain. He slowly walks closer, his expression serious, and asks if the assassin really wants to know the answer. His tone sharpens as he makes his own demand first. He wants to know who sent the assassin. The man just scoffs, blood dripping from his mouth, a stubborn grin twisting his face. He tells Ye Tian that he'll only speak when he's moments away from death. With one last surge of energy, the assassin explodes into motion, his body flaring with a bright green aura. He screams the name of his final move, Shadow Blade, and charges forward in a desperate attempt to kill Ye Tian. But Ye Tian is already ready. Dropping into a low stance, his body crackles with violet lightning as he strikes back in a single perfect counter. The sound of the clash echoes through the alley, and in that instant, Ye Tian's blade pierces straight through his opponent's chest. The assassin is thrown backward, crashing to the wet ground as his ornate sword slips from his trembling hand and lands with a metallic clatter. Ye Tian takes a step forward, his eyes cold and his voice cutting through the rain. He gives the man one more chance, asking again, his tone now icy and final, who sent him? Blood pours from the assassin's mouth as he looks up weakly, his vision fading. Ye Tian's crimson eyes glow, fiercely in the dim light, unmoving as he waits for the answer. A faint, pained laugh escapes the assassin as he admits in a raspy voice that Ye Tian is the strongest apprentice he has ever fought. With his final breath, he says he'll tell him, and whispers the name Mo Xiaobei before his head falls back and his body goes limp. The rain keeps falling as Ye Tian stands alone, repeating the name under his breath. His mind turns over the new clue as thunder rolls above. He kneels beside the corpse, placing a glowing hand over the assassin's chest. Slowly, a dark mist rises from the body, an ethereal energy pulled toward Ye Tian's palm. The green aura swirls around him before being completely absorbed into his own power. When he stands again, the same eerie green energy now surrounds him, mixing with his violet lightning. A faint system message appears before his eyes, confirming that he has gained a new novice-level shadow talent. Ye-Tian quietly acknowledges the success in his thoughts. Standing tall under the pouring rain, his expression grows even harder, determination setting deep into his face as he vows to uncover the truth behind the name he has just learned. Rain pours down endlessly over jagged mountain peaks as lightning flashes across the storm-darkened sky, illuminating the chaos of memory. For a split second, a violent scene resurfaces. A monstrous face with fangs twists in its final scream before being swallowed by the storm. The rain falls harder, as if mourning, veiling the remnants of past violence beneath its relentless tears. In a quiet forest drenched by the downpour, a slender hand brushes against a pile of rough stones, a simple grave marker. Kneeling there is a lone figure cloaked in red, the only vivid color amid the muted greens and grays of the rainy wilderness. It is a wordless moment of grief beneath the weeping heavens. Raindrops fall into an open palm, resting on a single crumpled leaf. After a pause, the hand closes tightly around it, crushing it with trembling resolve, a silent vow born in pain. Slowly, Ye-Tian rises, his head bowed beneath the torrent. He stands before the grave, shoulders heavy with sorrow, leaning against an ancient tree as the storm rages on. For a long time, he does not move, his stillness as deep as his grief. Later, far from the mountains, the sound of running water fills a modern bathroom. Ye-Tian stands under the shower, washing away the dirt of the forest and the weight of memory. His face is calm but intense, his focus shifting from the past toward what lies ahead. When he steps out, he dries off and pulls on a clean t-shirt, the lean strength of his body revealing the results of endless battles and harsh training. The boy who once mourned in silence has become a man forged by struggle. Settling onto his couch, his eyes fall upon the coffee table where the spoils of his latest victory are spread out. Everything that once belonged to Li Kun. Twin swords, strange books, and glittering cards lie before him like relics of conquest. Ye-Tian picks up the ornate blades, studying them closely and realizing they must have belonged to a Yuan soldier. His own sword had shattered, but these remain flawless. As he lifts one, a faint red glow ripples from its edge, humming with power. He sets it aside and turns to the rest of the items. A golden card worth 1,000,000, a white card worth 100,000, and other treasures totaling 3.5 million. He grips the golden card tightly, the tangible reward of his survival, and a sly grin spreads across his face as he pockets the wealth. Then something else catches his attention. An intricately decorated book resting near the edge of the table. He frowns slightly, realizing he had overlooked it earlier, and reaches out to touch its embossed title. His fingers trace the words, Shadow Knife. The name alone feels heavy with significance, stirring a flicker of curiosity deep within him. Leaning back on the couch, Ye-Tian studies the book in his hands titled Shadow Knife, realizing with growing excitement that it's a bronze-level knife technique. A spark of thrill races through him as he recognizes how valuable this discovery truly is. He mutters to himself that it's impressive stuff, fully aware of the potential strength contained within its pages. His wide eyes gleam with manic excitement as he thinks that he can finally channel his knife talent through proper techniques, exactly what he needs. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he decides, with newfound energy, that it's time to start training. Clutching the book tightly, he strides into his room, shutting the door firmly behind him. Settling in, he opens to the first chapter, his eyes scanning the text intently while the storm outside continues to rage. A blinding flash of lightning illuminates the city skyline beyond his window, perfectly reflecting the power surging within him. Then, out of nowhere, a chilling realization strikes. His expression shifts, his crimson eyes flaring with worry as he wonders where Ye-Yu is and why she hasn't returned yet. Panic grips him instantly. Without hesitation, Ye-Tian bursts from his room and leaps out into the violent storm. Rain pelts his skin as he lands hard on the slick pavement below, a red aura flaring around him like living fire. His gaze sweeps across the drenched city until it fixes on the distant silhouette of a church standing solemnly in the rain. Ignoring the students walking casually with umbrellas, he breaks into a frantic barefoot sprint through the cold downpour, scanning every shadow with fierce urgency. Then his eyes lock onto a lone figure. Without thinking, he gathers energy, muscles coiling as he shouts for them to stop, his voice slicing through the roar of the storm. He leaps into the air, surrounded by crackling red lightning, his leg arcing downward in a powerful kick. But just as the strike is about to connect, a voice shouts back, commanding him not to move. The sound hits him like a jolt, freezing his attack in midair. That voice, it's familiar. His red eyes widen as the haze of aggression lifts, and he lands heavily on the wet ground, staring in disbelief. Calling out for Yeyu, he is shocked. His sister stands before him, calm and unbothered, holding her red umbrella against the rain. His anger dissolves into a mix of relief and irritation as he demands to know where she's been and why she took so long. Yeyu answers softly that she was on duty, busy cleaning, her voice steady despite his tone. She opens the umbrella wider, covering them both as the rain continues to pour. Embarrassed, Yetian scratches his neck, fumbling for an excuse and mumbling that he was just in a hurry. Yeyu narrows her eyes, unconvinced, pressing him to explain how he managed to move like that. They start walking together down the quiet, glistening street, their reflections rippling in puddles. As they move through the rain, a sleek black car slides past them. Behind its fogged window, a shadowed figure sits motionless, their face hidden but their aura burning with cold fury. The glass vibrates as they glare through the storm, their mind echoing one hateful thought, wondering how Yetian is still alive. Rain pours heavily over the city as Yetian and his sister Yeyu walk together under her small umbrella. Yeyu smiles and offers him a barbecued sausage, saying it's his, and he accepts it gratefully, softly thanking her. It's a quiet, comforting moment between them as they walk through the storm. While eating, Yeyu cheerfully asks what he wants for dinner, and Yetian smiles faintly, saying he'd like her poached pork slices, the dish she cooks best. She grins happily at his answer. Their peaceful walk suddenly breaks when the loud screech of tires echoes nearby. A black car skids to a stop, sending a chill down Yetian's spine. His expression hardens instantly, his instincts flaring as danger fills the air. Later that night, the steady sound of rain taps gently against their apartment windows. The tension from earlier feels like it's gone, replaced by warmth and comfort. From the kitchen, Yeyu calls brightly that dinner is ready and tells him to come help with the food. But Yetian doesn't respond. He stands by the window, motionless, his back turned to her. Outside, through the sheets of rain, the same black car sits parked quietly on the street. He finally replies that he's coming, his tone distant and flat. His red eyes glow faintly, betraying his real thoughts. He isn't thinking about dinner but about his sister's safety. A dark image flashes in his mind as he silently vows to protect her from whatever danger is lurking. The next morning, life at school goes on as if nothing is wrong. A teacher calls on a student to answer a question and Yeyu confidently stands up, unaware that someone is watching her. From a nearby rooftop, Yetian stands in the shadows, his hood pulled low, his sharp eyes scanning the area around the school. He studies every corner, every car, watching closely like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. 3 long days pass, and that same black car never leaves. Each day, Yetian's anger grows colder and sharper. He can no longer stand the thought of someone watching Yeyu. They've crossed the line, and he knows exactly what he must do. When the car finally drives away from the school, his eyes burn red with resolve. Without hesitation, he leaps from the rooftop, the concrete cracking beneath his boots as he launches into motion. Moving through the city with silent speed, he follows the car's trail as it speeds toward an empty construction site. But this time, the trap isn't for him, it's for those men. The car screeches to a stop, and the driver steps out, glancing around nervously. He freezes as a strange energy fills the air. Looking up, he spots Yetian standing high above on a massive crane, his figure outlined by the storm as lightning dances across his body. His power surging like a storm about to break loose. Surrounded by a fierce green glow, Ye Tian's shining eyes burn with the promise of swift revenge. In a dark, dusty warehouse, a man screams as blood splashes onto the concrete floor. He begs his captors weakly, insisting that he doesn't have the money right now but will repay them soon. His voice trembles with fear as he pleads for mercy, yet the men around him ignore his cries. A cold, mocking voice cuts through the air, warning that if he doesn't pay today, his debt will double by tomorrow, and reminding him that borrowing money from their boss isn't something to be taken lightly. Watching from a short distance is young Master Xiao, a cruel smile curling on his lips as he sits surrounded by his thugs. The henchmen stand over their helpless victim while Xiao leans forward casually, his presence heavy with menace. With a smug tone, he asks if what he said sounds fair. The terrified man protests, saying the interest rate is too high and that he has family to take care of, begging for another chance. Before anyone can answer, a door opens and one of Xiao's subordinates steps in, bowing and announcing his return. Up above, hidden in the rafters and cloaked in a green aura, Ye Tian watches quietly. Xiao asks his man if there is any word from the shadow killer. The subordinate nervously admits that he hasn't been able to reach the assassin, his eyes darting upward as an uneasy chill fills the room. Ye Tian remains silent, his face hard and focused. Xiao stands, walking slowly toward the battered debtor, his voice dripping with contempt as he demands to know if the man really thinks noble disciples are easy to cheat. The subordinate starts sweating, rushing to defend himself and claiming that he always serves the young master loyally. His words stop when another henchman kneels beside the debtor and shouts that the man is no longer breathing. He's dead. Xiao doesn't even flinch. Instead, he turns calmly to his underling and asks what should be done about Ye Tian's sister. The man smirks wickedly and says he plans to hand her over to a friend who just got out of prison. Xiao interrupts sharply, saying that's not safe and that he will handle the matter himself. As the subordinate bows, assuring his loyalty, a dark grin spreads across Ye Tian's face above. He's heard enough. A startled scream suddenly fills the warehouse as the subordinate realizes he's been struck. He questions Ye Tian why, but before he can finish, Xiao slams him to his knees with brutal force. The crazed nobleman stares at his own hands, laughing wildly as blood drips down his fingers. His smile twists with madness, showing just how unstable he truly is. The air around him hums violently as red energy crackles and an ornate dagger appears out of thin air. But before Xiao can grab it, the blade flashes away and lands instead in Ye Tian's outstretched hand as he drops to the floor, surrounded by swirling green energy, ready to strike. In the eerie stillness of an abandoned warehouse, a blood-covered hand rests lifelessly on the cold concrete floor. The silence is suddenly broken by a terrified scream as several men in black suits rush in and find a body lying there. One of them shouts in panic, his voice echoing across the empty hall, crying out that the young master is dead. Nearby, the last surviving man, battered, bruised and barely standing, stares into the darkness with wide eyes. His voice shakes as he mutters about the rare shadow talent, a power that can hide one's body, and realization slowly dawns on him about who the killer is. Horror fills his eyes as he gasps out a name, Li Kun. From the darkness, a figure steps forward, surrounded by swirling green energy, twin daggers glowing faintly in his hands. A twisted, blood-smeared smile spreads across his face. The terrified man stumbles backward, shouting in disbelief, demanding to know why it's him and how he could possibly possess such a talent. His words fade into the air as his remaining men drop one after another, their bodies falling without a sound. His fear soon turns to anger and he screams furiously that he knows who Li Kun is, calling him a worthless nobody with weak abilities, shouting that there's no way someone like him could have killed the young master with a single strike. Desperate and trembling, he yells again, demanding to know where Li Kun really is and ordering him to speak. In response, the figure simply tilts his head and cracks his neck slowly, the sound echoing like a warning. Without saying a word, he moves, swift and silent like a ghost. His dagger flashes through the dim light, slicing down in one deadly motion. The doomed man's last scream rings through the warehouse, a mix of denial and terror as he shouts that he cannot be killed. Then everything goes quiet again. The killer stands over the corpse, expression cold and empty. He pulls a cloth from his pocket and calmly wipes the blood off his ornate blade. With a careless flick, he tosses the stained cloth beside the lifeless body. As it lands, one word becomes visible, written in dark red: shadow. The twin daggers shimmer and dissolve into glowing dust as the assassin's thoughts echo in his mind. He is not someone who waits around to be hunted like prey, and they made a fatal mistake targeting him. His mission done, he turns away, walking out of the warehouse without looking back. The air hums as his body bursts into a streak of crackling pink energy that shoots up into the night sky, disappearing into the storm. Minutes later, the stillness is broken once more as 4 black cars screech to a stop outside. Their headlights pierce the darkness as armed men rush in. A thunderous voice demands to know who did this. In the shadows, a massive fist clenches tight, glowing with fury as a huge man in a fur-collared coat storms into the ruined warehouse. Elder Ten's face twists with pure rage as he demands to know who is responsible. His eyes fall on the lifeless body of the young master, and his anger erupts into a howl of grief and fury as he cries out, asking who dared to kill his son. One of his men steps forward carefully, nervous and hesitant, and tells him that they found a blood-soaked cloth near the body. The man explains that the killer is most likely a shadow assassin. Elder Ten takes the cloth from him, his expression turning cold and unreadable as he studies the chilling message written on it. Around him, the other men murmur anxiously, whispering that using a shadow killer is beyond cruel. Before Elder Ten can respond, the sound of footsteps fills the warehouse. A new figure appears, an old man with long white hair and a commanding presence. The men gasp, immediately bowing and addressing him respectfully. Elder Ten looks up, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and sorrow, and calls out to him as the great elder. Then, overcome by grief, he collapses to his knees, crying that his son, the pride of the Mo family, is gone. The great elder's voice cuts sharply through the noise, ordering him to stand and explain what happened. Slowly, Elder Ten rises, struggling to steady his shaking hands as he begins his report. His voice trembles as he tells the great elder that Shao had just broken into the warrior realm and was destined to bring glory to their family, but his life was taken too soon. Tears fill his eyes as he laments the loss of his son's bright future. The great elder nods solemnly, his voice heavy as he acknowledges that Shao was indeed the Mo family's brightest hope among the younger generation. His words strike deep, fueling Elder Ten's pain and determination. Still on his knees, the grieving father vows that his son's death will not go unpunished. A single tear rolls down his cheek as he holds out the blood-stained cloth with both hands, presenting it to the great elder. The old man accepts it slowly, his weathered fingers tightening around the only clue they have. He mutters the words "shadow killer" under his breath, his tone dark and menacing. His eyes narrow, glowing faintly with deadly intent. Around him, his men begin speculating wildly, claiming that another rival family must have hired the assassin to get revenge. Ignoring their chatter, the great elder turns the cloth over, examining it closely. His expression suddenly changes, and a cruel, knowing smile spreads across his face. With a quiet but cutting voice, he speaks the name of the one truly responsible, Iron Teeth. Ye Tian arrives at a massive, intimidating fortress, its walls and towers stretching high into the sky, casting long shadows over the surrounding landscape. His companion gestures dramatically toward the sprawling stronghold, announcing that this is Iron Tooth Base, a place far more powerful and imposing than their familiar seafront base. Walking alongside Ye Tian, the man continues to marvel at the sheer scale of the fortress, commenting on how every stone and tower reflects the strength and authority of those who control it. As they move deeper into the approach, the companion lowers his voice, his tone turning serious and urgent. He explains that there is a dark conspiracy brewing. Some elders from the Mo family suspect that certain families within Seafront Base have secretly allied with Iron Tooth Base. Their plan is to eliminate the aces of the younger generation and seize control of Seafront Base for themselves. He leans in closer, his expression tense and frantic, revealing that Xiao Bei, who had just reached the warrior stage, was brutally killed by them, his head severed in a grisly display. The motion of his hand mimics the chop, making Ye Tian break out in a cold sweat as the horrifying truth sinks in. Ye Tian lets out a subtle, almost imperceptible sigh of relief as his companion points out that when Xiao had become a warrior, his first target would have likely been Ye Tian himself. Yet someone eliminated Xiao before he could act, saving Ye Tian's life by sheer luck, an observation that sends a shiver down his spine. As they continue walking, Ye Tian's mind races with strategy. He had deliberately left a scarf behind to mislead the Mo family, but Elder Mo instantly recognized the iron tooth-based symbol embroidered on it. The unintended consequence of this deception works in Ye Tian's favor, creating a useful misdirection that could buy him crucial time. He glances up at the towering stone walls and imposing battlements, his thoughts heavy with planning and anticipation, calculating every possible move and risk. The scene then shifts to the quiet of his apartment as dawn breaks. Sunlight filters softly through the window, illuminating the room as Ye Tian rises from his bed, stretching his lean muscular body. He slips on a dark hoodie, preparing for the intense training that awaits. Efficiently, he grabs a large bag and slings it over his shoulder. Kneeling down, he ties his sneakers quickly and securely, each movement purposeful and precise, signaling his readiness to leave. Just as he reaches the door, his sister Yeyu speaks softly from behind, her voice filled with groggy concern. She rubs the sleep from her eyes, her brow furrowed slightly as she asks if he was already awake and questions where he is heading so early in the morning, her tone a mixture of curiosity and worry. He turns around, his face set with determination, and tells Yeyu that he plans to train alone in the wild so he can quickly grow stronger. His voice carries a firm resolve, leaving no room for argument. Yeyu's expression drops immediately, her eyes glistening with worry as she softly pleads for him not to go. She reminds him that he just returned home not long ago and now wants to leave again, alone. He glances back at her briefly, giving her a calm, reassuring smile, and tells her not to worry, insisting that she wait safely at home for his return. But before he can move, Yeyu rushes forward unexpectedly and wraps him in a tight hug, catching him off guard. He murmurs her name softly, feeling the rare warmth of her embrace as she whispers, her voice trembling slightly, for him to come back soon. For a moment, his usual seriousness softens, and he holds her close, promising firmly that he will return. They share a final, wordless hug, a moment of quiet intimacy between them, before Ye Tian finally steps out the door, leaving Yeyu behind, her eyes watching him go with a mixture of worry and hope. Miles away, Ye Tian stands atop a high cliff overlooking a vast dry desert. The wind whistles across the rocky precipice as he surveys the barren landscape below, his confident smirk stretching across his face. He cracks his knuckles, the sound sharp and echoing in the open air, signaling that he is ready to begin. His eye flashes a bright red, locking onto his target in the distance. Suddenly, a massive horned creature bursts violently from the desert floor, an iron cow with a second-class defense talent. Its immense size and powerful stomps shake the ground, sending sand and small rocks flying in every direction. Ye Tian's eyes widen briefly, impressed by the sheer strength and resilience of the creature. The beast lets out a thunderous roar, its crimson gaze fixing directly on him, and Ye Tian feels a surge of anticipation. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he mutters that the timing couldn't be better. With precise motion, he tosses his heavy bag aside, freeing his body for combat. The iron cow charges forward with earth-shaking force, its massive hooves cracking the desert floor. Ye Tian meets the charge head-on, leaping into the air with an almost impossible kick. Two crimson-bladed weapons materialize in his hands, crackling with raw energy. With blinding speed, he strikes the monster, delivering a precise and devastating blow. The iron cow lets out a final, agonized roar that echoes across the plains before collapsing into a cloud of dust. Ye Tian lands gracefully, a satisfied, confident smile on his face. He studies the fallen beast, nodding to himself as he remarks that its talent is solid, and declares that it now belongs to him, ready to add its power to his own arsenal. A massive bull-like creature with glowing red eyes lets out a roar so loud that it feels like the ground itself is trembling. Dust and sand rise from the plains as the monster lowers its huge head, ready to charge forward with terrifying force. Ye Tian narrows his eyes, his focus sharpening as he senses the second-class defense talent is now within his reach. A sly, confident smirk spreads across his face, knowing he is about to seize this power for himself. The air around them feels heavy with a sense of doom, tense and electric, as Ye Tian steps forward, his wild grin matching the raw energy radiating from the glowing red sword he holds. The wind whips fiercely across the barren, dusty plains, howling past him and carrying grains of sand into the air, creating a desolate, almost eerie battlefield, perfect for the brutal fight that is about to erupt. Suddenly, pink arcs of lightning strike the hulking beast, making it roar in both shock and pain. Its massive body shudders under the sudden onslaught. But Ye Tian is unshaken. His own arm crackles with the same volatile energy, ready to strike and channel the stolen power back at the original owner of the talent. The monster's glowing eye peers from behind a hexagonal energy shield, seemingly impenetrable, but before it can react, the shield shatters into red shards like glass under the force of Ye Tian's attack. Without hesitation, the creature swings its colossal fist, golden lightning coursing along its arm and reinforced by the remnants of its shattered shield, aiming straight at Ye Tian. He grits his teeth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he endures the massive impact. His hand trembles violently from the strain of blocking the blow, but he stays upright, staggering slightly as exhaustion threatens to overwhelm him. Just then, a system notification appears before his eyes, confirming his success and signaling that he has achieved his goal. Slowly, he rises and looks over the empty desert, the harsh wind slicing across the sand and carrying an unsettling silence with it. In his hands, the single sword has magically duplicated into two identical ornate daggers. He tests his new power, tossing one dagger into the sand with a sharp, satisfying clang, confirming that he has gained the ability to replicate weapons. A bright green aura swirls around his feet as he drops the second dagger, and he cracks his neck casually, a confident smirk lingering across his face as the new energy courses through him, a clear sign of the power he has just taken from his fallen foe. His brief moment of victory is interrupted when an even larger ape-like beast emerges, also protected by the same hexagonal shield. Ye Tian's eyes glow with an eerie light, a predator-like grin spreading across his face as he embraces the challenge. Empowered by the crackling aura around him, he lunges forward, his fist glowing with immense energy, and delivers a devastating punch that sends the Minotaur flying through the air. It crashes heavily into the ground, its powerful body unable to withstand the sheer force of the strike, before dissolving into a pool of dark purple essence that seeps into the desolate sand, watching the defeated creature vanish. Ye Tian stands tall, victorious, a self-assured smile on his face, muttering that he must have guessed correctly, his bold gamble paying off brilliantly. Ye Tian makes a plan in his mind, deciding that once the massive beast is dead, he will pierce it with his sword to collect its blood. As soon as the creature collapses, he drives his blade deep into its flesh, carefully drawing its powerful blood into a vial. Kneeling beside the enormous corpse, he methodically fills several vials, making sure not to waste a drop of the potent essence. He pauses for a moment to look at his work and the fallen giant, thinking that no matter how strong a talent is, it is useless once the owner is dead, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ye Tian stands and studies the massive body, already thinking about the next step. The creature's hide is probably valuable and he plans to harvest its eyes, eggs, or anything else worthwhile. The size of the beast promises great rewards for his efforts, and he quickly identifies the most valuable prize, its enormous horns. With a strong, determined swing, he hacks them off and, straining with the effort, straps the heavy trophies to his backpack, ready to continue with the rest of his plan. He decides to find a quiet, secluded place to start training, pulling his hood over his head as he marches onward. Soon, he discovers a hidden rocky cave and finally sets down his heavy load. preparing for what is to come. He arranges his modest but powerful supplies, fresh blood from the fierce beast and some peanuts from the sister brand. A fierce, determined glint sparks in his red eyes as he focuses entirely on his goal, declaring that the breakthrough to the warrior stage will depend on these materials. Without hesitation, Ye Tian drinks the vial of blood in one gulp and shoves a handful of peanuts into his mouth. Sitting cross-legged, a massive vortex of bright blue energy erupts from his core, spinning wildly around him within the dark cave. Arcs of raw power crackle through the air as he absorbs the essence of the beast. Slowly, the explosive energy calms, leaving Ye Tian sitting in the quiet darkness, a cloud of steam rising from his lips as he exhales deeply. His body undergoes a fundamental change, and a final powerful pulse of blue lightning bursts from the cave's entrance, visible from miles away. Far off on a distant cliff, two cloaked women watch the strange spectacle. One points excitedly, telling her companion to look, while the younger woman stares in amazement, realizing someone has broken through the warrior stage in the middle of the wilderness. The taller, dark-cloaked woman simply observes the fading light with a subtle smile, murmuring that it is interesting. Back inside the cave, Ye Tian feels the immense power coursing through him, gasping as the surge of strength ripples through his body. Blue lightning arcs wildly around him, and glowing white veins spread across his arms, marking the profound change that has just taken place within him. Ye Tian clenches his fist, fully realizing that he has now reached the warrior stage. His entire body glows with a vivid electric blue aura, a clear sign of the incredible change he has undergone. After taking a moment to glance calmly at the empty vials scattered on the ground, he lifts his pack onto his shoulders, feeling that his work in the cave is complete. Stepping out into the bright sunlight, he comes across the enormous, sun-bleached skeleton of the beast he had defeated. He reaches out and touches one of the towering rib bones, and a sudden jolt of understanding passes through him. With a deep sigh and a touch of remorse, he acknowledges the limits of even the strongest talents and regrets breaking the creature into 8 pieces so early in the fight. From a high perch above, the two cloaked women observe him, and the younger one wonders aloud if it could be him who killed the fearsome beast. The taller woman shakes her head, dismissing the idea, explaining that he may have just broken through the warrior stage, but the fierce beast was already long dead. Still, she can't help but feel impressed by his courage, noting how bold it is for someone who is only an apprentice to venture into the mountains alone to train below. Ye Tian discovers a small oasis and strips down to his shorts, starting to stretch his muscles. The younger woman gasps in shock and indignation, her face flushing as she complains that he is acting like a hooligan. Her companion responds sharply, telling her to stop the nonsense and insisting that they should move along, though even she appears a bit flustered. Completely ignoring their presence, Ye Tian gracefully dives into the cool, refreshing water, fully focused on his own training and well-being. Later, Ye Tian reaches a busy, lively town. Carrying his heavy pack through the bustling marketplace, his attention is immediately drawn to the largest and most imposing building in the area, which appears to be the biggest shop in the city. A proud banner hangs above the entrance, displaying a flower sigil and the words, "Martial Pavilion." This is the place he has been looking for. Determined to see what lies inside, he gazes steadily at the building and starts walking toward the entrance. As he approaches, the two cloaked women he had seen in the desert pass by him without him realizing it at first. Suddenly his head snaps to the side, his red-tinged eyes narrowing as his heightened senses detect something unusual about their presence. The taller woman freezes, sensing his gaze. A flicker of surprise crosses her face as she slowly turns her head. Her eyes widening slightly as she looks at the young man. Recognition washes over her in an instant, and she whispers a name she thought she would never say here, Ye Yu. At the sound of his name, Ye Tian spins around, his expression hardening, and a sharp glare meets her eyes as the two of them lock their gaze for the first time. Walking through the empty town square, Ye Tian freezes in disbelief when he thinks he sees someone familiar far off in the distance and calls out to his little sister, his voice full of shock and surprise. Squinting more closely, he quickly realizes his mistake. There are two women, not his sister, and shakes his head, muttering to himself that Ye Yu could never be here. He rubs his forehead in frustration and lets out a long sigh, feeling slightly exasperated. But when he looks up again, his eyes catch one of the women. A stunning figure with long dark hair, and he stops completely, struck by her cold, elegant presence that leaves him momentarily speechless. Her companion, a blonde, notices Ye-Tian staring and storms over angrily, demanding to know why he was calling his sister, her face full of indignation. She moves closer, shouting directly in his face, accusing him of being too bold and even a forger. Confused by her aggression, Ye-Tian instinctively sniffs his arm, wondering if maybe he smells bad. The dark-haired woman's sharp, commanding voice cuts through the tension, warning little Yu not to speak out of turn. Startled, little Yu quickly covers her mouth, realizing her mistake, and listens as her Missy leans in to whisper instructions. Nodding eagerly, little Yu turns to Ye-Tian and performs a deep, formal bow, apologizing sincerely, admitting she was wrong, and explaining that her Missy taught her a lesson, asking for his forgiveness. Ye-Tian watches in bewilderment as the dark-haired Missy starts to walk away, murmuring quietly under his breath about her, preparing to leave as well. Before he can take a step, little Yu suddenly grabs his arm, stopping him in his tracks, and hurriedly explains that since he is going to sell goods at the Martial Pavilion, he should know their Missy is the head of the pavilion and, as an apology for the earlier misunderstanding, they will pay him double for whatever he is selling. Ye-Tian's face twists in complete shock at the unbelievable offer, and little Yu insists it is true, gesturing for him to enter. She leads him into a large stone building, its tall walls lined with gleaming racks of swords, shields, and full suits of armor, each catching the warm light and showcasing the grand space Ye-Tian takes in the impressive armory, observing every detail carefully. After a short tour, he is seated at a table where a purple-haired attendant approaches with a steaming cup of tea and offers it with a kind smile. Ye-Tian politely thanks her, accepting the hospitality and taking a sip as he waits. While sitting there, he mentally calculates the value of all his gathered goods, the iron cow's horns, skin, and various monster parts, each still faintly glowing with residual power. His collection is extremely valuable, and as he finishes adding everything up, his eyes widen in utter disbelief when he realizes the total comes to 200,000, which, when doubled by the pavilion's offer, becomes 400,000. The massive sum shocks him so much that he nearly spits out the tea he was sipping, completely losing his composure as he struggles to process the incredible fortune placed before him. The attendant hesitates, slightly taken aback by Ye-Tian's shocked reaction, but quickly regains her composure and confirms firmly that the deal stands, insisting that everything is as promised. Overwhelmed by the sudden windfall, Ye-Tian grips his head in disbelief as the woman places 4 gleaming white cards on the table, explaining that each card is worth 100,000 and urging him to take them. Ye-Tian accepts, his eyes wide as he stares at the 400,000 in his hands, more money than he has ever seen in his life. Just as he begins to process the enormous sum, little Yu returns with yet another generous offer. She beams brightly, explaining that her Missy, as an apology, has decided to give him a 50% discount on everything in the pavilion, and she holds out the Martial Pavilion's catalog for him to examine. A sly, predatory grin spreads across Ye-Tian's face as he remarks that if that's the case, he will take full advantage of the offer. Eagerly he flips through the catalog, scanning page after page of rare techniques, powerful elixirs, and impressive tools. After a few moments, he makes his choice: 1 copy of the UN physical training technique, the Atlas of Fierce Beasts, 3 bottles of mid-level elixirs, and 3 bottles of pure original liquid. The attendant moves quickly, gathering his selections from the shelves and returning with a large red case containing everything he purchased. She calculates the total to be 785,000, but after applying the discount informs him with a cheerful smile that he only needs to pay 700,000. Ye-Tian hands over the payment calmly, and she returns his change, cheerfully telling him it is all set. With his business concluded, Ye-Tian hefts the heavy case and strides confidently toward the exit, his mind already racing with plans for how he will use his new treasures. Just as his hand reaches the large wooden door, little Yu calls out urgently from behind, asking him to wait. He pauses mid-step and glances over his shoulder with a calm, neutral expression, asking what she needs. Smiling, little Yu points toward a grand staircase and explains that their Missy, the head of the martial pavilion, wishes to see him, asking politely if this is a good time. Caught off guard by the invitation, a sly and confident smirk spreads across Ye Tian's face as he tells her to lead the way. The attendant guides him forward, pushing open a pair of ornate doors to reveal a private chamber where the woman he first noticed in the square sits calmly, sipping tea and observing him as he is escorted inside. She gestures gracefully, indicating for Ye Tian to approach. The air feels charged with anticipation as he steps forward, his eyes widening slightly, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The woman sets down her cup and introduces herself smoothly as Yue Ling from the Magic Sea Base, her voice calm and composed. She rises and extends her hand toward him. Ye Tian takes it firmly, and as their hands meet, a tangible energy seems to crackle between them. Meeting her gaze with newfound confidence, he introduces himself clearly and respectfully as Ye Tian from the seafront base, ready for whatever comes next. Ye Tian is led into a lavish and beautifully decorated estate, where a woman with long dark hair gestures politely for him to take a seat at a large, elegant dining table. Accompanied by another woman, he walks forward and sits at the head of the table, bowing his head slightly and thanking his host for the warm welcome. The woman carefully pours steaming tea into delicate porcelain cups, explaining that anyone allowed onto the second floor of her martial pavilion is considered a VIP. Ye Tian, however, crosses his arms and frowns, shaking his head as he doubts her judgment, insisting quietly that he is just an ordinary person, a commoner, and sees no reason why he should be treated as special. The host's hands remain steady as she fills the cups, her sharp gaze locking onto him with intensity. She calmly tells him that the VIP is exactly him, because he has no connections to any powerful families, and the seriousness of her words makes it clear that this is not just a polite compliment, but a deliberate statement meant to convey weight and importance. Both Ye Tian and his blonde companion pay close attention, sensing the significance of her words. After taking a careful sip of her tea, the woman leans forward slightly, her tone calm but direct, asking for his full attention before speaking plainly. The tension in the room rises as she pushes a shimmering red and silver cross-shaped emblem across the polished table, the metallic object gleaming under the warm light. With deliberate confidence, she explains the true reason for this meeting, an invitation for Ye Tian to officially join the martial pavilion. She stands over him with her arms crossed, her posture firm and composed, her expression serious and expectant, letting the weight of her proposal hang in the air like a challenge that he must consider carefully. Ye Tian's eyes sharpen as he processes the sudden and direct offer from this powerful, commanding woman. A bead of sweat traces down his temple as he lifts the teacup to his lips, buying a moment to think, and quietly admits that he does not fully understand the situation, his voice showing both confusion and caution about her intentions for recruiting him. His gaze drifts over the vast, echoing hall, and he mutters to himself that a base this large could never run out of capable talent, lowering his eyes to the cup in his hands while trying to downplay his own ability, saying he is only a beginner stage warrior. The woman interrupts with a casual stretch, her posture relaxed but her words carrying undeniable authority as she explains that a big base becomes great not because it lacks talent, but because it always needs more strong warriors. She moves toward the large window, her voice rising with passion, then turns back to face him, her fiery gaze filled with conviction and command. Ye Tian quietly absorbs her words, still unsure what to make of them, while his blonde companion grows impatient. She stands abruptly, placing her hands on her hips and scolding him sharply, demanding to know why he is hesitating. Her voice is full of disbelief and urgency as she insists this is an incredible opportunity, emphasizing that their Missy does not even spare a glance for the so-called genius disciples from the powerful families who struggle to climb the ranks of the Magic Sea Base, making it clear that Ye Tian's chance is unique and should not be ignored. The blonde woman, clearly frustrated, shouted loudly that Ye Tian was hesitating and taking too long to make a decision. The host immediately turned to her aid, her calm and commanding presence instantly quieting the outburst. Crossing her arms, she fixed her sharp gaze on Ye Tian, her expression serious and focused as she asked why he was hesitating, her voice steady but firm, demanding an honest answer. Leaning slightly forward over the table, she pressed him further, her presence filling the room as she insisted he speak. Her eyes locked on his without blinking. Ye Tian met her stare, feeling the weight of her scrutiny pressing down on him, his hand tightening into a fist against the table. In a low, quiet voice, he admitted that he couldn't fully explain his feelings, that his hesitation came from uncertainty he couldn't yet express. Collecting his thoughts, he explained his fears, referring to the Iron Tooth base invasion and how it had caused chaos and disorder among the great families. Lowering his head, the burden of his memories pressing heavily on him, he confessed that he had only recently begun to live a stable life again and had no desire to become like those corrupt, power-hungry people or to serve anyone like them. His refusal to be part of the corruption and chaos tied to power was clear. The host's expression softened as she listened, her tone changing to quiet reflection as she mused aloud that from his point of view, she must seem no different from those he despised. Ye Tian looked at her directly, his expression hardening as he challenged her, asking if she was truly not like them. Sensing his distrust, the woman offered a compromise, suggesting he observe them for a while instead of deciding immediately, assuring him that there was no rush and that she had the patience to wait. She leaned forward, resting her hands lightly on the table to bring herself closer to his level, her eyes gentle yet probing, while his remained guarded and intense. For a long moment, they shared a quiet understanding, the air heavy with unspoken thoughts as the offer hung unresolved. When the discussion ended, Ye Tian rose and walked away, his footsteps echoing on the cobblestone path as he exited through the grand arched gate of the martial pavilion. The emblem above the gate seemed to watch him leave, a quiet reminder of the decision now weighing on his mind. Passing through the busy market town, the sounds of merchants and chatter surrounded him, but his thoughts stayed distant. His attention was caught by children playing nearby, chasing a soccer ball across a sunlit field, their laughter and carefree energy a sharp contrast to the weight on his heart. The ball rolled near the boots of two men in black suits guarding a gate. One boy called out politely, asking them to kick it back, but one guard sneered cruelly and stomped on it with force, the pop echoing sharply. The child's hopeful expression twisted into shock and disbelief as the men laughed, enjoying their small act of power. Meanwhile, on a rain-slicked rooftop overlooking the city, a lone hooded figure stood silently, watching the sprawling streets below like a shadowed guardian, keeping watch over a tense and uneasy world. On a bright sunny day, the quiet of an apartment building is broken by the soft creak of a door opening. The dark hallway contrasts sharply with the bright light outside, marking Ye Tian's return home after a long journey. He steps inside, his voice echoing slightly as he announces that he is back. His sister, busy cleaning the kitchen counter, looks up in surprise, her face instantly lighting up as she calls out joyfully for him. Without a second thought, Ye Yu rushes over, hugging him tightly, her voice thick with emotion as she expresses how happy she is that he has finally returned. Ye Tian hugs her back, offering a faint, tired smile as he holds his sister close. She steps back and looks him over carefully, noting that she hasn't seen him for 20 days and teasing in surprise that he looks much stronger than before. A confident smirk spreads across Ye Tian's face as he proudly declares that he is now a warrior. Ye Yu's eyes widen in shock, repeating the word warrior as she watches him casually change his shirt. As the meaning of his words sinks in, her disbelief turns to pure joy, realizing that the Ye family now has a warrior to protect them. She cheers and celebrates, claiming it must be the blessing of their ancestors and wishing them long life. Her happy exclamations fill the apartment, a living expression of hope and pride. While she celebrates, Ye Tian quietly watches her from the couch, a knowing glint in his crimson eyes as his unique ability reveals her hidden potential. A mid-class cultivation talent and, even more surprisingly, a dormant novice-level ice talent waiting to awaken. Ye Yu's excitement shifts to playful command as she picks up a pair of scissors with a mischievous grin, telling her brother, the new warrior, that she will cut his hair. Ye Tian stares at her in stunned silence at her sudden insistence. Circling him with the scissors and a comb, she lightly scolds him about his messy hair, reminding him that now, as a warrior, he should take care of himself. After instructing him to sit still, she begins the haircut. Ye Tian sighs in mock defeat, jokingly calling her Tony sis and asking for the same style as before. She laughs at his comment, making the first snip and teasing that it's the only style she knows anyway. The familiar rhythm of the scissors fills the room, a comforting sound between the siblings as dark strands drift down around him. The snipping brings back a painful memory when her hands once trembled holding the same scissors above his injured head. At that time, she was too afraid to cut near his wounds, whispering tearfully that she couldn't continue. She suggested taking him to the hospital, but Ye Tian refused, reminding her they couldn't afford it. He insisted it wasn't a serious injury, explaining he had just been hit a few times and telling her to cut his hair short and bandage it. Despite his attempt to sound brave, her worry remained, and overcome with helplessness, she let the scissors fall, the metallic clatter echoing through the room like the sound of her fear and frustration. Wiping her tears, his young sister makes a heartfelt wish, saying she hopes he could have the abilities of a lighthouse jellyfish, reminding him of a story he once read to her about a creature with amazing healing powers. With innocent faith, she explains that the jellyfish can heal itself with a simple whoosh, truly believing it could be possible. But her brother, already hardened by the hardships of life, crushes her hopeful fantasy, telling her that stories are just lies made for kids and aren't real. Despite his harsh words, her belief does not waver, and she argues that he doesn't know everything, insisting that if something is real, it's real. Her tear-streaked, determined little face shows her faith, and that moment of innocence stays with him for years. Seeing her so upset, his younger self softens, gently patting her head and acknowledging that he knows she worries about him. He tries to comfort her with a promise, saying that maybe once his power awakens, he will have a healing talent of his own. In that dimly lit room, years ago, he seriously vows that one day he will be strong enough to never get hurt and powerful enough to protect her from any danger. His memory snaps back to the present when his sister's loud voice warns him not to move because he will mess up his hair. The memory of the jellyfish sparks an idea, and he rushes across the room, leaving his sister confused. He grabs an old ornate book from the shelf and flips through its pages frantically while sitting on the floor, reading aloud. His sister watches in confusion as he reads about lighthouse jellyfish water, a fierce beast, and a healing talent hidden at the Lake of Death. Determination settles on Ye Tian's face, while his sister remains puzzled, repeating lighthouse jellyfish in disbelief and reminding him that stories are just fairy tales, echoing his own old words. Ye Tian, filled with certainty, closes the heavy book with a loud thud and states firmly that some stories are real, his voice calm but resolute. Ignoring her attempts to get him back to finish the haircut, he walks to his room with the book, already thinking about the warrior techniques inside. He studies the instructions, which explain a powerful body training method to gain immense strength by training the skin first, then the muscles, and finally the bones. With unwavering focus, he sits cross-legged to start his training. As he cultivates, bright energy surrounds him. The process clearly painful as his face twists and he grits his teeth to endure it. To push himself further, he drinks a flask of blood-red liquid in one go, causing violent energy to erupt through his body. Purple lightning flashes around him, his hair standing on end as power surges through his veins. His eyes widen at the intensity of the transformation, but eventually the energy subsides, leaving him sitting quietly in the aftermath of his power-up. In front of him, a glowing system notification appears, reminding him of the cost of his ability. His copycat talent is now locked and cannot be used again for 30 days. Ye Tian arrives at a small rustic town, his destination clear in his mind, the martial pavilion. Determined to become stronger, he walks confidently toward the large wooden building, every step purposeful. Pushing the heavy doors open, he steps from the quiet street into the unknown interior, which is filled with weapons and armor, a true armory for warriors. As he enters, a cheerful young woman wearing a red cloak turns to greet him, holding a stack of scrolls in her arms and welcoming him warmly as a new customer. but the moment she notices Ye Tian's powerful and intimidating presence, her eyes widen, and her friendly tone quickly shifts to serious respect. She bows slightly and greets him again politely, calling him a respected warrior. She gestures toward the back of the pavilion and politely asks if he has come to meet their mistress. Ye Tian's reply is calm and straightforward. He is not here for that, only to buy something. Seeing his serious attitude, the woman quickly apologizes and invites him to follow her further inside the shop. Wasting no time on small talk, Ye Tian gets straight to the point, asking if they sell maps of the Sea of Death. Her face lights up with understanding and excitement, and she confirms that they do, asking him to wait while she searches. After rifling through several shelves behind the counter, she finally finds the map and returns proudly, placing an old, weathered copy on the wooden table before him. Looking up from her ledger, she states the price clearly, 10,000 yuan. Expecting him to bargain, she pauses, but Ye Tian pays the full amount immediately without saying a word, then quietly turns and leaves the pavilion. The woman watches him go, her earlier cheer replaced by curiosity about the mysterious young man. With the map now in hand, Ye Tian wastes no time continuing his journey. He races across the vast landscape in a blur of speed, a streak of energy flashing across the sky before landing with a heavy thud that shakes the ground beneath him. Pink lightning arcs around his feet as dust and wind swirl from the force of his arrival. He has finally reached his destination, the desolate and dangerous region known as the Sea of Death nearby. A lone lizard perches on a rock, silently observing the barren and broken land. As Ye Tian surveys the ruins around him, he notes quietly how harsh and devastated the area looks. Yet despite the destruction, he senses the immense power lingering in this place. The devastation does not discourage him. Instead, it fuels his resolve. With grim determination, he thinks to himself that this is the perfect place where he will be able to copy many powerful and rare talents. The ruined land, though bleak and lifeless at first glance, holds great potential, and Ye Tian readies himself mentally for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead in this dangerous, unforgiving region. He knows that this journey will test his limits but also provide the chance to grow stronger than ever before. The skeletal ruins of the buildings confirm Ye Tian's thoughts. This place had clearly been abandoned for a very long time. As he moves deeper into the ruins, a cold, uneasy feeling creeps over him, forcing him to stay alert. The strange energy surrounding the area makes him feel like danger could strike at any moment, every sense warning him to be cautious. Suddenly, his instincts scream a warning, and his eyes widen as he senses an enormous power about to erupt from below. In the next instant, the sea explodes upward, forming a massive spiral of wild, glowing energy. The surge tears through the water with a loud, roaring crash, and Ye Tian has to leap backward to avoid being hit by the rushing force. The wave pushes him off balance, his face hardening with concentration as he quickly steadies himself. Amid the chaos, he notices a figure flying through the air, bathed in strange green light, clearly fleeing from the battle raging below. As the violent energy begins to subside, two more people emerge inside the storm. An old man clutches a large umbrella to protect himself, while a woman with long dark hair holds tightly onto a golden chest, both struggling to escape the disaster. Ye Tian's focus sharpens when a deep, terrifying roar echoes from the depths beneath them. The old man's face fills with despair as he realizes they might not survive. His voice trembles as he mutters that escape is impossible, fighting against the overwhelming pressure and fear. Their worst fears come true when a massive scaled beast bursts from the stormy sea, its glowing orange eyes locking onto them with deadly intent. The old man shouts in shock and fear, declaring that this is a top-level fierce beast. Seeing the hopeless situation, Ye Tian's expression becomes firm and resolute. Knowing that they cannot all survive, the old man makes a brave choice. He tells the woman he will stay behind to hold off the enemy and orders her to escape, using his power to propel her far away to safety. She screams in protest but has no choice, flying through the air while clutching the golden box tightly. From a distance, she looks back in fear and sorrow at the man who stands alone against the monstrous creature. The old man cries out again as he notices more beasts emerging from behind. His face twisted with effort and frustration as he yells about the attackers closing in from the rear. Just when all hope seems lost, Ye Tian arrives with a flash of pink lightning, landing on the ground with a shockwave that shakes the earth. Nearby, a young woman runs frantically across the desolate land, gasping for breath as she tries to flee the chaos. The energy and tension of the scene surround Ye Tian as he assesses the danger, his eyes locking onto the battle below and the desperate figures caught in the storm. Every instinct tells him the situation is critical, yet his resolve strengthens, ready to face whatever comes next and protect those in peril while confronting the immense threat rising from the turbulent sea and the desolate ruins around him. Suddenly, a huge reptilian monster bursts out of the thick mist, its rows of sharp teeth glinting as it opens its enormous mouth, ready to swallow the young woman whole. She clutches the golden box tightly as she runs, her heart pounding. The old man's terrified voice cuts through the air, shouting a desperate warning for her to be careful and stay alert. Reacting instantly, the young woman leaps high into the air, narrowly avoiding the snapping jaws of the monster, as a bright flash of light erupts from the spot where she had just been standing. Hanging in midair, her expression sharpens into focused determination, and a soft pink energy begins to wrap around her hand, glowing like mist. A shining floral mark appears before her as she raises her arm, pointing 2 fingers forward and giving a firm, commanding order to release the seal. A wave of pure energy bursts outward, while the golden box unleashes a storm of violent crimson lightning. The massive reptile lets out a roar of anger and pain as the energy hits its tough, scaly body, sending a powerful shockwave that rattles the ground beneath them. The force of the battle reverberates across the desolate land, filling the air with crackling power. As the spell completes, the young woman undergoes a transformation. Her hair flows into long strands of pink, and her eyes shine brightly with raw energy. But the immense force of the spell is too much for her body to handle, and she is flung backward through the air by the explosion. Far away, another caped figure is also thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto a rocky cliff as a gust of wind follows his impact miles away. The gigantic monster jerks violently as it is struck by an unseen force, its massive frame staggering under the blow. Furious, the creature lifts its head and releases a thunderous roar that shakes the barren plains. Amid the chaos, Ye Tian stands calmly, surrounded by a swirling green aura, his expression cold and controlled as he carefully studies the battlefield. Without warning, a massive water dragon rises from the stormy sea, its roar echoing across the sky. The elderly man is caught in the crashing waves, screaming in pain as the crushing water traps him. He cries out that his leg is broken, blood mixing with the swirling red water, but even in agony, his thoughts remain on protecting the young woman. He shouts for her to escape with all her strength. The enormous water beast opens its wide mouth, holding the woman trapped inside, a small figure in danger of being swallowed whole. The old man's face twists with pain and despair, blood dripping from his mouth as he gives one final desperate warning that the secret technique he used will not last and that the golden box is far more important than his own life. Hearing his words, the young woman, now fully transformed and glowing with energy, accelerates beyond sight, her body becoming a pink blur of determination and power, moving with incredible speed to save herself and protect the precious treasure she carries. Her glowing red sword cuts through the smaller reptilian monsters with ease as she lands gracefully on the ground, holding a severed monster head in one hand and the precious golden box in the other. Her pink hair whips wildly around her, charged with the leftover energy of her battle. She mutters a soft curse in frustration as her strength begins to fade, her power flickering unsteadily. A single tear slides from her closed eye, leaving a streak across the dirt on her face. From far away, high on a cliff, Ye Tian stands alone, silently watching the desperate fight below. His jaw tightens as determination sets in, and after a long, grim stare, he leaps down from the cliff. At the same time, the woman's transformation collapses entirely. She stumbles weakly, her glowing pink hair fading slowly back to its natural black as she struggles to stay conscious. The energy that had surrounded her disappears with a soft rush of air, and her body finally falls to the ground. The golden box slips from her hands, spinning through the air before landing heavily on the rocky ground, coming to rest just inches from a man's boot. Ye Tian lands softly beside it, his long trench coat fluttering in the wind as he stands tall over the fallen woman. She lies on the cold, rough earth next to the treasure she had fought so hard to protect. Slowly, her eyes open, trying to focus on the figure standing above her. When her vision clears, she sees Ye Tian's sharp features and piercing red eyes locked on the golden box, studying it with intense concentration. He murmurs quietly, wondering aloud what this mysterious treasure could be, his voice calm but curious. Seeing him there, the woman's expression turns panicked, and she warns him with a trembling voice not to come closer or touch the box. Ye Tian frowns slightly, clearly unimpressed, and tells her to stop worrying, reassuring her that he has no intention of taking it from her. Suddenly, the ground vibrates with a deep rumble as more creatures approach. Without hesitation, Ye Tian apologizes softly, then lifts the injured woman carefully into his arms, moving away from the immediate danger while carrying both her and the golden box to safety. He suggests finding a cave to hide in for the moment, asking her opinion, though she is too weak to respond. Taking her silence as agreement, he continues moving quickly, noticing strange purple marks slowly spreading across her pale skin. Once he finds a safe and quiet spot, he lays her down gently to rest. As evening falls and birds circle lazily in the twilight sky, she finally sleeps peacefully, her face calm and gentle after the chaos of battle watching over her. Ye Tian's expression softens, and he reaches out carefully to touch the small mole beneath her eye. A sudden jolt of recognition shoots through him, and his eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes who she really is. The truth hits him hard, undeniable and heavy, and in his mind, he can only think that what he has just discovered is absolutely real, leaving him stunned and contemplative about the revelation. Under a dark, cloudy sky, Ye Tian stands alone in a barren, rocky clearing, his eyes scanning the empty landscape. On the ground before him lies an unconscious woman, her body small and fragile against the rough terrain. He steps forward carefully, kneeling beside her to take a closer look, his face showing a mix of curiosity and concern. A faint sound escapes her lips as she begins to stir, and her eyelids slowly flutter open, surprising Ye Tian. She winces and sits up slowly, pressing a hand against her aching forehead as she softly says her head hurts and that she feels dizzy from everything she has endured. As her vision clears, she notices the young man kneeling in front of her and realizes who he is, asking if Ye Tian was the one who saved her life. Embarrassed, Ye Tian quickly looks away, trying to downplay the moment by saying it was just a coincidence and that he hadn't intended to help. She smiles faintly and hands his coat back to him, thanking him for lending it. He accepts it with a small nod, replying politely that she's welcome, and slips the coat back on. Watching him, a playful, mischievous smile spreads across her face, and suddenly she calls forth a large, glowing crystal that appears effortlessly in her hand. The bright object erupts into radiant light, forcing Ye Tian to raise his arm and shield his eyes, shouting that it's too bright and asking what she's doing. She laughs at his reaction, explaining that there's no need to panic. It's just a light stone, a crystal that can store and release light, serving as a real source of brightness. As she talks, the crystal floats gently out of her hand, sending a warm, magical glow across the dark canyon. It rises higher and higher, illuminating the jagged terrain and filling the air with shimmering particles of light that dance softly around them. Ye Tian watches with fascination, curiosity piqued, and asks her where such an unusual object came from. Seeing his interest, she smiles knowingly, noting that he seems very curious about it. Without another word, she takes a small decorated flask and drinks from it quickly, all while Ye Tian observes carefully, his sharp gaze taking in every movement. She then sits cross-legged on the ground, closing her eyes in meditation as a calm green healing energy forms around her body, glowing softly in the darkness. After a while, she opens her eyes, stands, and brushes the dust from her clothes, telling Ye Tian to get up and move quickly. Groaning lightly, he pushes himself to his feet, muttering a tired sound of agreement as he straightens. Crossing her arms, she looks at him and reminds him that he had asked about the glowing object. Pointing to a large golden chest beside her to show how it works, she holds out a small pink pouch next to the much larger chest, explaining confidently that although the copper box seems far bigger than the pouch, there is more inside than it appears, hinting at its hidden potential and mysterious power. A sudden surge of energy flows from the golden chest into the small pink bag, glowing faintly for a moment before fading completely. Yetian's eyes widen as understanding hits him. This isn't a simple space-controlling power, but a treasure that stores energy and objects within itself, a true spatial storage ability. The woman nods in approval, clearly pleased that he grasped it so quickly, and tells him he is right. She then leans in with a persuasive smile, asking if he wants to learn more and explaining that if he joins the Martial Pavilion, she will personally take him to see how it works. Just as she starts to continue, Yetian stretches his arms behind his head and casually interrupts her, saying that he's tired and just wants to sleep for now. The woman freezes in disbelief, her face full of shock at his blunt and unexpected answer. Anger builds inside her as she clenches her fists and grits her teeth, trying to stay calm after being ignored. After a while, both of them give up talking and settle down for the night, keeping some distance between them. Slowly, the dark night fades, and the golden morning sun rises, shining over the bright green fields. Yetian wakes with the first light, rubbing his eyes and letting out a long yawn, stretching his arms as he takes in his surroundings. He notices that the woman is gone, but something she left behind immediately draws his attention. On the spot where she had been resting sits a beautiful red box, decorated with silver designs along its edges. Yetian approaches carefully, his sharp red eyes studying the mysterious gift kneeling. He lifts the lid gently and discovers a treasure trove inside. Rows of sparkling potion vials, a stack of glittering golden cards, and a thick leather-bound book. Shock and excitement flash across his face, and a confident smile spreads as he picks up one of the vials without hesitation. He drinks the glowing purple liquid quickly, feeling the surge of powerful energy rush through his veins as he holds the empty glass bottle. He goes on to drink several more potions while roasting some meat over a small fire, and with each sip, he feels himself changing dramatically. Brilliant light begins to swirl around his body, and his hair grows long and wild, flowing freely down his back. His eyes glow a fierce red, and raw, untamed energy bursts out from him in waves of blue lightning. Putting his coat back on, Yetian grins with wild confidence, a fierce, almost menacing smile spreading across his face as he realizes he has reached a completely new, terrifying level of strength, feeling more powerful than ever before and ready to take on anything in his path. A blur of movement streaks across the stormy sky and slowly takes the shape of someone falling rapidly through the heavy rain. The cold, empty, snow-covered field below is dotted with rough wooden crosses, silent reminders of those who came before. Yetian lands lightly on the frozen ground and comes to a stop in front of one of the graves, his expression serious and dark beneath the sheets of falling rain. He kneels carefully and places a small black stone on the pile of rocks covering the grave, a quiet, respectful gesture of remembrance. Suddenly his head snaps sharply to the side as his keen senses detect something unusual nearby. On the rocky ground, he spots a black umbrella lying abandoned. He bends down, picks it up, and grips the handle firmly. With a quick flick of his wrist, he opens the umbrella, letting the canopy spread wide above him to shield him from the relentless downpour. The sound of the raindrops changes as they hit the umbrella, and he immediately notices something strange. The drops are not just landing on it, they seem to be pushed away by an invisible barrier. Surprised, he exclaims, realizing that the umbrella creates a waterproof shield. A wide grin spreads across his face as he experiments with this strange ability, his mind buzzing with ideas and excitement. He realizes just how powerful this tool could be and thinks to himself that with this shield, traveling through water will be far easier. A daring plan begins to form in his mind, made possible only because of this unusual new item. Taking a deep breath, Yetian dives straight into the depths below, the air splitting with a sharp whooshing sound as he plunges rapidly. While moving underwater, he marvels at how much faster he can go with the umbrella cutting through the currents effortlessly, making his movements smooth and swift. But his excitement fades quickly when a strange shadow appears in the distance, catching his full attention. Curious, he tries to focus through the dark, murky water, wondering what the mysterious shape could be. Suddenly, a glowing status window appears before his eyes, identifying the creature ahead as a mid-class tigerclaw fish. Before he can react, the massive form of the creature becomes clear, and at that moment, a sudden shockwave erupts through the water, hitting him with tremendous force. The blast spins him violently through the dark, cloudy depths, bubbles streaming from his mouth as he struggles to regain control. Clenching his teeth against the crushing pressure, Ye Tian's expression hardens, his focus sharpening as he fights to steady his body and maintain control in the chaotic underwater environment that surrounds him. Every sense on high alert as he prepares to face whatever comes next in the murky depths. Ye Tian glides quietly through the endless darkness, landing softly on the muddy floor below, thinking to himself that this must be the deepest part of the lake. His energy shield keeps him protected for the moment, but he quickly senses that he is not alone. From the crushing shadows around him, massive shapes with glowing orange spots begin to stir and move closer. He narrows his eyes, scanning the dark water, wondering if lighthouse jellyfishes could really exist in a place like this. Before he can investigate further, a sudden, violent impact slams into him, sending a shock through his body and throwing him slightly off balance. Confused but alert, he tries to figure out what struck him and spins sharply, his face set with fierce determination to confront whatever is attacking. Suddenly, a glowing system window appears before his eyes, identifying his opponent and revealing that the creature possesses a top-tier healing ability. Realization strikes him. It's a lighthouse jellyfish. The massive, terrifying being finally comes into view, a leviathan rising from the abyss, its glowing pores flickering ominously and razor-like spikes crawling across its enormous form. A deep, thunderous roar bursts from its mouth, shaking the water around it and sending violent ripples through the lake's depths. With terrifying speed, it charges toward him, one of its twisted tentacles snapping out and swallowing another smaller creature whole in the darkness. Ye Tian watches calmly, his focus razor-sharp as the monstrous scene unfolds before him. Suddenly, another system message flashes across his vision, confirming that he has successfully copied the creature's powerful healing talent. A sharp gasp escapes him, a mix of shock and triumph flooding through his body. Instantly, crackling blue electricity surrounds him as the copied power surges through his veins. His jaw tightens and he grits his teeth, struggling to control the overwhelming energy racing inside him. The pain escalates as this monster launches its next attack, finally shattering his protective shield. His umbrella disintegrates into fragments, leaving him fully exposed to the crushing pressure of the deep blood escapes his mouth as he fights to stay conscious, every muscle trembling under the immense strain. Yet even through the pain, a dangerous red glow burns in his eye. Clenching his fist, he channels the raw energy now coursing through him, refusing to give in. He raises his gaze toward the towering lighthouse jellyfish in the darkness, his face hardening with grim determination. The moment is tense, the pressure intense, and Ye Tian knows in his heart that the real battle is only just beginning. The weight of the deep presses down on him, the enormous creature looming above, and he steadies himself, ready to face the challenge with every ounce of strength he now possesses. Ye Tian stands tall with a confident smile as grotesque monsters surround him. His battle isn't only on land. Deep in the stormy sea, huge tentacles rise and fall, hinting at even greater dangers hidden below, a place full of power and threats. The challenge ahead is immense. Lightning sparks at his feet as Ye Tian makes a bold leap through the storm, descending rapidly along a steep cliff while startled birds scatter into the pouring rain. Fierce wind lashes against him as he skillfully navigates the wet, slippery rocks, his long coat flowing dramatically behind him. When he finally reaches a cave entrance, he lands softly and exhales, muttering to himself that he managed to escape the danger. Exhausted, he collapses inside the cave, breathing heavily as he tries to recover. But his rest is short-lived. His mind quickly focuses on his goal. He needs to copy new powers. His eyes glow faintly with a mysterious light as he activates his special ability, and a bright notification confirms that he has successfully merged with a high-level healing talent. His status screen instantly updates, showing his newly gained skill. Realizing the process was easier than expected, Ye-Tian feels a surge of confidence. Sitting up, he decides to test his new ability immediately. Looking at his injured hand, still darkened from deadly jellyfish venom, he concentrates and activates the healing power. Instantly, energy bursts from his body, shaking the cave and even cracking the stone walls. Amazed at the strength of the ability, he notices there are no harmful side effects and realizes what an incredible talent this is. His hand heals completely, faint energy still flickering around it, and he studies it with a satisfied grin. Later, in a modern room, Ye-Tian reads an old decorated book when a sharp voice interrupts him. His sister scolds him for disappearing for 10 days and warns him to stay still while she cuts his long hair. Ye-Tian laughs softly, feeling slightly embarrassed, and apologizes for making her worry as she trims. His eyes catch a page in the book. He sees a drawing of a strange insect called a magic ant and a detailed magical diagram beside it. Studying the patterns carefully, he feels a new sense of purpose stirring inside him. With a confident smile and a neat new haircut, he sets out again, heading to a rustic place called the Martial Pavilion. Upon entering the cozy tavern-like building, a friendly voice greets him warmly, welcoming him back. The blonde woman behind the counter starts her usual polite introduction, asking if he needs help, but suddenly stops when she recognizes him. Her face brightens, and she happily greets him, calling him Sir Warrior, saying it has been a long time since his last visit. Playfully waving her tablet, she asks what he wants to buy this time. Ye-Tian goes straight to the point, requesting something rare, the complete body of a magic ant. He slides a hand-drawn image across the counter. The woman picks it up with interest, examining it closely and explaining that a magic ant can be used to make a strong tonic when mixed with alcohol. Ye-Tian forces a nervous smile, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead under the woman's sharp gaze. She looks up from her counter and delivers disappointing news. They don't have any magic ants available. Then, with a sly smirk, she adds that they do have some information about them and asks if he wants to hear it. Instantly interested, Ye-Tian leans forward, nodding eagerly. The woman begins explaining, gesturing animatedly toward a rough map spread across the table. She tells him that the seafront base is preparing to open trade routes with another nearby base, but between the two lie dangerous territories filled with fierce beasts, including the nest of the rare magic ants. Ye-Tian's expression sharpens as he realizes the significance, asking thoughtfully if the mid-level base she mentioned is the Iron Tooth base, his hand brushing his neck absent-mindedly. Her eyes light up with recognition, and she snaps her fingers to confirm he is correct. In a cheerful tone, she explains that Iron Tooth base is about 100 miles from seafront base, then lowers her voice as she adds something more secretive. She recalls that the Mo family once suspected Iron Tooth base of being involved in the mysterious death of one of their members and even accused them of planning an invasion. Ye-Tian's face hardens as he processes the revelation, his expression darkening. The woman shrugs casually, noting that according to rumors, the Mo family carried out an investigation and officially cleared up the matter. While Ye-Tian remains deep in thought, she rummages through a barrel behind the counter. After a moment, she lets out a small cheer, holding up a small wooden token carved with intricate symbols, and stretches it across the counter for Ye-Tian to take. She explains that it is a token of participation for upcoming activities, originally meant for someone named Missy, and scoffs, saying her people come from a much larger base, so working for a mid-level base would only be a dream. Ye-Tian examines the token closely, noticing the engraved name Lin, while the woman explains that both bases plan to send warriors to eliminate the beasts along the new trade route. Leaning closer with a knowing smile, she suggests that if he joins the mission, he might even find the corpse of a magic ant among the spoils. The offer lingers in the air, tempting and clear. Ye-Tian stares at the token in his hand, the symbol reflecting in his faintly glowing red eyes. Slowly, a dark, confident grin spreads across his face as a plan forms in his mind, and he tightens his grip. His decision is made. Later, in a crowded city square, hundreds of warriors gather in front of a massive cathedral, the air filled with chatter and the clatter of weapons. Among them, Ye Tian stands under a deep red hooded cloak hiding his identity. From a raised platform, an announcer declares the arrival of an important figure named Lin Mingji. The man steps forward confidently, grinning as he spreads his arms to address the crowd, welcoming them to the beast cleanup plan. Two imposing guards flank him, one an older man with deep wrinkles and a harsh scowl, the other a bald giant with a cold, stone-faced expression. Hidden beneath his hood, Ye Tian watches quietly, a wicked smile spreading across his face, his crimson eyes glowing faintly as dark anticipation builds for what is to come. At the seafront base, a loud call to arms echoes across the large square, where a man stands in front of the gathered crowd, speaking seriously about their situation. He explains that everyone knows the base is too small and with limited resources it's hard to meet the cultivation needs of all their people. He proposes a solution, opening trade with a larger base, a plan he insists will benefit everyone. His tone becomes firm as he emphasizes that this mission is extremely important for their survival and future growth, while also acknowledging the danger, since clearing out the fierce beasts will not be easy. The warriors below, their faces hardened from battle, show that they understand the risks. From a wooden platform, the speaker pauses dramatically before his expression turns into a confident, almost predatory smile. The massive crowd of soldiers, mercenaries, and hopeful adventurers listens closely, hanging on every word. When he finishes, a thunderous cheer erupts, voices shouting in support and hands raised high, showing loyalty to the Lin family. Amid the noise, a single figure in a red hooded cloak stands quietly, calm and unreadable, observing the scene. A nearby warrior raises his fist proudly, eyes fierce and determined, while Ye Tian lowers his head slightly, keeping his thoughts to himself. On stage, Lin Ming raises a hand to his chest, promising to remove any doubts from the audience's minds. With a booming, confident voice, he swears that any treasures or spoils the warriors gain during the operation will belong to them alone. Raising a clenched fist high, he fills the square with excitement, and the crowd erupts again, cheering for the Lin family. Taking advantage of the energy, Lin Ming announces additional rewards. Warrior-level participants will receive 20 vials of blood from a mid-level fierce beast and 2 million gold coins, while elite warriors will get 3 portions of blood from an advanced fierce beast and 10 million gold coins. The crowd reacts with frenzy, fists punching the air as greed and ambition light up their faces. After the rally, an official calls for test takers to line up. Excited warriors move to a central testing area, where a tall stone monolith waits. They place their hands on the cold stone, which measures their strength. A blonde-haired warrior goes first. Energy flows through the stone, revealing his rank as a mid-stage apprentice. The official notes the result and calls the next person. A long line of mercenaries and adventurers waits, each eager to prove themselves. Standing beside the official, a tall man with a fur-collared coat watches seriously. When attention turns to the quiet hooded figure at the end, Ye Tian steps forward and places his hand on the stone. Immediately, a surge of golden energy bursts from the monolith, brighter and stronger than anything seen before, filling the square with blinding light. The man in the fur coat stares in disbelief as glowing symbols appear. Recognizing the reading instantly, Ye Tian is a late-stage warrior. Shocked murmurs ripple through the crowd, and people whisper in awe, amazed at his immense power and noting that he doesn't even seem that old for someone so strong. The warriors stare in disbelief, their minds spinning as they try to figure out who the mysterious young fighter could be. One of them guesses aloud that he might be a genius from an elite family, while the others are too shocked to speak, amazed that someone so young could have such incredible strength and skill. After proving his power, Ye Tian turns away from the glowing testing stone, ignoring the astonished whispers and stares. He adjusts his hood calmly, a faint smile tugging at his lips, and walks confidently through the crowd. Nearby, a seasoned warrior watches him go and sighs with admiration, noting that true heroes come from the younger generation, since at his age he was still only a late-stage warrior. His companion laughs, reminding him that they themselves are only mid-stage warriors. Far below Ye Tian's level, another team member suggests to the captain that, since they are short one person, they should try to recruit the young man. The captain shakes his head with an amused grin, saying a late-stage warrior like Ye Tian would never join a small team like theirs. But before he can continue, a subordinate gasps and points. Ye Tian is actually walking toward them. The group falls silent in surprise as he approaches with calm, purposeful steps. Stopping directly in front of the captain, Ye Tian lowers his hood, revealing his face, and the captain immediately recognizes him. His eyes widen as he remembers that Ye Tian was the apprentice who had saved a little girl from the Silver Moon Mink a year ago. Shocked at how much he has grown, he marvels that Ye Tian has become a late-stage warrior in only a year. Ye Tian gives an embarrassed smile, modestly claiming it was just luck, then politely asks if he can join the Windwolves for the upcoming mission. The captain breaks into a wide grin, giving a thumbs up and welcoming him to the team. Another teammate claps him on the shoulder, smiling and saying they will all succeed together. The group's morale soars with their new, powerful member. The team archer smiles brightly, saying having a late-stage warrior makes her feel more confident. Ye Tian feels a bead of sweat trickle down his temple, nervous under the weight of expectations. But he gives a small, uneasy smile in response. With the team complete, the Windwolves begin their mission, moving carefully through the ruins of an overgrown city. Walking down the empty streets, the captain explains that the map shows only low-level beasts, but emphasizes that safety is their top priority. Suddenly, a scout shouts that something is approaching rapidly. Ye Tian's eyes widen as the sound of heavy galloping echoes through the ruined buildings. The captain takes charge, telling the team to stay calm. Massive shapes leap from the shadows, surrounding them and cutting off any escape. Red eyes glow through the mist as snarling purple-furred wolves close in, their breath steaming with menace. The captain quickly assigns roles. He will take the front while Ye Tian covers the back, and the others will assist wherever needed. The team shouts in agreement, raising their weapons and forming a tight defensive line. The captain charges fearlessly at the wolves, and Ye Tian moves to the rear, drawing his huge gleaming sword. A confident smirk appears on his face as he takes his stance, declaring that the rear defense is his responsibility, fully ready for the fierce battle ahead. In the ruined streets of a broken city, the body of a slain beast lies still on the ground. A red-caped warrior stands with his team, their latest fight apparently over nearby. Ye Tian, carrying only a sword and a backpack, calmly studies the aftermath, preparing himself for whatever comes next. Suddenly, two more massive red wolves appear from the shadows, their glowing eyes full of hate as they snarl and bare sharp teeth. The captain, a muscular man with a huge sword strapped to his back, shouts a sharp command, his face set with determination. Ye Tian answers loudly and firmly, his features hardening as he readies himself for battle. In a flash, he charges forward with incredible speed, moving so fast he becomes a blur, closing the distance to the wolves almost instantly. The savage creatures rush forward, claws striking the broken pavement. Ye Tian meets their attack with calm precision. With amazing agility, he leaps into the air, twisting in a controlled flip until he is directly above the lead wolf, sword raised to strike downward. The wolf snaps its jaws at him mid-air, but Ye Tian spins just in time to avoid the bite and kicks the beast in the side, sending it flying off balance. He lands lightly on the cracked ground, coat billowing, as both wolves collapse behind him, defeated in seconds. Silence falls over the battlefield until slow clapping breaks it. A voice praises his skill, calling his performance impressive. The captain steps forward, complimenting Ye Tian but joking that he's still ahead because he killed 3 enemies. Ye Tian gives an awkward, tired smile. The team's archer teases the captain, calling Ye Tian cool and telling their leader to stop being so proud. The captain turns red and protests, asking why he can't feel proud of his accomplishment. Another teammate apologizes, trying to calm the situation. Meanwhile, a warrior crouches by a fallen wolf, asking why the pack didn't wait until the valley to attack. Ye Tian glances at him thoughtfully, saying that the wolves might not have wanted to attack early but were forced to. hinting that something stronger was influencing them. The long-haired warrior pales, sweat forming as he imagines stronger enemies nearby. The bald warrior pats him on the shoulder, reassuring him that with 2 final stage warriors and 3 mid-stage ones in the team, there's nothing to fear. Still uneasy, the nervous fighter listens as the captain lifts his walkie-talkie, explaining with a confident grin that every captain has one to call for help if needed, and the team should stay calm and focused. The anxious warrior nods, understanding. With doubts eased, the captain straightens and orders the group to move forward, leading them deeper into the unknown. The captain shouts for everyone to move, leading his small team deeper into the eerie, ruined streets of the deserted city. As they carefully step over broken stones and debris, a faint rustling sound makes them halt. One of the warriors raises a hand to his ear, listening closely, then whispers urgently that he hears something nearby. The group freezes instantly, every eye scanning for danger. Ye Tian's head snaps upward, and he yells for the others to watch above. His eyes widen as a gigantic armored lizard-like monster plummets from the sky, crashing through the ruins with a deafening roar and sending out a wave of dark, oppressive energy. Ye Tian quickly recognizes it as a fire-spitting lizard with a dangerous second-class fire talent. When its massive jaws open and a glowing vortex of flames forms inside, he realizes it is about to unleash a fiery attack and braces himself. With a violent roar, the beast fires a gigantic fireball, striking the ground with immense force and tossing the warriors through the air like rag dolls. The ground shakes as the creature lands heavily, claws sinking into the scorched earth. The captain is sent tumbling, and one comrade shouts that the captain has already warmed up and they should handle this one. 3 warriors, a man with an axe, another with a sword, and an archer, step forward bravely, weapons shining as they prepare to face the monster. The captain watches from a short distance, assessing the creature calmly. He guesses it is a low-level fierce beast based on its aura but warns them to stay cautious of its flames. Confident, he gives the final command to attack, his voice echoing across the ruined battlefield. Ye Tian watches the 3 charge forward, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he quietly wonders if they can handle it. The captain reassures him confidently, saying it is only a low-level beast and there is nothing to worry about. The creature's glowing eyes narrow as the battle begins, flames clashing with steel in a fierce exchange after a short but intense fight. The warriors stand victorious over the fallen monster, its massive body motionless on the ground. The axeman proudly stands atop the lizard and shouts to the captain that they have won, and the captain enthusiastically praises them. The axeman and archer accept the compliment proudly, while another warrior humbly says he hasn't done much. Sitting on the lizard's corpse, the swordsman dusts off his clothes and scoffs, saying the enemy was far too weak and the fight was easy. His arrogance grows as he boasts further, claiming that even if 2 or 3 more appear, they could defeat them without trouble. But before he can continue, a massive beam of fire shoots across the sky, exploding in a thunderous blast far stronger than before. The powerful wave knocks the swordsman off his perch, and in shock and panic, he yells that the battle isn't over yet, his earlier confidence replaced instantly by fear. Ye Tian and the captain both stare toward the site of the massive blast, their faces hardening as the reality hits. They have only reached the beginning of the real battle. A crackling voice comes through the radio, desperate and panicked, calling for help from another team trapped near Zone B. The radio hisses and dies, leaving only static and the chilling echo of the doomed team's final message. The captain, a seasoned warrior, lowers the device slowly, his face dark with sorrow and anger as he realizes how dire the situation has become. One of his men curses in frustration, furious that the Lin family betrayed them, saying those people never cared about their lives. The captain clenches his jaw, anger boiling as he accepts that his trust in the seafront base was misplaced, and that corruption runs deep. Determined to protect his team, he grips his enormous sword and tells them firmly that he will stay behind to hold off the enemy while they escape. Behind him the ground trembles as a monstrous creature rises from the wreckage and his squad shouts in alarm, calling his name. One loyal man refuses to abandon him, shouting that they are all brothers and must leave together, not sacrifice one for the others. but the captain's expression turns cold and firm as he draws his blade, repeating his command with finality. It is an order, not a request. The squad stands frozen, torn between loyalty and obedience, their hearts heavy as they understand his intentions. The female archer and the muscular warrior exchange sorrowful glances, reluctantly accepting his decision. Suddenly, breaking the tense moment, one warrior bolts from the group, shouting that he will not die here. Another glares at him in disgust, muttering that newcomers like him are unreliable and vowing to make him pay if he survives. Turning back to the remaining fighters, the captain addresses Ye Tian solemnly, praising his extraordinary talent and saying it would be a waste for someone with such potential to die. He orders Ye Tian to take the remaining men and escape while there is still time, and the others urge him to obey. Instead of retreating, Ye Tian gives a faint, almost amused smile. Calm but firm, he says he will run, but then steps forward, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as blue lightning crackles around him. In an instant, energy bursts outward in a violent storm, shaking the ground as he charges toward the enemy. His team watches in disbelief as his aura transforms completely, the air crackling with raw electric force while he grips his weapon, ready to fight. The captain's eyes widen in shock at the immense power radiating from Ye Tian, recognizing the unmistakable aura of an ace warrior. He stares in astonishment, realizing the quiet young man had been hiding his true strength all along. The revelation leaves him speechless, struggling to comprehend how someone could conceal such overwhelming power for so long. Ye Tian's two remaining teammates stand frozen, their faces pale with shock as they try to comprehend the incredible strength he has been hiding all this time. Crimson light burns in his eyes as Ye Tian surges forward, his sword striking the monster's armored hide with a loud metallic clash, sparks flying in every direction. Ignoring his comrades' shouts to retreat, he fights alongside them, moving with speed and precision. Every attack is blocked or dodged effortlessly, his reflexes so sharp that no counterblow can touch him. When another beast charges, Ye Tian meets it with a crushing kick that sends it flying backward. His movements are like a streak of light, overwhelming all enemies around him. Two serpent-like monsters unleash twin blasts of energy, but he dodges easily, his speed creating shockwaves that ripple through the crumbling ruins. A nearby overpass collapses from the force, shattering into clouds of debris. The archer watches in awe, her eyes wide as she whispers that this is the true power of an ace warrior, marveling at how incredible it is to witness. Meanwhile, Ye Tian crouches low, green lightning swirling around his body as he channels massive energy into his sword. The air grows thick with tension as he gathers strength, then launches himself at the towering monster like a streak of emerald lightning. His strike lands with unstoppable force, the glowing green arc engulfing the creature completely. With a thunderous crash, the massive beast collapses lifelessly, the fight over in a single devastating blow. From a distance, the captain, Windwolf, watches the scene, frozen between awe and deep respect for Ye Tian's unbelievable power. Elsewhere, desperate screams echo through the ruins as the cowardly deserter cries for help, having run straight into the jaws of two new monsters. The ground shakes as the beasts approach, and his cries end abruptly when they strike. One of the larger warriors shouts to the captain that the man is in danger, but Windwolf remains stern, ordering coldly to leave the deserter behind, saying that anyone trying to escape alone is only fooling themselves. Amid the chaos, Ye Tian clears a path through the battlefield with fierce determination, calling to his captain that a way forward has been opened. He then announces he is moving deeper, glancing back at the others with a confident grin and asking if they plan to follow or stay behind. The captain and the remaining two teammates exchange glances, courage returning as they see this new path offers both safety and purpose. Closing his eyes briefly, Windwolf takes a deep breath, letting his resolve solidify. When he opens them, determination burns in his gaze, and a small proud smile spreads across his face as he clenches his fist, declaring that the Windwolves will move together as a pack, ready to follow their new ace into the fight, united and strong. A large muscular man groans in pain as a woman carefully wraps a bandage around his injured arm. She scolds him, frustration in her voice, telling him to look at his huge body and then compare himself to Ye Tian. Her tone sharp as they sit together amid the ruins of the shattered city. The injured man, the captain, lifts his gaze toward a tall, broken skyscraper in the distance and calls out his thanks to Ye Tian for leading them there. From high above, Ye Tian's calm voice carries down, telling him he's welcome and suggesting they stop and rest for a while because he wants to test something. A soft thud echoes as Ye Tian lands gracefully on a lower platform, making his next move clear. The captain, surprised, asks if Ye Tian really intends to go even deeper into the ruins, and Ye Tian firmly confirms that he does, telling them to return while he continues alone. Without waiting for a reply, Ye Tian strides forward with determination. The captain calls out for him to wait so they can discuss it, but Ye Tian keeps moving, his long steps echoing through the empty streets. The others, watching him disappear into the distance, turn anxiously to their leader, asking if they should follow him. The captain sighs deeply, understanding that it would be pointless, and tells them to let him go, admitting that trying to keep up would only slow him down. Despite his concern, he trusts in Ye Tian's immense strength, thinking quietly that the young warrior doesn't need anyone's help to survive far ahead. Ye Tian's eyes gleam with determination, his steps firm and deliberate as he moves deeper into the desolate skeleton of the ruined city, ready for whatever awaits him. Soon, his path is blocked by two enormous beasts with crimson scales and glowing eyes. A faint smirk crosses Ye Tian's lips as he faces them, planting his foot firmly on the cracked pavement and preparing for battle. With a single powerful stomp, the ground erupts into a swirling vortex of fire around him. He looks at the flames and rising smoke, wrinkling his nose at the terrible stench and muttering that he must have stumbled upon the creature's old nest. His thoughts are interrupted when the earth begins to shake violently beneath him, signaling the arrival of something far stronger. His eyes dart upward as he senses danger, and before he can react, a massive blade slices through the air with a terrifying whoosh, forcing him to dive aside at the last moment to avoid being hit. Heart pounding, he rolls lightly on the cracked ground, rising immediately, every sense alert, ready to face the powerful foe descending toward him. The ruins around him groan under the tension, smoke and sparks filling the air as Ye Tian steadies himself, preparing for the deadly battle that is about to erupt in the shattered city. Every step he takes is deliberate, each movement calculated, his mind sharp and focused, knowing that whatever comes next will test his full strength and skill to the limits. Ye Tian twists his body at the last second, narrowly dodging the deadly attack as it flies past him with incredible speed and force. The mist strike sends a massive shockwave through the ruins, scattering debris in all directions. From the smoke-filled sky above, a huge shadow descends. A monstrous creature crashes into the ground with an earth-shaking impact that makes the entire district tremble. Ye Tian looks up at the towering beast, a wild grin spreading across his face, excitement sparking in his eyes. Laughing, he calls it a giant golden test rock and declares that he will use it to test his healing powers. His red eyes burn with fierce determination as he readies himself for battle. The monstrous king wastes no time, forming a swirling orb of golden energy in its wide jaws before releasing a blazing beam directly at Ye Tian. For a moment, he freezes in surprise as the blinding attack rushes toward him. Miles away, his former teammates see the enormous explosion erupt on the horizon, lighting up the sky. The woman points in shock at the fiery column, exclaiming that a battle is happening, while the captain watches silently, worry etched on his face as he quietly mutters Ye Tian's name. Amid the smoking rubble, Ye Tian faces the massive Lizard King once more, his tone calm but daring as he acknowledges it as the true ruler of the beasts and proposes they fight fairly to the very end. Thrown into a heap of burning debris, Ye Tian lies surrounded by flames but refuses to surrender. Gritting his teeth, he challenges the beast aloud, saying they will see whether the fire will burn him alive or if he can endure it. A brilliant green light suddenly glows from his hand, and waves of healing energy flow over him, instantly sealing his wounds. Restored to full strength, he rises from the inferno, massive sword in hand, his body radiating raw power. With a fierce roar, he charges forward, colliding with the monster in a thunderous clash that sends energy waves rippling through the city. The force of the impact is so intense that the captain and his team, watching from a distance, shield themselves from the shock. One of them shouts in disbelief, questioning if Ye Tian is even still alive, while the captain, grim-faced, admits he isn't sure but acknowledges that their own strength would be useless in such a fight. As the dust and smoke finally settle, the aftermath reveals total destruction. Sitting atop the enormous corpse of the defeated Lizard King, Ye Tian catches his breath. His clothes scorched and sweat streaking his face, a single dagger gleams where it is buried deep in the beast's thick hide. Wiping his brow, Ye Tian smiles with satisfaction, his calm demeanor showing he has fully claimed victory, and he quietly declares that he has won this fierce battle, his body still humming with the energy of the fight. Ye Tian, his bare body marked with scars from battle, stands atop the massive fallen beast. A faint purple glow fades from its scales as his hand brushes over it. All around, a heavy silence settles across the ruined city as the watchers slowly realize the fight has finally ended. A final echoing blast rolls through the empty streets, sending a tall pillar of dark smoke into the sky. One of the soldiers turns to the captain with hope, asking if the battle is truly over, but another spots movement in the distance, calling out that someone is approaching. Relief washes over the group as they recognize the figure emerging from the smoke. It's Ye Tian, alive and unharmed. Cheers erupt from the team as they rush forward to meet him, calling his name with joy. Ye Tian lets out a tired sigh, reminding them that he had told them to return to the city ahead of him. His calm words leave the group momentarily speechless, amazed that he can remain composed after such a brutal fight. The captain gives a slightly awkward smile, admitting that they were worried even though they couldn't have helped much. Then, noticing Ye Tian's burned and torn clothing, concern crosses his face as he offers a spare shirt from his pack. Ye Tian accepts gratefully and quickly puts it on. The captain laughs, noting that the shirt is a bit too large and might not fit perfectly. Adjusting it, Ye Tian smiles sincerely, thanking him for the kindness. The rest of the team, including the quiet archer, watch with a mix of admiration and relief, proud that their leader has returned safely. Breaking the silence, one of the warriors asks what they should do with the spoils of battle. Their eyes wander over the surrounding destruction, where piles of monster parts and glowing cores lie scattered like treasure among the ruins. Another suggests that Ye Tian should decide, since he fought the hardest. The captain agrees, but Ye Tian shakes his head and explains that since they stayed behind and all the beasts are gone, the team should take the spoils for themselves. One of the men laughs in awe, saying he has never seen so much loot in one place, joking that although they survived the fight, they might die from carrying all of it back. Ye Tian's expression grows serious as he tells the captain not to worry about the outer area yet and insists they first deal with the Lizard King's remains inside. The captain, taken aback, asks if Ye Tian really means to leave the enormous carcass behind instead of moving it. Ye Tian simply says no and starts walking away through the broken landscape. The captain calls after him, asking where he's going, and Ye Tian glances back with a determined grin, declaring that his next destination is the dangerous territory of the magic ants. The captain and his men stare in disbelief, shocked at the mention of such a perilous place. Unseen by them, elsewhere in another desolate part of the city, purple energy crackles across the ruins as large organized groups of warriors gather in formation, preparing for the next challenge that awaits in the shadows. Their focus and intent clear as they ready themselves for what is coming. From a high vantage point above the ruins, Ye Tian quietly watches the gathering below. He notices several powerful groups assembled in the same area, his eyes first landing on a stern leader surrounded by heavily armed guards, the Mo family. Then he shifts his attention to another faction led by an older man with white hair, standing tall among the broken stones. Nearby, in front of the remains of a ruined bank, stands a third group, commanded by a sharply dressed man whose serious expression shows his clear authority. Ye Tian murmurs to himself, realizing these must be the Lin family and the white-haired elder's followers. His focus then catches on a warrior in full plate armor with an eye patch, standing confidently at the front of his own men. The ground cracks slightly beneath him as he adjusts his stance, radiating power. Ye Tian frowns, curious which family this intimidating fighter belongs to. Suddenly the armored warrior stiffens, sensing someone is watching. He looks up sharply, his single eye narrowing as he spots Ye Tian crouched atop a high, crumbling building. Immediately he orders his men to capture the intruder. With incredible speed, 2 large soldiers grab Ye Tian, dragging him down into the center of the square and presenting him before their leader. The man with the eye patch studies him silently, stroking his chin thoughtfully, then asks who Ye Tian is and why he was spying on them. Ye Tian forces a nervous smile, explaining that he is just a warrior from Seafront Base who came to offer his help after hearing about a major mission. The leader considers him carefully, then gives the order to release him, though his suspicion remains. He asks again which family Ye Tian belongs to and why he is not aligned with any of the assembled groups around them, members of the Mo family, the white-haired elders faction, and the third group. Each look at Ye Tian with confusion, denying any connection and insisting they've never seen him before. The armored man crosses his arms, intrigued, noting it's unusual to find such a young warrior with elite-level strength that no one seems to recognize. Ye Tian lowers his head, unsure what to say. Before he can respond, the Lin family leader steps forward laughing, telling the armored man, whom he calls Old Sheen, to stop joking and insisting that everyone must know who Ye Tian is. Smiling, he walks up, throws an arm around Ye Tian's shoulder, and boldly claims him as part of his family. Ye Tian forces a stiff smile, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he plays along. The Lin family leader, pleased with his quick thinking, proudly announces they have gained a talented new warrior, congratulating himself quietly while Ye Tian stands awkwardly beside him watching from a distant rooftop. 2 mysterious women observe the scene. One scoffs coldly, saying a lowly family like the Lin family has no right to claim Ye Tian. Her companion, called Missy, nods in agreement. The first woman's expression turns icy and possessive as she states firmly that Ye Tian belongs to no one else. He can only belong to the Martial Pavilion. High above a barren canyon filled with sharp, jagged rock spikes, flocks of birds circle under a dull gray sky. The calm is shattered when a massive, shadowy leg descends from the clouds, crashing toward the ground with terrifying speed, revealing a huge creature hidden in the storm. Below, an army of black armored warriors marches forward with grim determination. Leading them are several powerful figures, a stern bald man in a thick fur-collared coat and another leader with a sharp, commanding gaze and a neatly groomed white mustache. Their presence alone commands respect. Among the ranks stand a calculating man in a sharp blue suit and a rugged, eye-patched warrior clad in heavy plate armor. A short distance away, Ye Tian stands apart, his sword strapped to his back, eyes focused and determined as he prepares for the challenge ahead. The group stops at the edge of the rocky expanse when a warning cry to halt echoes through the air, but it's already too late. Lightning suddenly crackles from the ground, signaling the activation of a dangerous ritual as a glowing hand descends with immense energy. A voice announces that the ritual is complete, addressing the eye-patched warrior as Elder Qing, while another commands everyone to prepare for what's next. Crouched low, a hooded man named Old Qing growls as raw electrical power crackles violently around his body, surging and building for release. The armored commander, Elder Qing, strokes his chin, confirming that the towering peaks ahead are their target. The truth becomes clear. The so-called peaks aren't natural at all but gigantic hives filled with thousands of dark tunnels, the nesting ground of the magic ants. Tension fills the air as the warriors realize the scale of what they're facing, but Ye Tian stays calm in the rear, a smirk on his face and excitement in his eyes. When the hooded man silently signals that the time has come, Elder Qing raises his voice, ordering everyone to step back, determined to handle the next phase himself. One soldier, confused, stares at the commander in disbelief, wondering aloud what he plans to do. Ignoring them, the commander slams his palms together, producing a deafening crack as a surge of bright lightning arcs violently between his hands. His cape whips behind him as he plunges both glowing hands into the ground, releasing the full force of his power in a massive shock wave. The blast shakes the earth, hurling soldiers backward as dust and debris rise into the air. The man in the blue suit staggers from the sheer power, while Ye Tian braces himself, impressed and thinking that it's an extremely strong formation, one he intends to study someday. From a distant cliff, two hidden observers watch closely. One, alarmed, asks if the old commander has gone mad using such a rare and powerful technique. The other responds calmly, noting that the Iron Tooth base clearly has a plan, and just one fire explosion is enough to overpower the seafront base. The woman stays quiet, watching the scene below as the soldiers cheer in triumph. They shout in amazement, seeing the towering hives reduced to rubble, marveling at how completely the nest has been destroyed and wondering if the creature inside survived. One soldier stares in shock, unable to comprehend what he's witnessing, shouting that there are no visible bodies of the magic ants anywhere on the battlefield. As the dust slowly settles, Ye Tian walks calmly through the scorched ruins, a dark expression forming as a creeping unease takes hold. Something feels deeply wrong, and sweat forms on his forehead when he realizes he cannot copy the creature's ability. From her distant vantage point, the observing woman speaks with cold certainty, remarking that the old commander's reckless use of the powerful formation has ruined everything, stirring up a far greater danger, as if he had provoked a massive wasp's nest. Suddenly, a panicked soldier yells after spotting a massive hole opening in the ground, shouting about the dark chasm that has appeared. He peers into it but sees only black emptiness. Qing's face twists in horror as he comprehends the scale of his mistake. A loud, piercing screech shatters the air as an enormous magic ant bursts from the pit, its massive armored body rising above the battlefield and blocking out the light. One of its sharp-bladed legs swings downward with terrifying speed, striking a nearby soldier and hurling him high into the air. The monster lands heavily, shaking the ground, its red eyes glowing with pure hatred. A frightened soldier stammers in fear, realizing it is a magic ant, while the expedition leaders freeze in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they are seeing. One cries out in despair, questioning how such a creature could appear. As panic spreads through the ranks, Ye Tian remains calm, a confident smile curling on his lips as his purple eyes glow with excitement for the fight ahead. The nightmare is only just beginning. Moments later, the earth splits once again as countless armored magic ants surge from the depths, forming a massive, roaring swarm that fills the air with their shrill, chittering cries. The soldiers panic, someone screaming that there are far too many of them to fight. Refusing to retreat, Qing raises his arm, shouting for his men to prepare for battle. The soldiers respond with fierce determination, gripping their weapons and shouting in unison. Another leader calls for all warriors from Seafront Base to join the fight, and the troops respond with a deafening cry to kill. The army surges forward, clashing desperately with the relentless swarm. Ye Tian, however, moves faster than anyone else. Lightning flashing around him as he charges, he lowers his body, propelling forward with full force, eyes locked on the nearest monster. In a blur of motion, his sword crackles with electricity as he swings, slicing cleanly through the thick armor of the giant ant and cutting it in half before it can react. As the creature's body crashes to the ground, a nearby soldier cheers, urging everyone to continue, but Ye Tian ignores him, already focusing on the fallen beast. Reaching out, he begins to copy its power, and a flash of confirmation appears in his mind. He has successfully absorbed the ability. A violent surge of dark purple energy bursts outward, cracking the ground beneath him as he channels the overwhelming strength of the magic ant, ready to face the rest of the swarm. In a quiet apartment, Ye Tian sits cross-legged on the sofa, calmly meditating as a soft, glowing aura surrounds him. He focuses deeply, shutting out everything else, fully concentrating on his cultivation, feeling completely at peace in both mind and body. Suddenly, his sister bursts into the room holding a ladle, scolding him loudly for always sitting still and never talking to her. She accuses him of acting like a master, pretending to ignore her, and grows even angrier when he doesn't respond. Frustrated, she complains that he must be pretending to be both deaf and mute now. Ye Tian just smiles quietly, which only makes her more annoyed. Determined to take action, she storms into the kitchen, muttering that he will regret ignoring her. With a fierce, almost mischievous look, she starts cooking frantically, tossing ingredients into the pan as flames leap up while she dumps far too much salt into the food. Her exaggerated, chaotic cooking turns into a funny yet entertaining scene, but somehow the dishes she prepares turn out beautifully, glimmering under the light. Her anger softens, and she calls out sweetly to her brother, telling him that the food is ready and inviting him to eat. The meal looks amazing despite the earlier chaos. Sitting together at the table, she explains proudly that since her brother has been working so hard, she wanted to prepare a special feast just for him. Ye Tian's heart warms at her thoughtfulness, and with a bright smile, he promises to finish every bite. Just as he lifts his chopsticks to start eating, a loud knock interrupts them. Surprised, he mentions that someone is at the door, and before his sister can protest, he gets up to answer it. She insists he should at least take one bite first, but he is already gone. When Ye Tian opens the door, he begins to ask who it is but stops short. Shocked to see Captain Windwolf standing there, grinning, with a heavy backpack slung over his shoulder, Windwolf greets him cheerfully and steps inside, explaining that he came to deliver Ye Tian's share of their earnings. Opening the bag, he reveals a pile of shining monster cores and valuable materials, proudly showing off the impressive haul. Ye Tian looks embarrassed, saying it wasn't necessary, but Windwolf insists that everyone deserves their share. Accepting the heavy bag, Ye Tian quietly asks if the others are doing well and then invites Windwolf to join them for dinner, saying he has something to discuss. Windwolf's eyes light up at the sight of the meal, and he eagerly agrees, sitting down to eat. As he digs in, he praises the food, saying it's delicious and that he hasn't tasted homemade cooking like this in a long time. Ye Tian simply tells him to enjoy it, saying he isn't hungry. Watching him eat, Ye Tian's sister nervously asks if the food might be too salty, but Windwolf shakes his head happily, assuring her it tastes mild and teasing that she probably didn't even add enough salt to notice. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ye Tian's sister quietly says that as long as he enjoyed the meal, she is happy. After finishing, Captain Windwolf turns to Ye Tian and asks what he wanted to talk about. They sit back on the sofa as Ye Tian explains that he has spent the past few days at home focusing on cultivation and asks how the beast removal mission is going. The captain's cheerful tone fades, and he grows serious, admitting that both the Iron Tooth base and their Linhai base have suffered heavy losses. Surprised, Ye Tian sits up straight and asks if he is sure. Windwolf nods grimly, confirming that more than 50 elite martial warriors and 3 great martial warriors were lost during the battle. Realizing the severity of the situation, Ye Tian asks if this happened at the massive ant nest, and the captain confirms that even the second wave of fighters failed. When Ye Tian wonders whether the Iron Tooth base was angry about this, the captain replies that rumors say a grandmaster eventually destroyed the ants. Surprised, Ye Tian asks if that means the trade route is now safe. Windwolf agrees but admits he feels troubled knowing so many lives were sacrificed to achieve it. Ye Tian's sister quietly clears the dishes while he sits in thoughtful silence, his red eyes reflecting concern and contemplation over the consequences of what he has learned. Later, after escorting Captain Windwolf to the door, Ye Tian remains outside, lost in thought. When a man in a neat vest approaches and politely asks if he is Sir Ye Tian, startled, Ye Tian turns, and the man introduces himself as Mo Yuan, the Mo family's butler. The mention of the name immediately changes the mood, and Ye Tian's expression tightens with suspicion as he repeats it quietly. Mo Yuan bows respectfully and explains that his master has sent him to invite Ye Tian to a meal, handing over a formal letter as proof. Ye Tian calmly declines, saying he isn't interested in going out, and turns away. The butler's polite expression fades, replaced with a cold, hostile glare as he warns that refusing the Mo family's invitation is unacceptable. Captain Windwolf steps forward to intervene, but a faint blue aura appears around Mo Yuan, showing he is ready to fight. The butler's tone becomes sharp and mocking, insisting Ye Tian accept the invitation and understand his place. The insult ignites Ye Tian's anger. In a flash, lightning courses around his arm as he lunges, grabs the butler's wrist, and slams him hard onto the pavement with a thunderous crash. Captain Windwolf shouts for him to stop, but the fight is already over. Mo Yuan, bruised and humiliated, scrambles to his feet, shouting that he will take revenge before fleeing down the street. Ye Tian watches coldly, his expression tense, silently furious that anyone dared provoke him. In a nearby dark alley, Mo Yuan crouches, his face twisted with rage, swearing to one day take revenge on Ye Tian no matter what it takes. Inside a large, luxurious mansion, the son walks steadily across the wide hall toward his father. The Mo family patriarch sits in a grand chair, exuding power and authority, calmly smoking as he waits for his son's report. A servant kneels far across the room, pleading desperately for the family head to take revenge on his behalf. The patriarch's voice is sharp and questioning as he asks why the servant was sent merely to invite someone instead of dealing with them immediately, pressing for details about what had occurred. The son casts a harsh light on the kneeling man, who fidgets nervously, twisting his tail in anxious motion. The servant admits that he delivered the invitation, but the man had reacted strangely, telling him to leave upon learning he was from the Mo family. Acting distressed, the servant lies, claiming that the man hurt him and tore up the invitation personally written by the patriarch. The son reacts immediately, his face twisting in fury at what he perceives as an insult, shouting that he cannot believe the man would show such disrespect for their kindness. At that moment, the patriarch suddenly suffers a violent coughing fit. Instantly, the son rushes to his father's side, calling out in concern, but the patriarch waves him off, insisting he is fine. His face hardens as he turns his focus back to the servant, dismissing him with a command to leave. The man hurries away, his deception complete. The son's expression shows worry as he urges his father to take his medicine first. Producing a small pill and a glass of water, he watches as the patriarch dutifully swallows it, his weathered features tightening with discomfort. After a long sigh, the patriarch explains that the battle against the mighty ants forced him to use a secret technique at full power, which unexpectedly injured his core, leaving him fearful it may never fully recover. The son tries to console him, insisting that things will improve and there is no need to speak so grimly, but the patriarch scoffs, snapping that he knows his body better than anyone. He leans forward, the weight of his condition heavy upon him, and stares out the window at the dark night sky, warning that if he dies, the Mo family will lose a powerful warrior, a loss that would be catastrophic for their clan. The responsibility of the family's future rests squarely on his shoulders. A sudden thought crosses the patriarch's mind. Ye Tian may be waiting for the Lin family's invitation. His eyes narrow with determination as he resolves that, since a polite invitation will not work, they will have to take matters into their own hands and seize him. The son immediately protests, speaking wildly, arguing that Ye Tian is an outsider and questioning how they can be certain he would truly serve them, given that his loyalty lies with his own family bloodline rather than strangers. The patriarch holds up a small, glowing vial and announces that their plan can now be carried out using this single bottle of elixir. He explains that the liquid contains a dark power capable of erasing a person's will and that they will need to use it sooner than originally planned. Without hesitation, he tosses the glowing vial to his son, instructing him to store it carefully and handle it with utmost caution. The son catches it, staring at the pulsing light in disbelief, muttering under his breath as the gravity of the elixir sinks in. Meanwhile, the patriarch pours himself a glass of wine, settling into his chair as he calmly outlines his cruel scheme. They will erase Ye Tian's will, claim him as his illegitimate son, and force him to adopt the Mo family name so that he can be absorbed into the clan. The son freezes, shocked at the idea of his father declaring Ye Tian as his illegitimate child. The patriarch scoffs at his hesitation, telling him not to overthink it. He insists that no one is attempting to challenge the family head's position and that Ye Tian can just as easily be called his illegitimate son. It doesn't matter, as long as the Mo family name is carried. Slowly, the son regains his composure, nervously laughing and explaining that his worry was only about how it might affect his father's reputation. Finishing his wine, the patriarch stands and issues a cold, commanding order to move forward with the plan. The son bows deeply, promising to take 10 great elders with him to carry out the mission. His face hardens with ruthless determination as he swears he will succeed in bringing Ye Tian under their control. As night falls over the city, an assassin slips silently into Ye Tian's apartment, his movements precise and deliberate. Whispering into his communicator, he reports that he has successfully entered the home. The reply comes instantly, giving him a chilling order to capture Ye Tian's younger sister to force his surrender. Acknowledging the command, the assassin begins his operation while cloaked figures take their positions outside, spreading across rooftops and streets to prevent any escape. Inside, he moves cautiously through the apartment, approaching a bedroom where a figure lies still beneath a thick blanket, apparently asleep and unaware of the looming threat. He confirms the target's position and whispers into his device that he has located her. From a distance, his commander issues the final command to strike. The assassin reaches for the bed, but in an instant, the blanket erupts with blinding energy, throwing him backward with incredible force. In place of the sleeper, a sword crackling with lightning appears. The assassin screams in agony as his hand is severed by the sudden attack. From the center of the storm of energy, Ye Tian's voice rings out, triumphant and calm, declaring that he has been waiting for them for a very long time, his tone filled with power and controlled fury. Over the communicator, the leader panics, frantically asking if Ye Tian's sister has been caught, but all he hears is the sound of the earpiece dropping to the floor. Ye Tian stands over the fallen assassin and picks up the device, a cold smirk forming as he listens. The leader realizes in horror that something has gone wrong, shouting in confusion as Ye Tian calmly tells him to catch well. Moments later, a body is violently thrown out of the window. On a nearby roof, another assassin screams in shock as his partner catches it, only to see that the man is dead. Panic spreads through the attackers. One warns the others to be careful, fearing Ye Tian may have called in reinforcements. The group scans the rooftops, shouting into the darkness and demanding that whoever is out there reveal themselves, but no one responds. One of them hesitates, doubting what he sensed. Suddenly, a streak of green energy flashes beside him, and Ye Tian strikes, killing him instantly. Quietly, Ye Tian says, "Second one." A terrified shout rises from the remaining attackers as someone cries out that Ye Tian must have employed a dark shadow assassin. The rest scream in fear, scattering and ordering everyone to split up. Chaos spreading across the rooftops as Ye Tian calmly prepares for the next move. The cloaked figures scatter frantically across the rooftops, shouting in panic, unable to keep up with the terrifying speed of the glowing figure relentlessly chasing them. One assassin thinks he spots a chance to escape, but his hope turns to sheer horror as the overwhelming power closes in on him. On the street below, their leader screams desperately, trying to reach his team, demanding answers as chaos unfolds. Suddenly, Ye Tian leaps from the building, landing barefoot on the pavement, his sword dripping with blood, and screams erupt as everyone recognizes him standing alone against the remaining men. Their leader trembles, pointing and giving one last desperate command to capture him. But the final assassins charge and are instantly struck down by a blinding flash of power, their bodies smashing into the asphalt, while the leader collapses, stunned and defeated, unable to comprehend what had happened. Witnesses wonder aloud if he is just an elite martial artist, failing to grasp the true extent of his strength. Ye Tian calmly approaches the last surviving man and asks if he is young Master Mo's father, Mo. The man, sweating and terrified, pleads for his life, begging not to be killed and offering anything to spare himself. Ye Tian coldly reveals a secret that his son Xiaobei had also been killed by him. Mo panics, begging again for mercy, offering money and calling his dead son worthless. Ye Tian shows no mercy, his tone cold as he explains that eliminating enemies prevents future trouble, and with a decisive blow, he ends Mo's life completely. With his mission complete, Ye Tian stands over Mo En's lifeless body, the ground cracking beneath him as golden lightning arcs around his form. Calmly, he speaks to the fallen man, saying that revenge never waits for the perfect moment. Carefully he removes Mo En's cloak and drapes it over the body, a final cold gesture of respect. After that, Ye Tian pulls a new cloak around his shoulders, his face hidden in shadow, and solemnly vows to the night that anyone who dares harm his family will meet certain death. Without another word, he turns and walks into the foggy streets, his lone figure gradually swallowed by the mist. Elsewhere, under the same crescent moon, streaks of pink lightning tear across the dark sky. Inside a grand mansion, an elderly man coughs weakly into his hand, worry written across every line of his face as he wonders why the 10 great elders have still not returned. His son approaches with a confident smile, trying to calm his father, telling him not to worry because when all 10 elders gather at Linhai Base, Nothing can stand against their power. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupts outside, and the son shouts furiously, demanding to know who is causing trouble. From the balcony railing, Ye Tian appears, sitting casually with his lightning-charged blade, smirking as he finds it amusing that no one recognizes him at first. The son stares in disbelief, asking how Ye Tian got there and what happened to the 10 great elders. A dark, cruel smile spreads across Ye Tian's face as he cryptically says they will see the elders again very soon, the meaning sending a chill through the son's heart. Trembling, the man asks for clarification, his voice quivering, but before he can react, a flash of lightning from Ye Tian's blade cuts across him. Blood spills from his wound as he collapses, crying out desperately for his father. The old ancestor catches him, his face twisted with grief and pain, holding his dying son close, his roar echoing through the hall as he calls Ye Tian a monster. Ye Tian remains calm, a faint smirk on his lips, watching as the old man prepares a secret technique Ye Tian has seen before. Rage surges through the ancestor, his hair turning pure white as blue lightning erupts violently around him. He accuses Ye Tian of killing his son and swears vengeance, stomping the floor with immense force as his anger radiates through the hall. Even if he reduces Ye Tian to ashes, his hatred will never fade. Alarms suddenly blare throughout the mansion, warning everyone that an assassin has intruded. From every doorway, guards dressed in black pour into the grand hall, shouting orders to protect the ancestor. They quickly surround Ye Tian from all sides, weapons drawn, ready to strike. Yet Ye Tian stands calmly in the center, lightning flashing dangerously around him, a vicious grin spreading across his face as he prepares to face the oncoming battle. Every movement radiating deadly intent and absolute confidence, his aura filling the hall with a menacing, electrified presence. Seeing his men move forward, the ancestor barks his final furious command, his voice booming through the massive hall, ordering everyone to kill Ye Tian. With a wild yell of anger, Ye Tian surges forward like a storm, moving so fast that no one can stop him. He slices through the guards one after another with ease, their bodies flying across the room as he advances. The ancestor watches in shock, his eyes widening as he finally realizes the incredible strength and martial skill of this intruder. Standing among the fallen guards, Ye Tian turns to him and taunts, daring the old man to show how long his secret technique can hold. Enraged, the ancestor calls him an arrogant brat and charges, colliding with Ye Tian in a massive explosion of energy that lights up the entire room far away. In a leafless tree overlooking the Mo family estate, 2 cloaked figures quietly observe the violent battle. One comments on the impressive skill of the Mo family warriors, noting their strong martial abilities. His companion asks respectfully if he should go closer to intervene, but the young master raises a hand to stop him, a sly grin spreading across his face as he watches the fight from a distance. He tells his subordinate not to rush, explaining calmly that they will wait and observe for now, his voice carrying a sense of interest and cunning. The old master lets out a bellow of anger and swings his massive ring blade with all his strength, the metal slicing through the air like a storm. Ye Tian meets him head-on, his ornate sword colliding with the old man's weapon in a clash of steel that sparks wildly in the dim light. The sound of metal ringing fills the hall as the two engage in a fierce, relentless duel, their blades carving streaks of red and blue light through the space around them. The old master's face is twisted with sheer effort and rage, every muscle straining as he pushes himself against the younger, faster opponent. He spots a brief opening and launches a powerful kick, sending Ye Tian sliding across the shattered stone floor with a scraping crash. Not pausing, the old man stomps his foot to steady himself, preparing for another furious assault, his eyes blazing with determination to finish the fight. Ye Tian, however, is ready. With a loud battle cry, he pushes off the ground, moving so fast that he becomes almost a blur, dodging, weaving, and spinning as the stone cracks under the sheer force of his movements. His cape flares behind him, and his red eyes shine with cold confidence, the sword in his hand crackling with energy as he closes the distance between them. He appears before the old master like a predator, eyes fixed and smirking, taunting him silently. The old man grits his teeth, a vein pulsing on his forehead as he realizes he's being toyed with. Ye Tian's grin widens, his confidence unshakable, and he mocks the elder for thinking he can intimidate him, daring him to continue his attacks. The old master, growing desperate, reaches for a hidden trick, producing a small cylinder humming with energy, He hurls a smoke grenade, filling the hall with thick clouds, and unleashes a burst of lightning, hoping to cover his retreat. Ye Tian's eyes narrow, the grin fading only briefly as he watches the smoke swirl. Suddenly, the fleeing master is seized by an unseen force, yanked through the air as if the world itself obeyed Ye Tian's command. He crashes to the floor, helpless, completely at the mercy of his opponent. From the haze, Ye Tian's voice rings out, calm yet mocking, saying he just wants to play a little. His red eyes gleam with amusement as he watches the once powerful master struggle, his aura of darkness spreading across the room, oppressive and absolute. The old master cries out in pain, feeling his secret techniques fading, his muscles weakening, and his strength draining away. He collapses to his knees, exhausted, panting and sweating, knowing the fight is over. Ye Tian takes a deliberate step forward, his dark aura surging like a storm, his voice cold and merciless as he declares that it is finally time to end the Mo family, sealing their fate. The old man, utterly exhausted and trembling, looks up at Ye Tian with wide, fearful eyes, his voice breaking as he desperately begs for mercy. Ye Tian halts, a small flicker of curiosity passing through his glowing eyes as he calmly asks what the old man wants. Gasping and shaking, the elder blurts out that he will give Ye Tian everything the Mo family owns, every treasure, every valuable item. Ye Tian studies him silently for a moment, thinking that the scenario feels oddly familiar, as if he's seen something like this before. With a slow, deliberate gesture, he dismisses the offer, telling the old man to bring all the treasures out and place them before him so he can see them for himself. The old man's hands shake violently as he carefully gathers the hoard, muttering that this is the one, asking Ye Tian to inspect it. A dangerous, cunning smirk creeps across his face as he watches Ye Tian, convinced that his trap will work. Ye Tian's eyes narrow slightly, sensing the subtle deceit in the man's movements. In an instant, the old master springs his trap. Dozens of sharp, deadly projectiles shoot toward Ye Tian with frightening speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Tian spins, his sword moving so fast it becomes a blur, deflecting the hail of needles one by one. They scatter to the ground with a metallic clatter, harmless against his precision. Landing with the grace of a practiced warrior, Ye Tian shakes his head, muttering that this underhanded trick is typical of the Mo family, who always rely on deceit rather than skill. The old man erupts into a fit of insane laughter, his face twisted with wicked joy as he boasts that the needles are coated with poison, claiming that Ye Tian is already as good as dead, but his triumphant cackle is cut short. His eyes widen in horror as he sees Ye Tian standing perfectly unharmed, holding a single poison needle between his fingers. With a swift flick of the wrist, Ye Tian sends the needle back, striking the old man precisely. It pierces his flesh, and he collapses, life draining from him as his shocked scream dies in the air. In the present, someone waits nervously, wondering why Ye Tian hasn't returned yet. On a lonely rooftop overlooking a dark alley, the muscular Gale Wolf leader sits in silent vigil, his massive sword resting beside him as he scans the empty streets below, patience wearing thin. He mutters under his breath to the moonlit sky, feeling like he's become Ye Tian's little sister's babysitter, the responsibility of guarding the safe house weighing heavily on him. Suddenly, a voice breaks the quiet, remarking that it had heard his complaints. Startled, the leader turns and sees Ye Tian standing calmly before him, and he shouts Ye Tian's name in shock. Ye Tian approaches, expression composed, thanking him for taking care of Ye Yu. Leaping down from the rooftop, the leader visibly relaxes, asking if everything has been handled. Ye Tian nods simply, his voice steady and emotionless as he declares that from today on, the Linhai base will no longer have a Mo family. The leader coughs, calling him ruthless. But Ye Tian's attention quickly shifts to his sister, asking where she is and whether any assassins have found the safe house. Reassured, he is told that Ye Yu took a sleeping pill and is resting safely in her room, and his tense posture eases with relief. Gesturing toward the building entrance, the leader suggests they go inside since the rooftop is cold, and Ye Tian follows, finally at ease about his sister's immediate safety. As they walk through the quiet courtyard, the leader asks what Ye Tian plans to do now that the Mo family is gone. Ye Tian answers unexpectedly and directly that he intends to help Ye Yu cultivate. The leader freezes, repeating the word cultivate in disbelief. Ye Tian asks if there's any fast cultivation method for ordinary people, and the leader laughs, explaining that there isn't, that people must spend money to buy resources, as wealthy families do. Entering the safe house kitchen, the leader points upstairs, telling Ye Tian to check on Ye Yu, and he heads to her room with gratitude. Quietly opening the door, he sees his sister sleeping soundly under a warm blanket, safe from the world. He gently places a hand on her blanket, filled with protective love, and she stirs slightly, a soft smile appearing. Ye Yu sits up, rubbing her eyes, and upon seeing him, her eyes widen in shock. She jumps into his arms, clinging tightly, tears streaming as she confesses how scared and worried she was, fearing he wouldn't return. Ye Tian holds her close, stroking her hair, soothing her with gentle words, promising he will always stay by her side. She looks up, trembling, insisting he must not lie, and he meets her gaze with full sincerity, vowing he never will, a single tear of relief and love sliding down his cheek. Far away, word spreads that the Mo family has been destroyed. Crowds gather, buzzing with speculation about the one responsible. Excitement grows as a new group arrives, and a bystander shouts that some amazing people have come. The crowd turns, murmuring as they recognize the Lin family's young master, Lin Mingji, and the legendary martial artist, Lin Zhe. The two men move through the parted crowd with an imposing presence, their strong auras commanding attention and inspiring both respect and fear. A woman in a red hood notices them immediately, being told that members of the Lin family have arrived. Nearby, another cloaked figure, a woman with dark hair, observes silently. Her expression cold and unreadable as the two men approach. Lin Mingji surveys the aftermath of the Mo family's destruction with a dismissive click of his tongue, smirking as he remarks that he never expected the Mo family's ancestor to fall so low. He and Lin Zi glance over the corpses lying on the cracked ground. Lin Mingji's eyes catch a small red orb near one of the bodies. Bending down, he picks it up and recognizes it as the Mo family's secret weapon, the Steel Pearl Orb, a powerful device they had relied on as their ultimate trump card. He examines it carefully, calculating its potential. Lin Zi explains that when the orb is used, even top martial artists cannot escape, yet this time the target had survived, and the orb's own needles had killed Mo Changqing instead. It is a shocking failure for such a legendary weapon, pointing clearly to the fact that the killer must be incredibly powerful, at least matching a peak great martial artist. Both men agree that such a fighter likely did not come from Linhai base. Lin Zi suggests that the destruction of the Mo family could have been a demonstration by Steel Fang base. Lin Mingji nods, recalling that when the Steel Fang base proposed a trade channel, their spies had reported something crucial, that near Steel Fang, a fierce beast leader was about to evolve into a king, putting the base at risk of collapse. The realization hits Lin Zi that this trade channel is actually a route for refugees, showing that their rivals are seeking safety. Lin Mingji confirms it with a nod, observing how the political landscape is shifting. He decides that after these forces combine, there will be a new and an old side, and the Lin family must assert leadership for the entire old force. Seeing the chance to consolidate power, he begins forming a plan to use Steel Fang's demonstration to the Lin family's advantage. He turns to his loyal subordinate, asking if he understands the next steps. The elder immediately kneels and confirms his understanding. With authority established, Lin Mingji instructs him to personally send messages to all families, inviting them to share the Mo family's resources. Elder Zi's eyes gleam with determination, ready to carry out the order. Meanwhile, at the safe house, Ye Tian empties a bag to reveal a collection of priceless cultivation tonics. The Gale Wolf leader stares in shock, exclaiming that the tonics are worth more than his entire mansion and questioning Ye Tian's sanity. Ye Yu grows furious, demanding to know if the tonics are for her and insisting he return them, worried about wasting her marriage money. Calmly, Ye Tian holds out a shimmering orb, assuring her the tonics are real and valuable, and urges her to try one. Before she can protest, he places a tonic into her mouth. Surprised, she swallows it, her eyes wide as a wave of warmth and power surges through her body. She gasps, feeling comfortable and energized as a brilliant aura surrounds her. Watching his sister's transformation, Ye Tian crosses his arms and smiles, pleased that his investment is already paying off. Later, his sister speaks up, her voice filled with worry as she asks if her big brother is really going to leave. Ye Tian turns his gaze toward the city, calm and steady, confirming that he is indeed leaving. He explains that he needs to head to Shaoqianya Forest, a place so perilous that even 2 ancestor masters could not survive there, and emphasizes that strengthening his combat ability is the most important thing right now. He pulls the hood of his coat over his head, a sign of his resolve. His sister and their strong, muscular friend watch silently, their expressions serious and somber. She sighs sadly, reminding him that he just returned not long ago and now plans to leave alone again. Softly, she pleads with him to stay, her voice carrying both worry and affection, asking him not to go. Ye Tian reaches out and gently takes her hands in his expression softening for a brief moment. He reassures her not to worry and gives her precise instructions to practice the foundation forging body technique, take the tonics on schedule, and focus on cultivating well. She nods, accepting his decision, and looks at him with concern, urging him to be careful outside and promising that she will wait for him at home. Ye Tian simply acknowledges her words with a firm nod, his eyes glowing with unwavering determination as he prepares to step away. Just as he moves, he pauses and turns to his large, muscular friend, instructing him to look after Ye Yu. The man smiles confidently, patting his chest, and promises that Ye Tian's little sister is now his responsibility as well, assuring him that she will be safe in his care. Their quiet conversation is suddenly interrupted by the thunderous roar of engines echoing down the street. A convoy of motorcycles speeds toward them, the riders moving with clear purpose and precision. One of the bikes flies a small red flag marked with an unfamiliar symbol, signaling their allegiance. The leader's eyes widen in surprise and alarm as he realizes that a massive contingent from Steel Fang Base has arrived, far more numerous than expected. Ye Tian and Ye Yu watch from their position as the intimidating convoy draws closer, the atmosphere thick with tension as the newcomers make their presence known. The lead biker executes a daring wheelie, shouting loudly that they have officially arrived at Lin Hai Base. Behind him, a line of dark, sleek cars follows, adding to the overwhelming display of power. The leader quickly recognizes the newcomers and announces that they are members of the Sun family, his voice tinged with urgency. One black car screeches to a halt right in front of the group, sending a cloud of dust and exhaust fumes into the air. Ye Yu coughs in mild irritation, complaining about the driver's reckless antics. Ye Tian remains calm, unaffected by the display of bravado. He gently instructs Ye Yu to return to safety immediately while he prepares to leave, his focus entirely on the dangerous task ahead. With one last worried glance from his sister, Ye Tian turns and sets off, leaving the city behind. His journey carries him toward the distant, jagged mountains, their peaks slicing the sky with birds circling high above in the crisp air. Walking alone, he enters the depths of a quiet, empty forest, the kind of place that feels abandoned. Where the silence presses heavily around him, he mutters to himself about how desolate it feels, noting the stillness in the air, the soft crunch of leaves under his boots being the only sound. His sharp eyes soon catch movement on the forest floor, where the earth is disturbed. He crouches to inspect the marks and immediately recognizes them as the tracks of the black wolf panther. He knows exactly why he's here, and his resolve hardens. He needs to find this creature to upgrade his speed talent. A determined smirk forms on his face as he presses deeper into the forest, disturbing a flock of birds that burst into the sky, their wings beating loudly against the quiet. He pauses for a moment to listen, feeling the pulse of the woods, and then climbs atop a cliff to get a better view of the area, scanning for any sign of movement. From the shadows below, a fierce beast suddenly lunges toward him, its body crackling with dangerous purple energy. Ye Tian's eyes narrow and his muscles tense instinctively, preparing for the fight he knows is coming. Behind the main creature, a pack of smaller leopard-like beasts moves stealthily through the undergrowth, darting between trees and shrubs. Ye Tian studies their patterns carefully, assessing every movement, when he notices something light touch the rock in front of him, a small paw. The tiny creature meows softly, startling him slightly. Confused, he kneels down and examines the little animal, wondering why such a small creature would be here amidst such danger. Then, without warning, a young girl's voice speaks directly inside his mind, making him flinch in shock. Realizing the voice belongs to a little girl, he looks at the small creature with disbelief and asks if it is the one speaking to him. The voice questions him calmly, asking why he wants it as his master. A glowing status window appears before Ye Tian, revealing the creature's astonishing abilities. Reading the details, he discovers that it is a gold silk dragon leopard, a god beast with unmatched speed, incredible endurance, and rapid recovery, far beyond ordinary creatures. Understanding the true power and potential of this beast, Ye Tian sits down with a wide grin, his expression softening as he looks warmly at it. He tells the little creature that from this moment on, its name will be Xiaojin and that it will be his first loyal beast pet. The tiny god beast seems to understand instantly, curling up comfortably beside his backpack in quiet acceptance, ready to follow him on his journey. A massive ape-like beast screams in pain, staggering from a powerful strike. Nearby, Ye Tian kneels and urgently tries to calm two small leopard cubs, his voice gentle but firm. He speaks to Xiaojin, asking the young god beast to communicate to their mother that he is not a threat, admitting that he does not have her mother's naturally gentle nature. One cub mews nervously, its small body trembling, while the mother calls out sharply from a distance, her voice filled with distress as she struggles under the weight of her pregnancy. Ye Tian remains composed, reaching into his bag and pulling out a small red pill. Holding it out, he explains that it is a recovery pill meant to restore her strength. He urges her to eat it quickly and take care of the unborn cub, promising that everything will be fine if she trusts him. Slowly, the mother seems to understand, her tense body relaxing as she accepts the pill, and she eats it with a careful, deliberate motion. Shortly after, one of the grateful cubs climbs onto Ye Tian's shoulder, purring softly, forming an unspoken bond between them. The tiny creature waves a paw playfully, giving a small signal of trust and loyalty just before the next phase of the battle begins. The massive ape, having regained some energy, suddenly spins and attempts to escape, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground as it lunges toward the forest edge. Ye Tian narrows his eyes and sneers at the sight, remarking that it thinks it can run from him, but he has no intention of letting it get away. With a command, the two leopard creatures immediately respond, transforming into enormous, ferocious beasts. Their bodies crackle with violet lightning, their energy matching Ye Tian's as they roar in unison. His eyes flash with determination, and he declares that he will support them until the very end, unwilling to allow the ape to survive. Even with his current mastery of advanced speed, he refuses to believe that a high-rank ferocious beast can escape his strike. Flanked by his two mighty allies, Ye Tian becomes a living storm of violet energy, the power surrounding him surging in rhythm with his resolve. The ape is trapped within the storm, its chance to flee obliterated. Ye Tian strikes like a bolt of thunder, his form glowing with energy as he targets the beast. His kick lands with incredible force, sending the massive creature hurtling through the air. Before it can regain its footing, the two enormous leopard beasts leap onto it, attacking with perfect coordination. Claws and fangs slash and tear with unmatched speed, each strike fueled by lightning, shredding the ape's defenses entirely. The monster howls in agony, utterly overwhelmed by the relentless synchronized assault of Ye Tian and his powerful companions. Seizing the perfect moment, Ye Tian channels a massive surge of energy into his fist and drives it straight into the beast's skull. The impact is overwhelming, a loud crack of bone echoing across the barren landscape as the final strike lands with devastating force. A large shard of the creature's horn shatters and tumbles to the ground, while the massive body of the beast collapses with a heavy thud. Ye Tian lands lightly on his feet, and the smaller cub, now reverted to its tiny form, jumps happily into his arms. He smiles as he catches the little creature, holding it close and sharing a quiet, victorious moment after their grueling battle. The small cub nuzzles against his chest, purring contentedly, a symbol of their bond and triumph. Not far away, the enormous mother beast lands heavily on the cracked earth, but suddenly stumbles, her massive frame falling awkwardly. The abrupt collapse shatters the sense of triumph, immediately pulling Ye Tian's attention toward his new ally with concern. He mutters in frustration under his breath, his brows knitting tightly as he worries about her condition. The mother lifts her head weakly and emits a painful cry, clearly exhausted and hurt from the intense fight. Even though the battle is over, a new problem emerges before Ye Tian, and he does not yet know the best way to help her recover. Luckily, Ye Tian is always well prepared, a habit that now proves invaluable. He thinks to himself that he's fortunate to always carry a variety of healing medicines, and his foresight brings a quiet sense of relief. Reaching into his bag, he uncorks a shimmering purple potion, explaining gently to the injured mother leopard that it is designed to heal internal wounds and is completely safe to drink. Carefully, he pours the glowing liquid into her mouth, and she emits a soft, faint meow as the potion begins to take effect. Watching the healing progress, a satisfied smile spreads across Yetian's face, and he murmurs to himself that this is good, feeling reassured that she is recovering. However, the brief calm is abruptly shattered as dozens of glowing red eyes emerge from the tall grass nearby, accompanied by a massive blue-furred beast with sharp tusks. From the shadows, an entire pack of monsters steps into view, forming a threatening circle around them. Quickly assessing the situation, Yetian understands that these creatures intend to replace the leopard's parents and seize control of the forest for themselves. Purple lightning sparks around him, his energy surging as he refuses their challenge, declaring firmly that he will not allow them to take over. In an instant, he transforms into a streak of light, launching himself at the nearest monster with blinding speed. His strikes are fierce and relentless, shattering the ground as the lead beast collapses, utterly defeated under the force of his attack. The mother leopard, watching the display of overwhelming power, steps forward and addresses the terrified pack, declaring that from now on, Yetian is their king. The remaining creatures lower their heads in submission, acknowledging his dominance and refusing to challenge him further. Later, under a calm blue sky, the small cub gently scolds its mother, reminding her that her body has only just recovered and that she shouldn't be exerting herself by walking so far. The mother, grateful but determined, lets out a soft, affirming meow, continuing forward with quiet resolve. Curious, Yetian wonders aloud whether the mother is trying to offer him a gift, prompting the cub to clarify their destination as they near a secluded cave. The cub explains that they have already arrived and that the object of their search lies within. Inside the dimly lit cave, a soft, mystical glow illuminates the space, emanating from a single, radiant plant. Yetian examines it closely and quickly recognizes it as a rare spirit herb. Fascinated by its beauty and potential, he studies the shimmering blue flower intently, thinking about the kind of effect it might have. His excitement growing as he reaches out carefully to pluck the mysterious herb for closer inspection, eager to uncover its secrets. The spirit herb glows softly, its ethereal light pulsing as Yetian's fingers move closer, drawn to its energy. His mind drifts back to the moment when the second cub was born. He kneels beside the mother, urging her with gentle encouragement to push harder, to focus her strength and hold on as the tiny head begins to emerge. The newborn cries out for the first time, announcing its arrival into the world, and Yetian, filled with joy, cheers quietly that a new forest king has been born. He watches over the mother and her tiny perfect cub with a mixture of pride and relief, soaking in the beauty of life in the wild. Returning to the present, the spirit herb before him has fully matured, its flower now a deep, glowing red, radiating a faint warmth. Yetian inhales its sweet, rich aroma, marveling at how ripe and potent it seems, and exclaims softly that it must be perfectly ready. With careful hands, he plucks the glowing berry-like fruit from the stem, noting the eagerness in the cub's eyes. He chuckles, teasing the little creature for being impatient, before lifting the fruit to his mouth and swallowing it whole, curious to feel its effects immediately. Almost instantly, a searing, burning energy courses through his body, forcing a loud, guttural scream from his throat as the herb's immense power floods his system. He collapses onto the cave floor, convulsing under the strain, while the tiny cub watches in a mix of fear and concern, its small body tense with worry. After several tense moments, Yetian's eyes snap open, a new clarity and strength shining within them. He slowly rises, clutching his head as the herb's energy stabilizes inside him, reshaping his very essence and filling him with overwhelming power. A glowing status window appears before his eyes, displaying the remarkable abilities of the gold silk dragon leopard that he has now absorbed, confirming the fusion of their strengths. Feeling invigorated and renewed, Yetian stretches his arms and tests the limits of his transformed power, moving with fluid grace. Turning to the leopards, he expresses his gratitude, explaining that they will part ways from this point forward and acknowledging the gift they have given him, which has greatly enhanced his abilities. The mother leopard meows softly, conveying her understanding and acceptance. Just as Ye Tian turns to leave, the newborn cub leaps suddenly into the air toward him, unwilling to let him go. Smiling gently, Ye Tian catches the tiny creature, assuring it warmly that he will take it along to meet someone who will surely appreciate it, his heart light as he carries the little companion with him. In a chaotic memory from the past, a warrior in shining, ornate armor battles monstrous beasts, his sword cutting through the chaos with precise, deadly movements. The clash of steel and the roar of creatures fill the stormed battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction. Shaking off the memory, Ye Tian feels a warning echo in his mind, cautioning him that the world outside is extremely dangerous. He ignores the voice, his resolve unwavering. With a small cat perched on his shoulder, Ye Tian channels a surge of energy, vaulting effortlessly across the rooftops of a ruined city. Moving with incredible speed, he leaps from a great height and lands gracefully on the crumbling concrete, the impact cracking the ground beneath him. The violet aura around his body fades as his boots make contact, and his gaze sweeps over the devastation. The ruined buildings and scattered bodies paint a horrifying scene. He scans the area in disbelief, muttering under his breath as he realizes he has arrived at the 5th Academy, now reduced to a war-torn ruin. His attention is caught by a faint movement, a man still breathing among the fallen. Ye Tian's eyes widen as he recognizes the familiar figure, and panic rises in his voice as he calls out, "Zhang." He sprints through the debris, kneeling beside the injured man and gently lifting his head, asking if he is all right and what happened. The wounded man struggles to open his eyes, whispering Ye Tian's name with a faint spark of recognition. Relief floods Ye Tian, and a soft smile spreads across his face as he thanks fate that his friend is still alive. Energy flickers around Ye Tian's hand as he produces a small vial filled with glowing red liquid, explaining that it contains high-tier monster blood, capable of restoring strength. Carefully, he feeds the elixir to Zhang. Watching as color gradually returns to his friend's face, Ye Tian folds his arms, listening intently as Zhang recounts the grim events. When Ye Tian asks if the attackers were warriors from the Iron Fang base, his tone grows sharp and dangerous. Weakly, Zhang confirms it, explaining that monsters completely destroyed their base, forcing over 100,000 survivors to flee, leaving everything in chaos. Pressed further, Zhang admits that although the Lin family remains in name, they are only figureheads, and true control has already shifted. Ye Tian's eyes narrow as he gazes at the dark sky, confirming his fears. The takeover has already occurred. His thoughts drift to a calmer, brighter memory, a time in a training hall filled with focus and discipline. There, a young student clad in full protective gear lunges forward, striking with a bamboo sword. The instructor blocks with his own weapon, shattering it instantly from the force. The student collapses, frustrated by another defeat. Yet the instructor offers an encouraging smile, praising the student's talent and effort. The student, Ye Yu, returns a warm smile, admitting that the progress is thanks to the instructor's excellent guidance. Ye Yu takes off her helmet, her face shining with sweat and a big, happy smile. She sits down for a moment to catch her breath, enjoying the quiet after the intense training, but the calm is suddenly broken by slow, deliberate clapping echoing through the dojo entrance. Surprised, Ye Yu turns and sees her brother, Ye Tian, leaning casually against the doorframe, a proud smile on his face. Her eyes light up with joy, and she exclaims that her brother is finally back. Overcome with excitement, she bolts toward him and wraps him in a tight, energetic hug, nearly knocking him off balance. Ye Tian steadies himself, laughing and teasing her for being so over the top. Amidst the laughter, a soft meow draws Ye Yu's attention, and she notices the small leopard-spotted cat perched on Ye Tian's shoulder. Her eyes widen with wonder as she asks the cat's name. Ye Tian calmly replies that it's called Little Jin. Completely distracted, Ye Yu begins chasing the cat playfully, calling out its name with pure childlike joy. Observing the scene, Captain Galewolf, the instructor, bursts out laughing, joking that Ye Tian probably didn't expect his sister to focus more on the pet than him. Galewolf walks over, his bare feet making soft tapping sounds on the wooden floor, and greets Ye Tian warmly, cracking his knuckles with satisfaction. He proudly tells Ye Tian that because of his guidance and hard work, Ye Yu has now reached the level of martial apprentice. Ye Tian acknowledges the praise with a calm nod. Then, Wolf's tone grows serious as he asks if Ye Tian has heard about the invasion of the Iron Fang base. Ye Tian confirms that he has and immediately inquires if everything at home is safe. Wolf reassures him that the area has been secure. He then presents an ornate red metal token, explaining that after Ye Tian left, a girl named Xiao Yu came by and delivered it, saying that once the Iron Fang base saw it, they would not dare to cause any trouble. Ye Tian narrows his eyes as he recognizes the token, identifying it as a Martial Pavilion mark. Wolf holds it up and admits with a faint smile that nothing serious has happened requiring its use, but his expression suddenly turns grim as he hesitates. Ye Tian senses the change in tone and presses him to continue. Wolf's face darkens as he explains that someone named Sun Feng has been repeatedly approaching, challenging Ye Tian to a deathmatch. The air grows tense as Wolf elaborates that Sun Feng is one of the 4 top geniuses of the Iron Fang base, a warrior who constantly seeks elite fighters and has never been defeated. He warns Ye Tian to proceed carefully, stressing that this opponent is extremely dangerous. But before he can finish, he notices Ye Tian already stepping away. Wolf calls out, asking if Ye Tian is even listening. Ye Tian glances back over his shoulder, a wicked grin spreading across his face, eyes gleaming with excitement. He casually says it sounds interesting, clearly thrilled and ready for the upcoming battle. A motorcycle roars loudly down the empty street, its tires screeching sharply as it comes to a sudden stop just a few feet from a young man in a purple coat. The rider, a muscular figure named Sun Feng, pops the bike into a wheelie for a moment, then settles it upright, a wild grin spreading across his face as he shouts in triumph. Ye Tian turns slowly to face him, his piercing gaze calm, controlled and unreadable, sending a chill through the tense air between them. The 2 men stand apart on the deserted road, locked in a silent standoff, the street around them eerily quiet. Sun Feng's arrogant smirk never falters, his confidence radiating like heat as he eyes his opponent. Breaking the tension, he finally speaks, saying that Ye Tian has returned at last. Ye Tian responds softly but firmly, confirming that he has. The biker shifts, planting one boot on the ground to signal his seriousness, his stance conveying both authority and challenge. He announces that he knows exactly why Ye Tian has come and immediately lays down the terms of their duel, demanding that Ye Tian meet him at Manhua Plaza at 10 a.m. the next morning. The wager is a bronze-rank blade skill, and Sun Feng's tattooed face creases with a mocking grin as he provokes Ye Tian further, daring him to appear. A faint purple glow begins to shimmer around Ye Tian's hand as he slowly clenches it, the aura crackling with controlled energy. His expression hardens with determination, and he answers with quiet confidence that he will indeed show up. The purple energy intensifies, sparking like lightning between his fingers as a self-assured smile spreads across his face. Looking Sun Feng directly in the eyes, Ye Tian makes it clear that he is not just accepting the challenge, he is ready to embrace it fully. Sun Feng, satisfied with Ye Tian's response, grips his motorcycle handles, giving a final smug look before revving the engine and speeding off into the night, leaving Ye Tian and his companion alone on the quiet street. His friend immediately turns to him, worry written across his face, scolding Ye Tian for being reckless and warning him that Sun Feng's strength is immense and likely unbeatable. Ye Tian cuts him off sharply, his eyes narrowing with a cold glint, insisting that his friend cannot know that for sure. Later that night, under the pale glow of the moon, Ye Tian sits quietly on his bed with his status window glowing before him, displaying a long list of high-tier talents, the hidden source of his silent confidence and the secret power that Sun Feng has no idea exists. Deep in thought about the upcoming duel, Ye Tian rises and walks barefoot across the cool floor, stepping onto the balcony. The night breeze brushes against his face as he grips the metal railing, staring out at the distant city lights. A small, determined smile forms on his lips as he focuses on the fight ahead. A spark of excitement lights his eyes as he whispers to himself that tomorrow's duel is not something to fear, it's something he is genuinely looking forward to, fully ready for the challenge. The next morning, Manhua Plaza is alive with activity, crowded with spectators buzzing with anticipation. Sun Feng is already there, reclining confidently in a chair before the towering merit monument of the Lin family, his posture calm and arrogant. The crowd murmurs among themselves, impressed and intimidated by him, noting that he has never lost a duel and always picks a new, symbolic location to fight. People whisper about his opponent, speculating nervously that the unlucky challenger might be someone named Ye, until one confirms the name, Ye Tian, and adds that he's still just a kid. Others chime in with Sun Feng's true intentions, suggesting that the young fighter isn't the only one in danger, and that the monument itself will likely be destroyed as part of Sun Feng's usual method of crushing the influence of powerful families, a signature tactic of the Iron Fang base. In the crowd, a young blonde woman fidgets anxiously and asks her taller, steadier companion if Ye Tian is on his way, admitting that she's worried for him. Her companion remains calm, reassuring her that there's no need to panic, and even if Ye Tian struggles against Sun Feng, he will survive. Ye Tian's sister soon arrives, shielding her eyes from the bright sun and expressing shock at the enormous crowd, asking why so many people are watching. Her companion explains in a serious tone that Sun Feng deliberately makes every duel chaotic, seeking attention and spectacle. Feeling nervous and overwhelmed, Ye Tian's sister pleads with him to reconsider, saying the duel looks far too dangerous. Ye Tian smiles softly, gently patting her head, and reassures her that there's no need to worry, promising that he'll return safely. With a dramatic, fluid motion, Ye Tian removes his long coat and lands gracefully on the dueling platform. His black suit fits sharply, the collar adjusted confidently, and with a smirk, he transforms from a quiet, young man into a powerful and commanding challenger. Sun Feng points directly at him and loudly declares that the bronze-rank sword skill, Curve Blade, will be Ye Tian's prize if he wins, holding the skill scroll up for all to see. In response, Ye Tian calmly raises his hand, purple lightning crackling along his arm as an ornate black book materializes out of thin air. With a bold and defiant expression, he places the book on the platform beside Sun Feng's prize. The book, titled Shadow Blade, serves as a strong counteroffer, demonstrating Ye Tian's confidence. Sun Feng's expression twists into anger at the audacity of Ye Tian's move, calling him arrogant as he draws his katana with a sharp metallic hiss. The blade gleams menacingly, eager for combat. With a sudden surge of explosive strength, Sun Feng kicks off the ground and propels himself into the air, launching a furious, high-speed attack. The crowd gasps loudly at the speed and intensity of his assault, while from the sidelines, Ye Tian's sister and her companion scream in terror, their hands raised as they plead for him to be careful. In the bustling city square, a fierce duel unfolds, capturing everyone's attention. Sun Feng, a muscular man wielding a katana, propels himself into the air. His body coiled with power and his intentions clear, he shouts aggressively, signaling that his opponent should face the full force of his attack, and swings his sword in a massive, deadly arc aimed to slice his target in half. But Ye Tian, calm and composed, moves with effortless precision, sidestepping the strike so cleanly that Sun Feng's blade cuts only through empty space. The attacker's eyes widen in shock, sweat rolling down his forehead as he stares at the young man who dodged so easily. Anger flares within him, and he mocks Ye Tian, shouting sarcastically if his zodiac sign is the rat, because all he seems to do is evade. In desperation, Sun Feng unleashes a flurry of wild, reckless slashes, each one meant to overwhelm, yet Ye Tian remains untouchable, slipping past every attack with minimal, precise movement. Frustration mounting, Sun Feng resorts to a forceful kick, aiming to break through Ye Tian's defenses. This time, however, Ye Tian doesn't move aside. Instead, he counters with a single, devastating punch. The strike is so powerful that the stone beneath them cracks and splinters, sending Sun Feng flying through the air and crashing into a stack of wooden crates. The crowd gasps in disbelief, one man yelling that Ye Tian sent Sun Feng flying with just one punch. Ye Tian watches coolly and taunts, asking if he still seems like a rat. Now golden lightning crackles around Ye Tian's fist as Sun Feng rises from the debris, eyes blazing with renewed determination. He acknowledges Ye Tian's skill and declares that he will no longer hold back. Gripping his katana tightly, a blue aura bursts along the blade, illuminating his fierce expression. Ye Tian studies him carefully, noting the charged energy and the precise technique he is about to unleash. A wave of distortion suddenly shoots from Sun Feng's blade, moving across the plaza with incredible speed. The attack tears through the air, kicking up dust and debris before colliding with a massive stone monument. The force shatters it into rubble, the echo of the destruction rolling across the square, demonstrating the lethal power of the wind, slash a man in a brown suit barely escapes, staring wide-eyed and muttering that the sword skills are unbelievable. But Sun Feng freezes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Ye Tian dodged the attack. Standing calmly across the plaza, Ye Tian comments that it was worth letting the fight drag out. Realization dawns on Sun Feng, and his shock quickly turns into fury as he demands if Ye Tian had been holding back to observe his sword technique. Ye Tian smirks, cold and mocking, admitting that of course he did. He explains that he never considered Sun Feng a true opponent, and that the fight was merely to watch the demonstration of Sun Feng's skill, words sharp and humiliating. Enraged beyond control, Sun Feng lets out a roar. Furious that Ye Tian dared to insult and provoke him in such a way, Sun Feng digs his foot hard into the cracked pavement, lunging forward with a final desperate attack. His shout echoes with deadly intent, demanding Ye Tian's death as he swings his sword down in a deadly arc, but Ye Tian reacts with unbelievable speed, his body flashing in golden lightning as he intercepts the razor-sharp blade, not with a weapon, but using only 2 fingers. The sword halts instantly, its tip hovering just inches above the ground, leaving Sun Feng frozen in utter shock and disbelief. With a cold, effortless motion, Ye Tian flicks his wrist, sending Sun Feng crashing into the cobblestones. The impact is so powerful that the ground shatters once again, echoing through the plaza. The crowd stands completely still, awestruck as Ye Tian towers above the defeated Sun Feng, his fallen sword lying useless on the ground. Calmly adjusting his cuff, Ye Tian dismisses the battle with a bored tone, remarking that it wasn't even interesting. Below him, Sun Feng groans in defeat, sprawled in the crater he created moments before, his pride utterly shattered. It is clear to everyone that the fight is over. The stunned spectators erupt into wild cheers, one woman shouting excitedly that Sir Ye Tian was incredible and that his performance was beyond amazing. Nearby, a woman with long dark hair watches quietly, a knowing smile on her face, completely unfazed by the chaos around her. Ignoring the noise and excitement, Ye Tian walks over to the wreckage and effortlessly lifts a heavy wooden table, revealing a small bound book hidden beneath it. He picks it up and sees the title, Wind Slash, and a satisfied smile spreads across his face as he examines the hard-earned reward for his skill and effort. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out, and Ye Tian's sister rushes toward him, her eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration. She grabs his arm eagerly, exclaiming how amazing he was and asking when he became so strong. Ye Tian laughs softly at her enthusiasm, enjoying the moment. She looks up at him with a hopeful smile and asks that when they return home, he must teach her too, so she can grow stronger and learn to fight like him. As the 2 siblings walk away together, the man in the brown suit, Lin, watches them leave silently, his expression unreadable. One of his subordinates approaches, reporting that Ye Tian has indeed won the duel, but adds in a somber tone that their family has suffered a significant loss since the Lin family's merit monument was destroyed. Asking what actions they should take next, Lin pauses, weighing the situation carefully, his face serious and thoughtful as his older bodyguard waits quietly for instructions. Finally, he gives his order, telling the bodyguard that there is no need to continue protecting him over the next few days and that his priority now is to guard Ye Tian's sister. Lin's gaze drifts across the still waters of the city canal, his expression hardening as he contemplates the future, knowing deep down that this victory will not go unchallenged and that the Sun family will certainly come back seeking revenge, making it clear that more trouble is on the horizon. Inside a spacious, elegant room, Ye Tian carefully studies a scroll, a smirk spreading across his face as he realizes the immense power it holds. He notes that the Wind Slash technique boosts his attack power 6 times, understanding now why Sun Feng's strikes had felt so devastating. Holding the very secret behind his rival's strength, he absorbs the knowledge thoroughly before setting the scroll down on a polished table. Stretching his arms above his head with a satisfied yawn, he feels a surge of renewed energy and confidence from his recent victory. He walks slowly across the luxurious room, the soft carpet under his feet grounding him while his mind races with ideas of the next power he wants to acquire. With a casual flick of his finger, Ye Tian summons his status window, only to be reminded of its cooldown restriction. He mutters in mild frustration, frowning as he complains to himself about having to wait 30 more days before he can copy another talent. The holographic display glows with apex and high-tier abilities, a constant reminder of his current limits, yet it also excites him as he envisions his next steps. Shaking off the irritation, he adjusts his collar, already focused on his plans and the future challenges that await him. Meanwhile, outside in the training yard, a young woman named Ye Yu swings her practice sword with fierce determination. Each strike whistles through the air, cutting through a training dummy with sharp precision, her movements smooth and disciplined, showing her dedication to mastering her skills. The team captain observes her from a short distance, his stern gaze reflecting both discipline and a hint of admiration at her intensity. After delivering a final strike, Ye Yu leans on her wooden sword, breathing heavily as she grabs a water bottle, twisting the cap with hands that tremble slightly from exertion, and takes a long, refreshing drink. She lowers the bottle and notices the captain's eyes on her, and feeling a bit embarrassed, asks why he's staring. The captain quickly looks away, his face faintly reddening, before gesturing for her to step closer. Curious, Ye Yu walks forward, and he presents her with a small, carefully crafted object, instructing her to wear it at all times. He gently places the amulet around her neck and she freezes, her eyes widening as she gazes at the intricate piece. A soft smile spreads across her face as she whispers that it looks beautiful, clearly delighted by its design. The captain's stern expression softens, and he explains that it is meant as a protective charm that she should never lose. Ye Yu beams warmly, thanking him sincerely and promising to take great care of it, her excitement and joy evident in every gesture. Suddenly, a teammate rushes into the yard, her face tense with urgency, calling out for the captain as she approaches. Catching her breath, she reports that she has important news. The Sun family is actively inspecting shops, preparing to launch a new business. The captain immediately focuses on her, asking for details, his attention fully captured by this latest development, while Ye Yu listens intently, curiosity and concern flickering across her face. The captain pauses, resting his hand on his chin as he considers the news, thinking aloud that the Sun family seems to be starting a business and are keeping calm for now, choosing not to attack anyone until their foundation is secure. His eyes narrow as he contemplates the deeper strategy behind their actions. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, a man wearing a cap goes about taking out the trash. But when he turns, his face twists into a grotesque alien form with a long forked tongue, one of the monsters hiding among humans, a silent and unseen threat lurking in the city. The morning sun shines brightly as the disguised alien carries on with his routine. Unaware that Ye Tian is walking just a few feet away, Ye Tian strolls casually down the sidewalk, eating candy, looking completely relaxed, yet sensing the danger. As he passes the alley, his eyes sharpen, a red glint revealing that he has detected the alien's presence. Without slowing down, he continues walking in the middle of the street, a faint purple aura spreading beneath his feet. A sly smile appears as he thinks sarcastically that the Lin family is certainly generous for sending a powerful martial warrior to guard his home. Pulling his hood up to hide his face, he prepares for whatever comes next. He moves into a bustling medieval-style marketplace, filled with the noise and life of merchants and shoppers, blending perfectly into the crowd. He pauses briefly, taking in the old stone buildings and the large structure dominating the square. Suddenly, a disturbing image flashes through his mind, a bloody, purple infant, a dark and eerie symbol of the forces lurking behind the city's apparent normalcy. Nearby, a cheerful voice announces a grand opening with all items half off. Sun Feng stands proudly in front of the new shop, greeting a man with a mustache who congratulates him and wishes him success. Sun Feng laughs warmly, inviting the guests inside, appearing every bit the confident young master as he graciously accepts the praise of the crowd. More onlookers shout their congratulations, and Sun Feng thanks them, clearly enjoying the attention. Hidden in the shadows across the square, Ye Tian watches silently, his eyes cold and predatory as he waits for the right moment. His status window confirms Sun Feng's sword talent, and purple lightning begins to crackle around Ye Tian's hand as he raises it slowly, his voice low and dangerous as he mutters that he will give his target an early death. His eyes flash with fierce light as he releases his power. Instantly the transfer completes, and a notification confirms the action. Ye Tian's status window updates immediately. His sword talent has reached high tier, all without anyone noticing. He has quietly and skillfully stolen his enemy's strength, leaving him ready for what comes next.